All right, hello everybody, welcome back to another stream. Thank you guys for tuning in. Quite a few people tuning in here for the start here. Holy shit, I think this is the most we've ever started with. Thank you guys for tuning in. Great to see you guys here, of course. And yeah, we're gonna be doing Talos today. Talos Valcoran, Valkyrian. Either way, we're going to be doing him. Night Lord boy, I believe, right? So we're going to be checking out him. I really don't know much about the Night Lords in general, outside of obviously what we've seen, outside of their Primarch video, of course, that being Conrad Kurz. We're going to be checking it out here for the first time. I really don't know much about this character. I really don't know where this is going to go. It's going to be pretty blind for me going into this one. So, of course, you know, I'm going to be maybe needing some context as we go here. I know this is covering a few books, but you know, we're going to have to see how it goes, of course. Thank you guys for tuning in. Awesome to see you guys here. Of course, if you are enjoying the streams, make sure you leave a like. It does help out a ton. Subscribe if you aren't subscribed. And of course, big thank you to all of our members, all of our Hastati, Principe, Dagenhart, of course, our Prefect, Hobbit, and Fear. Appreciate you guys. You guys inspire me to make more content for you guys every single day. And yeah, before we get into it here, let me just check out chat a little bit here. Good to see you, Andrew. Forgot to ask, you super glue for as yet? I have the super glue. I ordered it actually, and I haven't got super gluing it yet, but it is ordered. It came in the other day actually, so I am gonna be gonna be getting that done for sure. Because all I had before was like plastic glue, and it's a metal figure, right? So I didn't think that was gonna work, unfortunately. So yeah, I had to order some new stuff, but that is coming for sure. Night Lord, yeah, they're great guys. Yeah, I don't know about that. I hear they're, you know, they're pretty varied in the things that they do. You know, that being, they're pretty much like they resemble like the '80s serial killers. You know what I'm saying? From what I've seen, very serial killer vibes. Very psychotic in a sense. You know what I'm saying? But you know, they're good guys. You know, at the end of the day, the planets they have are immaculate, like straight up, like great planets. No crime, you know, anywhere you look. So they must be doing something right, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. That's all it is. Poly cement won't work. Yeah, I didn't think it would. Night Lords are the type of guys to save kittens and hug babies. Yeah, I don't know about all that. But yes, guys, we are going to be getting right into it here. Again, if you guys are enjoying, make sure you leave a like, subscribe for more content. And yeah, without any further delay, let's get right into this. Captions are on. Hopefully the sound works. I'm going to be keeping an eye on it here. If sound doesn't fucking turn on right away, I'm going to be pissed because we had a problem with that yesterday in the Skyrim stream. We're full screened. Oops, we're full screened. Captions on. Without any further delay, 3, 2, 1. Got paper in front of me here. Let's get it.
The Primarch knew that law and order, the twin foundations of civilization, are only maintained through fear of punishment. Man is not a peaceful
Already
animal.
Great voice acting.
It is a creature of war and strife. To force the beasts into civilization, one must remind them that
Tales of Terra. Let me write down his name.
Who harm the herd. He wanted us to be the angels of death, and for a time, we were.
Part 1, the 8th Legion, okay.
A middle-aged man scrambled at Talos's chest plate with dirty fingernails.
They love skin for some reason. Couldn't imagine why.
Before Talos could answer,
it's all those couches, man.
Fled, repeating
human
the same
skin couches
question to one of the Hastatis 2 rows behind. At no point did the Legion stop marching. Pistol fire broke out as the enforcers in expensive business suits took out one of the mortals in the avenue that strayed far enough from the Hastatis to guarantee a kill shot without hitting one of the armored giants. None of the enforcers wished to risk his own death by missing and hitting the revered armor of the Night Haunter's son.
That would fucking suck, yeah.
Harassed Zal. She was barely over half his height. "Where is he?" she shrieked, wasted hands scratching at the
I like that voice.
warrior's armor.
That was a good scream.
"Zal, where is he? Answer me!" Talos could read the discomfort in his brother's face as Zal marched on. The old woman, beneath her mop of wild
blind children? Yeah, holy shit.
Paying attention.
What the
Talos
fuck?
immediately faced forward again, feeling the old woman clawing at his unmoving arm with her weak grip. "Look at me," she pleaded.
Uh-oh.
"Look at me." Talos didn't. He marched on, weeping, Wailing after him, the old woman fell behind.
Look at me! It's you, Talos! Look at me!
Oh!
An enforcer's gunshot ended her demands.
Holy
Talos
shit.
hated himself for feeling relief. 5 hours later, back aboard Blackened, Zal had sat next to him on the restraint.
I'm sure we'll get some
couches.
context for all this.
Never before,
In the
and
typical
never again
Amberking style.
would Talos see his brother's face marked with such hesitancy.
That wasn't easy for any of us. But you did well, brother.
What did
So straight up, we just witnessed an execution there, you know, of some degree. He felt relief, so he might have known this woman, this older woman. I don't really know exactly where we're kicking off here. This is clearly in the 8th Legion, right? So he's already in Astartes. You know, we're not seeing his build up here, at least not right away. And I'm sure we'll get context after the fact here. In the Amberking style, they usually like do the X script and explain afterwards, kind of thing. But holy shit, like. That's kind of brutal, man. Right off the bat. Like 2 minutes in, and that's how we're setting the tone with a fucking look at me! Look at me! Fucking gunshot. Holy fuck. Okay, well. Setting the tone pretty good right off the bat here.
For any of us. But you did well, brother.
What did I do so differently?
Zal swallowed.
Person had to be
Something
disciplined, of
seemed
course.
to dawn behind
Not an
his
execution,
eyes.
discipline.
That
That's right.
woman, the one from the crowd. You didn't recognize her.
Talos tilted his head, watching Zal carefully.
I barely saw her.
She said your name.
Zal pressed.
Yeah, a little
You
suspicious.
truly didn't recognize her.
They were reading our names off our armor scrolls.
Talos narrowed his eyes. Zal rose to his feet, making to move away. Talos
He found her
rose
to be
with him,
annoying, of
Gauntlet
course.
clamped on his brother's shoulder guard.
She wasn't reading our names. She knew us, brother. She recognized us, even after 20 years.
20
And
years.
the changes wrought by the gene seed.
Oh my god.
Throne, Talos, you must have recognized her.
I didn't, I swear. I saw only an old woman.
Zal shrugged off Talos's grip. He didn't turn around.
He's being very
His
persistent with
words
this.
echoed
You knew
with
her.
the same finality as the gunshot that silenced the old woman's pleas.
The old woman. She was your mother.
One soul, my son. One hunt. In the name of revenge, you will hunt one shining soul when all others turn their back on vengeance.
So that was his mother, and he didn't even recognize her. Even after all those years, didn't even recognize her. And well, maybe it was the case of like it was just like a mental blockage. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like very much they, you know, you kind of have to forgo the fact that anyone personal to you is just fucking gone, right? If you're going to become an Astartes during that initiation trial, and especially to be in this legion specifically, yeah, that was kind of fucked up. I wonder why she got executed specifically. Was it because she approached the crowd, or is it because she was dissenting to some degree? That woman's got to be like 70, 80. She couldn't have been doing much, right? Like, who knows? I'm pretty sure she was mortal mom before becoming a space marine. Yeah. Yeah. Did he get mind wiped after becoming a space marine? He probably didn't get mind wiped. I'm assuming it's probably just like straight up like a mental blockage, like a mental barrier. You know, like it'd be like a trauma barrier, I guess, in a sense, right? Like I feel like people just like forget shit, you know, especially in this line of work, in this life, you know what I'm saying? You know, this isn't a job, this is a calling kind of thing, you know what I'm saying? Like you're in it for real. Yeah, for sure. Some space marines remember little of who they were before. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking too.
Shining soul when all others turn their back on
That was for all the years of
vengeance.
abuse.
Soul Hunter, prophet of the 8th Legion, favored of Curse, Talos Valcoran, a life that begins in the 30th millennium. Through eyes as black as the sky itself, a child will look out through the window of his tutor's classroom. The dim hab lights and bustling vehicles will forefront to the pitch black skies. barely seen through the gaps of the towering structures. The rains poured, as did the pollution that choked out the crippling sun that orbited Nostromo.
Of course.
Within a distant memory, a time of order and stability, where once a king had ruled over a very, very quiet peace. All children knew the tale of how decades ago a night haunter brutalized all of the hive cities into one rule, only for a man. No, a being of light, called the Emperor of Mankind, who would come and take his son, their king, to battle across the stars. The child had read tales like these in the books his mother had given him. He devoured them, understood them, and yet when the tutor's questions came, he was silent.
I just want to pause real quick there. So this is quite a few years after Mr. Kurz here has done his glorious work on the planet, you know, definitely brought peace to it. And now it's I'm sure, a very, very quiet place. I wonder if during this time period it still is, because I don't think Kurz has a presence on the planet at this point. I'm sure he's involved in the Great Crusade at this point. But I think they still draft recruits from Nostromo at this point too, right? During the Great Crusade up until the heresy, right? If I'm not mistaken. So yeah, obviously that's where he gets drafted, I'm sure. After the heresy, I wonder if it's a case of they still go to Nostromo, or if they just like take fucking anyone, you know what I'm saying? I wonder how it works.
And yet when the tutor's questions
Conrad guy sounds like a pretty neat guy.
Silent. They thought he was slow like the rest
He'll
of
bring
them,
you order.
but he just knew better.
Just isn't the right kind of order.
Pointless. He was destined to join a gang, just like his father, who was going to die in a brutal way in some dingy alley, just like his father. They all were. Such is the fate on Nostromo. The boy and his friend. Well, the son of his mother's friend.
Sounds pretty accurate.
The blasting of music, vehicle horns and crude shouts filling the air of perpetual night. The
what kind of music do you guys think it is?
Alley, seeing a man tower
fucking just
over
blaring
a crime
Metallica
wall.
through the streets
Her
of
outfit was
Nostromo.
torn and she looked
Holy
to
fuck.
the boys for help, only for the boy's friend to drag him away. They saw nothing. That was what they told themselves. In the cramped and filthy quarters the boy's mother made a meal. She was small and fragile, always covering the tattoos that patched up her arms, as if to hide the shame. He knew what they were, markings of property. The Academy had
There was no
contacted her
Nostromo
today,
after the
she
heresy?
told the
Oh,
boy.
right.
Because they think I am
That's
slow,
right.
he told his mother. Because he was
Of
quiet,
course.
and because they judged.
I think that's starting to
He was
come back to
quiet
me now
because
that you
he
mention
didn't
it.
understand why he should even try in the first place. Even if he showed them how smart he was, it meant
Oh,
nothing.
no.
Even if they got to live in the outskirts of the city instead of here, it changed nothing. It was just as dangerous and broken there. The boy's mother began to cry and held him tight, even as he felt empty and numb. Through tears, she told him there was another
Oh my
way.
god.
That clever and smart boys were given a chance. They could leave this world entirely. Something stirred within the boy. He could leave. He could venture into the stars. But who would take care of you, he told her. The boy's mother smiled. A smile that never reached her eyes.
Oh.
She told him she would be okay. He could do and be whatever he wanted to be.
Oh.
Heroes can do whatever they want.
Oh.
A hero. The boy giggled.
So she like fully gave him like, you know, not like, well, I guess like consent in a way to like, you know, go out, be your own man, be who you want to be a hero. And then he's just like, oh yeah, you know, what is being a hero as far as like living on Nostromo is concerned is, oh yeah, going and joining the fucking Night Lords, of course. Like, fuck. Yeah, that's really heroic. Of course, like, how do you know, right? Like, I mean, when your whole life is like gang warfare and like abject fucking poverty 24/7, you know what I mean? And brutal shit is just around you all the time. Like, these guys probably seem pretty nice, actually. Yeah, funnily enough, the planet loved having Kurz in charge. Legitimately made it a peaceful and prosperous place with record high productivity. Like, yeah, I like That's the thing, right? Like, they probably revere him in that way because it's such a shit pit. Like, he actually kind of cleaned it up a little bit, you know, in a sense. When he left, people got major depressed. Yeah, I could believe that. I could believe that. Conrad did a bit of trolling. I do remember Conrad's trolling. Conrad did more than a bit of trolling. He did a lot of fucking trolling at the end there. Holy shit. Go on, son. Go on to the streets of Nostromo and let that shape you. Well, that's a bad parenting skill. Yeah. Yeah. It's, yeah. I mean, but where's the direction on a planet like this? I don't think there is one. You know what I mean? If you're just like a youth, like, what do you do? You know what I mean? You go like work in a manufactorum and die by the age of 30 because of like toxic fucking fumes that you've been inhaling, or you get stabbed in an alleyway committing crime, right? It's like, what do you do, right? Your options really aren't all there, I'll be honest.
Can do whatever they want. A hero. The boy giggled. He saw his mother truly smile, even though he didn't understand why. The boy promised his mother he wouldn't be silent anymore. He would show them that he is a clever boy.
Now I'll be loud.
He would go to the stars and do whatever he wanted. He could be Talos, the hero, but that hero's journey would begin in blood. Talos and his only friend, Zal.
Most do.
They joined a gang just as their fathers had before
Zal,
them.
okay.
By the age of 10, they were thieves, running through the damp, dark and claustrophobic labyrinth of the Hive cities. By 13, Talos took his first life. He felt the sinking sensation, the buckling and grating as his knife put.
Wait, was that by 10? By 13 he took his first life. Hold on. Took his first life. So, you know, obviously growing up very, very quickly, I will say 13, quite a young age to commit your first homicide, you know, catch your first body, as it were. I mean, again, on this planet, like the average age is probably like fucking 25, 30, man. Like, you're probably not making it very old. And if you are, it's like, fuck. I think his mother made it pretty old just because, like, you know, if you just like kind of live within your means and like you got some type of stable, quote unquote, safe, quote unquote, you know, ish job, maybe you can slide by, you know, and maybe like, you know, if you just like actually look just as like rundown as the worst of them, then like maybe people will just avoid you, not try to rob you because you literally have nothing to rob, you know? Who knows? Who knows?
He felt the sinking sensation. The
skin the balls and make kick
as his
yeah.
knife pushed past the shopkeeper's ribs.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him.
He saw the look of confusion and pain in his face.
Oh, and he killed a shopkeeper.
He felt blood splatter upon his own face.
Wasn't even like a
heat of
rival gang member.
Streaking down. He would never forget his first kill, no matter how long he lived. He would feel no guilt or sadness. Nostromo had taken that out of him. He would only remember the shock. All the others he killed, even the dozens his own age, that came later faded into memory before that first time he became a man. It was a miracle in itself that Talos and Zal had lived to the years of adolescence, but there were rewards that came with showing just how smart they really were. It was just like the stories of generations before. The bright and talented had been elevated into angels. But as...
Now, smartness, I guess that like comes from not getting caught, but like so far, like what they've displayed has not been smart. It's been brutal, I guess, by every account, right? Like, is that just me? Sounds like it's been more cutthroat than anything else. Not really like smart, you know. He just gutted some shopkeeper like in like cold blood. Like, I feel like that's not very, you know, that's just more like, okay, like.
The bright and talented had been elevated into angels. But as the decades passed on Nostromo, the quality of aspirants degraded, as did the world with the Night Haunter gone for so long. The Night Lords, the 8th Legion, the Hastatis, superhuman warriors crafted from a
This is a pool that the Night Lords recruit from, yeah.
And vat-grown organs
they're all
filled
fucking
with DNA
kind of crazy in their own way, I will say.
Warriors crafted to be the front line of the ever-growing Imperium of mankind. Talos, Zal, and thousands of young Nostroman men would be given the chance to ascend, to join the war across the stars, building a new golden era under the guiding light of the Emperor of mankind. With the genetic material of a son of the Emperor, they would become heroes, if he survived the process to come. Talos felt the pain flood every inch of his veins. He feels the raw surgery scars and the 2 hearts beating in his chest. He's never felt pain like this before. He tries to resist as a giant in a white mask urges him to sleep. His body begins to transform and grow. His muscles and bones are far stronger than a mortal man. His reflexes feel sharp, and he raises his rifle and bolt guns in the training grounds. He spills Nostraman blood, a young man like him, knowing it could have been either of them. He is gifted with knowledge and skills forged over centuries. He is fed indoctrinated.
I feel like all the recruits on Nostromo, or from the Night Lords, I guess, in general, I feel like they're very much basically just like, if you think of like StarCraft, think of like the Marines in like StarCraft. That's basically like the Nostromo, like recruit pool. You know what I'm saying? Like it's all the fucking like criminals, like the fucking, you know, the people that like, you know, are cutthroat, that are psychotic, that fucking, you know, the worst of society, let's say. And they're basically arming them up and sending them into combat, which like it makes sense. And like the thing is too, it's not like they're the worst in the sense of like they're overly aggressive. I'm sure some of them are, don't get me wrong, but clever, as they say, right? Like there's, again, it's kind of like that serial killer like mentality, like, you know what I'm saying? Like that crime mentality that like the 8th seems to have, you know? And that very much comes from Conrad Kurz. Like Conrad Kurz is like a fucking, again, I watching the Amberking video on him, it just seemed like it was like almost like an 80s like horror flick, like straight up in a sense, like with how he acts, you know what I'm saying? Like shit, I don't know, maybe that's just me, but
with knowledge and skills forged over centuries. He is fed indoctrination of the Night Haunter's teachings. After years, Talos stands unclothed.
Pretty much just much younger. Yeah, much younger, of course.
A sea of porcelain scar skin and black eyes stare upon their masters. The concepts of being a man is forgotten. They are more, unrestrained by lesser human desires and feeble hang-ups. His memories of the brutal life on Nostromo feels like a distant memory.
Conrad loved his people as a snack.
Details obscured from him. He even forgets his mother's face. He was sure he had one at least, but a weapon doesn't need a mother. He is gifted with armor and arms forged on Mars. His helmet is stained with the apothecary's white. He is Talos of First Claw, 10th Company, scion of the 8th Legion and son of the Night Haunter, the Primarch Conrad Kurz. He will scour the universe of the non-compliant and Xenos, and he will bring fear to the hearts of men across thousands of worlds. Fire and blood. An endless cycle as he and the 8th Legion were deployed across the growing Imperium of Man. Thousands of Hastati corpses, and even some who still drew ragged breath, fell under the care of the apothecary Talos.
Damn, dude.
At times he would save the weapons, the resources.
Kinda cool he became an apothecary too.
But most were the extraction of the precious gene seed from their corpses, to be sealed away and reused for the next generation of Astartes. The additional medical training Talos received did nothing to bond him closer to his so-called brothers. Some were the very
no, if anything, you have to detach.
Damp alleys of
even more.
He knew what they had done, and they knew what he had done. Beneath Sergeant Vandred, a man whose abilities in void warfare was almost unmatched in the Legion, 10th Company battled across stars, accompanied by Syrian, Reuven, Zal, and Sarzel, all led by Malcharian, the War Sage. Captain of the
War
company
Sage is a
and
pretty
the confidant
badass
of the
title.
demigod, Talos finally
Gotta
caught
admit.
a glimpse of Conrad Kurz, the Night Haunter. It was the living myth.
Conrad brought peace, justice, and security to his new empire.
The Night
no.
Haunter had crippled Nostromo, placing a fear so silent
Shit,
and
dog.
absolute the world had once felt peace. For Talos to look upon his Primarch, his heart began to pulse faster. How could the Emperor's words be so false? That he was Astartes, and he would know no fear. But standing before Curse made him feel the closest thing to dread. The ghost white, ghoulish king towered above him. Disheveled locks cropped a face that was nightmare itself.
Oh my god.
From 2 midnight black pools, the demigod looked out to the world in an expression of hate and madness.
Jesus.
And yet there was a nobility. A dark king who seemed to stand for something beyond himself. Fate was written to the Primarch, assailed by the visions of the future.
Dude's fucking crazy, man.
Clad, the Primarch stood. His very armor and lightning claws, crafted to imprint a distinct image upon the human mind.
I straight up feel like part of the facts why Conrad just kind of like lost his fucking marbles was because, like, again, if you can see the future, right? Like, what does that really do to you? You know what I mean? Like, from like, you know, even the point of like youth and shit like that, that really could fuck you up. You know, if you have like some kind of like premonition of what could happen, potentially what's going to happen, just like, and the destruction that eventually befalls the Empire, befalls his legion, right? Befalls him specifically, of course. You know, that would fuck you up. I feel like mentally that would probably fuck you up like a lot, like straight up. I don't know.
Crafted to imprint a distinct image upon the human mind. Dread. It was strange, thought Talos. He had never had a father before. Justice is our purpose.
And to only see the worst future? Yeah, exactly.
Justice is fear. Without fear, there can be no order. The few will suffer now to feed that fear, so that many others will live. Mankind were
like, look at this motherfucker, dude.
Told his sons.
Yeah, fucking son of the Emperor right here. Yeah, all the best qualities of humanity. Yeah, poured into the Primarchs, the Emperor's finest. Am I right? Holy fuck! Look at this guy, dude. He looks like a fucking creep. Like fuck that. You know what I mean? Fuck that. Holy shit!
Corralled,
you know,
and made to fall.
Praise him, I guess. But
fear
my
was
god,
the only tool that brought past Nostromo
holy
to
shit!
Heal, and it was the only way to secure the Imperium of mankind.
Like that ain't no sanguineous, you know what I'm saying? Like that's a different kind of image of humanity.
It would cast visages that paralyze the human psyche. Worlds in defiance of compliance or in rebellion would assemble to the field. The noise, the fanfare, the bravado beating in their chests, as they prepared to push back the tyrant Imperium. From the skies the enemy force would arrive, but the gun lines would remain silent. The weeks would pass. Nothing. No changes. Only the enthusiasm failing away. And then the screams came. Through picked feeds and voxcasts, hundreds of voices screamed out in a soul-crying pain. People of importance, world governor families, politicians and generals were taken. Their deaths carried out by Talos and his brothers. In such a painstakingly slow process, the victim went beyond the point of begging for death.
What the
Worlds
fuck?
whose enthusiasm and defiance had rallied them to fight, found that very hope murdered as they witnessed the fate awaiting them at the hands of these Night Lords. Compliance always came quickly, without a shot even being fired. In battles where worlds would have burned,
they're
millions
effective.
either dead or starving, only a few hundred had to die, and the peace that reigned after was cold and obedient. This,
like, that really is like the ultimate question there, isn't it? Like, straight up, like, do you like force comply worlds like that in that way? You know, how brutal it is, how fucking barbaric it is. But yeah, millions aren't dying for like over the course of months, potentially years, as that planet is conquered. There's no destruction of like property. You know, it's very contained, the damage that you're doing. You know, it's like a surgical strike almost. But they are just fucking like, it goes to show like the difference in doctrine, I guess, between like different legions, you know. And I don't know, it's just like so, it's so like, I don't know. I just don't know if I can agree with it, you know, personally. It's so dark, you know what I mean? Like, not the fact that like I agree it's effective. It's absolutely effective. It's just like, fuck, like personally, like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if I could support it, you know? I just don't know if I I don't know.
And the peace that reigned after was cold and obedient.
Far less casualties, much more
This
PTSD, yeah.
is justice. A sacrifice of the few for the many. But what began as a gruesome work for peace permeated a corruption in the sons of Curse. Talos at first hated to admit it, but what company would even judge him? As he butchered men, women, and even the young, he began to enjoy it.
Oh my
The
god.
power, the righteousness,
Holy
the
fuck.
spilling of vitae in the name of a just universe. He was, in a way,
So
a hero.
just.
And yet for this sacrifice the 8th Legion was condemned. Talos saw the look in their brother Legion's eyes. From the Imperial Fist to the Salamanders, they wore expressions of shock and disgust as the Night Lords massacred populations.
Yeah.
It was hypocritical, wasn't it? The untold death and destruction wreaked by the other Primarchs and Legions. And yet they shy away when so few die for the many. After decades of battle, the open truth of the Legion's nature was undeniable. The justice of the Night Haunters
Like, see, I feel like an image like this, like, it's very easy to see why, because it's like, yeah, it's death on a mass scale, but it's also not just like skinning people alive in the streets, like publicly, and like, you know, displaying like their corpses like around. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I get it, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can see where the disgust comes from the other Primarchs, you know? It's not unfounded hatred, you know, as much as like the Night Lords, I feel like, want to like play it off as like unfounded, that's so hypocritical. Like, yes and no, you know what I mean? Like,
methods have been taken too far. Too much zeal, and not born of sacrifice, but degeneracy.
don't give me that. We've seen
The
you playing
quality of
Skyrim and how
Nostromo
you like to
recruits in the
skin.
absence of the Night Haunter rule
I don't skin
had
dogs for the
deteriorated
fun
as
of it.
well
I do
on their
not.
homeworld.
It's not fun.
Would
That's
Talos and
not
Zal
fair.
have
They
even
attacked
been
me first.
accepted into the generations before? And what did it say that even they were disgusted by the character of some of their brothers? Talos, Zal, and First Claw marched through the dim streets of Nostromo, a victory parade, to appease the masses
purely
in the
self-defense.
absence of the Night Haunter. Talos wondered why they cheered, as if these rotten people even cared for the Imperium, and what the Legion's victories meant. In the absence of their lost Primarch ruler, the populace hoped for the Haunter's sons to return and take up his duties. The Primarch's lessons were being unlearned. Through each generation, the imprint of his silent crusade on society was a thing of the past. Talos had lived here himself.
So you skin those guilty of
barely
attacking
believing
you?
the
No,
world
no, no.
once
I
been a
don't
bastion
skin
of
anyone.
control and order
I just,
under a
you know,
G-God's
I
rule.
kill them, of
Now it
course.
became humbling.
I don't skin
to
them,
feel the
per
weight
se.
of terrible expectation willed from the
You
crowd.
know, in the
To
game,
know
guys, in
they
the
were
game, of
destined
course.
for
Let me
crushing
say that.
The cheers turned as they began to scream out names. Feeble men and women rushed forward, desperate, trying to find the names they spoke aloud. They were fathers, they were mothers, crying out for their children. The boys they had sacrificed in the name of an empire that had forgotten them. How the visages of these hulking, deformed giants must have terrified them. The
Yeah, no
first
doubt.
gunshots came from the enforcers as the Night Lords continued to march. Where is he? Talos heard an elderly woman shriek. He turned to a feeble woman clawing at his brother's armor, Zal's face looking uncomfortable. Talos looked at her and felt nothing. No recognition. The old woman, beneath her mop of wild white hair, saw him paying attention. Talos immediately faced forward again, but feeling the old woman clawing at his unmoving arm with her weak grip. "Look at me," she pleaded. "Look at me." Talos didn't. He marched on, weeping. Wailing after him, the old woman fell behind. "Look at me. It's you, Talos. Look at me." An enforcer's gunshot
No, it's not.
ended her demands. It was quiet back aboard their ship. That look of discomfort never left Zal's face until he finally spoke up. "You didn't recognize her? Truly?" Talos felt himself hesitate. Was he supposed to? She was just an old crone
No.
whose death finally ended that annoyance. But Zal held his gaze. She recognized us. Even after 20 years and the changes wrought by the gene seed, the old woman Zal said slowly. She was your mother.
It's also kind of funny how Zal remembers here, but Talos doesn't. I think the reason, like, Zal remembers, it's not his mother, right? Just like his friend's mother. So he probably, like, had no reason to, like, forget her, I guess, in a way. You know what I mean? Like, he's not, like, he doesn't have that, like, personal attachment. So he's like, oh, yeah, it's his mother, whatever, right? So it makes sense why he would remember. But I wonder if it fucked him up at all. Like, if it kind of was just like, oh, that's kind of jarring, you know? Because it just now, he kind of said, like, in a nervous tone, I think, or in, like, a wary tone. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they just don't give a shit and they're just, like, discussing it. But I wonder what their actual thoughts are on it, like, how they actually view that. It doesn't seem like Talos gives a shit right now, but it seems like Val maybe might. Kind of curious about that.
The old woman, Zal said slowly. She was your mother. Talos wasn't sure what he was meant to feel. Grief, maybe. But it was just like that night when he plunged his dagger into the shopkeeper. He only felt shock, because he was a man who didn't recognize his own mother's face. There had been a memory once, of a feeble woman who told him he could be a hero. A woman who had sacrificed everything to give him a better life.
Damn.
A mother he hated to see cry. But the elevation into Astartes had taken that from him. It was a curse to be a god's son. It would only be a few short years from the parade to the dull streets of Nostromo that again the Legion would return to their homeworld. From the skies the entire Night Lord's Legion fleet sat.
I like how that was also just like a parade too, and it's just, you know, it's not a Night Lord parade without a couple executions here and there. Like, fuck, man. Holy shit.
To their homeworld. From the skies the entire Night Lord's Legion fleet sat.
Oh my god.
From his throne their Primarch, the Dark King Conrad Kurz, the Night Haunter gave his declaration. Nostromo was a sickness. His people were rotten and broken, and in his absence they had descended back into their old ways. The recruits of the last decades were a poison to the teachings of justice, the fear the Night Haunter had tried to impart. They killed, tortured, and brutalized because they enjoyed it. Perhaps if he expunged the source, the corruption would cease spreading. Talos and First Claw looked from the viewports. Bleak and near lightless Nostromo turned in the cold vacuum of space.
Damn, dude.
Over the Vox stations, the orders were blared out. Full battery lasers to fire into their homeworld. Talos heard the silence, and then confusion, and then the resistance. Cries from the mortal staff, and some defiance of the Nostroman-born Astartes.
Wow.
From ship to ship, the first Captain Sevatar silenced the weaklings.
Yeah.
The scarlet beams rode across the void,
Holy
into the
shit.
very chasms the Night Haunter had landed in centuries before. Nostromo began to burn before Talos' eyes, and then it cracked apart.
Jesus.
The home he had once known. The streets he had barely survived. The billions of people living their lives were erased within an instant. And it was justice. So said Kurz.
Justice, yeah. I like how, too, like, they fired that shot. Everyone's like, what the fuck? And then immediately resistance amongst, like, the human staff, like, Nostromo-born Astartes. They're all like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, stop. Like, this is our planet. Like, what? You're cracking open our capital. Like, what? Nope. This is what the Primarch demands. This is no mistake. Holy shit. Holy shit.
It was justice. So said Kurz, spoken from a face that was evidently racked by growing insanity and pain.
Oh my god.
At times, in raptures of pain, I saw what was to occur laid out before me. In these waking dreams, I took countless lives with my bare hands, heads taken as trophies. I died again and again at the hands of my father. My sons butchered and maimed their brothers. My name was to become synonymous with dread, but most vividly and most frequently, I saw my world pierced by a lance of purest light, splittering it, shattering it into dust. Perhaps a part of Talos was glad to see it gone. Perhaps Talos truly believed in the justification
said, I give no fucks, burn it. Yeah.
Perhaps he felt nothing at all.
Yeah, kind of crazy.
Within moments of Nostromo's death, fleets rocketed into proximity. Horus, Vulcan, Dawn, and others arrived. Their censure had begun. The 8th Legion were disciplined for their barbaric act, and for their battle tactics. How many worlds had they done exactly the same to, and the Imperium hadn't even blinked? Why the scrutiny now, when they had brought thousands of worlds into compliance? The Imperium knew how they achieved this, and had said nothing for centuries. The hypocrisy in the way...
Okay, I will say saying nothing for centuries, that is kind of fucking insane. Like, I feel like if you got a problem with it, you gotta, like, obviously, like, say it immediately, clamp down on that shit, like, when it starts kind of thing. But, like, at least they're trying to do something about it now. Like, also, you're not trying to, like, cause, like, internal strife. Like, this is also just a legion in itself, right? So, yeah, very hard to, like, you know, tell them to stop, you know, you don't want them to, like, revolt or anything like that, which they... You know, again, Kurz is a fucking madman. He's crazy, right? He's fucking unhinged. I don't know if he's as unhinged as Angron. Definitely not. Like, Angron's definitely more unhinged for sure. But Kurz is pretty fucking up there. Like, it's close. You know what I mean? I'd say it's close.
And had said nothing for centuries. The hypocrisy. In the wake of Nostramo's death, Talos felt something change within him. It began in his dreams.
He becomes very unhinged by the end. Yeah, I know.
And then it all became clearer,
like,
as his body
bad.
Suddenly convulsed uncontrollably. Just like his father, Talos began to see the future. Fragments. Himself and his brothers out of time. He foresaw the very fate the increasingly maddening Night Haunter would whisper about in his psychotic frenzies. He saw his father's death, and he saw a war. The galaxy burning as brother fought brother, the Imperium ripping itself apart, as the Emperor's most beloved son, the War Master Horus, led a great host to terror, and a storm in flesh, with a rain of blades, she who stalks the void, the storm of silence, and Eldar. Death to the false Emperor. The rally cry roared from the first Captain Sevatar.
Holy
as
shit.
Dream became reality, just as Kurz, Talos, and the 8th knew, the War Master Horus had come to them.
So very weird, well, not weird, I guess, but, like, they knew that it was gonna happen, I guess. At least, like, Kurz knew, and a lot of the other high-ranking members knew. I'm sure just, like, members, regular Astartes in general, probably just started to know, like, have these premonitions. And they still ended up joining the heretic forces. Very, very fucked up, you know? And maybe they thought that was their only way forward. Who knows? You know, I guess, like, where their mindset was at there. Well, I know where Kurz was at. And, well, I don't know where Kurz was at, actually. I don't think anybody fucking knows where Kurz's mindset was at that point. You know, he's pretty fucking... Again, that guy is sauced. Like, by the end, he's completely sauced. Like, it's not even, like, yeah...
In Sevatar, as Dream became reality, just as Kurz, Talos, and
the Emperor was completely fine with what they were doing until the other
Horus
Primarchs started to annoy him with that.
Speaking of the tyrant Emperor,
yeah, the Emperor doesn't give a shit.
To build an empire that will one day worship him as a god.
The Emperor is pretty fucked up in his own way.
The entities and true power that lie within, so he can keep it for himself. He has turned his back on the very methods.
Sevatar the First to say death to the false Emperor, real shit right there, yeah.
Raise you from its history, Horus said. The anger and hate was palpable. Talos felt it as he and First Claw stared across the retreating salamanders on the world of Isstvan V. The betrayal of Horus and 4 legions have been answered by 8 of the Imperium's own. A retribution for the Isstvan III atrocities. Salamanders, Raven Guard and Iron Hands had clashed against Sons of Horus, Death Guard, Emperor's Children and World Eaters. The Loyalist Legion hailed their allies in the second wave, only to be
Only
met
Talos and
with
Kurz got
silence.
visions of the future. Oh, really? It was just
Talos
those two?
raised his bolter and fired.
That's fucked up.
He cut down men he had once healed as an apothecary, and the Horus heresy had truly begun. From Isstvan to years battling against the Dark Angels within the Thramas Crusade, to the capture of Kurz and the scattering of the Legion, Talos and First Claw followed Captain Malcharian, all the way to the walls of Terra itself.
Holy
Talos
shit.
wasn't sure where it truly begun, the degeneration of the Legion. He was surrounded by thieves and murderers made into superhuman weapons. In fact, he was just like them. But with the onset of the heresy, a new form of corruption had begun to seep its way in. Chaos. Jerian had begun to sense human fear, a fact that brought disgust from his brothers. Riven had begun to speak of a pantheon. Even Sergeant Vandred was seeming to twist. As if something lived within his body. Terror burned in the greatest siege humanity had.
I wonder how, like, a lot of Night Haunters would have, like, reacted to that, I suppose. I guess, like, in a way, like, I assume some would be all for it, right? They'd be all for the change. They'd be all for, like, this concept of chaos. But I assume a lot of them would probably also hate it, you know? And that's, I think they would hate it, too, because it's not orderly, you know? Because the Night Lords are very orderly. At their base roots, what they want is order. Like, they're very systematic, I guess. They're fucking brutal as shit, but they, you know, they're simplistic, I guess, in what they ultimately want, what they ultimately desire. So I can see them also fucking hating chaos. What would it be, you know, I guess, in a way? Night Lords hate chaos. Some embrace it, some rejected it. Yeah, it's hard to say. I feel like, yeah, it'd be a really mixed bag with them. Like, I can totally see, like, again, that gang element, some being all for it, all for chaos, reverting back to, like, that kind of, like, fuck it attitude. But again, like, with how the doctrine of the Night Lords are, it would kind of make me think, like, they're anti-chaos in a sense, too. They're pretty 50-50, yeah, that's what I imagine. Some are okay with it, bunch hate it. When the superhuman war criminals hate chaos, you know, some fucked up shit. Yeah, exactly, right? It's kind of what I was thinking. Gang mentality is pretty much how they decided. Right.
Something lived within his body. Terror burned in the greatest siege humanity had ever witnessed. But then it all began to fall apart. 3 champions. One of the Blood Angels, Imperial Fists and White Scars fell in incredibly vicious duels with Captain Malcharian, only for the injuries of the legendary War Sage to be too much. The man begging for death as they interned his body within a dreadnought sarcophagus.
Oh my god.
And then the news came. Horus had been slain, and the traitors scattered. First Claw under Vandred.
A lot of shit's happening here. It's only
traitor elements
30 minutes in.
As the Loyalists hunted them across the galaxy.
Damn.
It was years of pillaging and vengeance.
Hey, Battlecheck, and welcome back.
Elements of the 8th raided Imperial territory.
What is Warhammer? Good question.
Talos.
So
a
true.
Gathering of Kurz's sons on the barren waste planet, Sugwalsa. They came to their father. Their dark forms were fuzzy, with hard edges highlighted by the bloody glow of their helm lenses, the flashes of discharge earthing itself through their battle plate. The lightning painted on their armor blinked under this brief illumination, confusing their shape further. Symbols covered other panels. Most had Death's head painted over their faceplates, and the skulls of their victims knocked hollowly together on chains hanging from their shoulders.
Damn.
Kurz was clearly insane, tortured by conflicting drives and a monstrous sense of injustice.
Kurz was clearly insane.
Mad. They followed their lord's despicable example freely. Talos and First Claw kneeled before their Primarch.
Yeah, how fucked up is that, like, they know he's fucking crazy, they know he's losing his mind and he's losing his shit, and they still follow him. Does that make them more crazy or more psychotic, you know, than he even is, in a way? Like, it's yeah. That's some philosophy for you guys right there. I feel like they're almost arguably worse, because Conrad's just fucking, like, mental at this point. Like, he's totally sauced. The people that are sane and still choosing to, like, go along with him. I know he's obviously their Primarch too, right? But, like, you know, let's be honest, like, purging because of, like, differing ideas within a legion is not something fucking unheard of in Warhammer, so, you know.
Freely. Talos and First Claw kneeled before their Primarch, showing their loyalty and pain, as they questioned why he did not join them at the Siege of Terra. A wry smile
I was busy.
crept over that monstrous face briefly, as the Primarch saw his sons. This was all ordained, he told them. Fate was fixed, and that soon he would join the dead. Talos
I think they
looked
use that
away
as an
in
excuse.
anger,
They basically
as
have
if
the
this had to
idea
happen
of,
this
but I saw
way.
Dad do it.
He protested.
That's a good,
"But
like,
time may tell a
that's a good,
different
like,
story,
cleaning of the hands, you
only to
know?
be
Like, oh,
silenced by his Primarch.
not
The
my
call
problem,
was
not
rung
me.
out across the
He did it.
stars. Soon the sons would return to the father, and then Kurz would be vindicated. The Emperor's monster whose fate was fixed was going to die. In a fortress of charcoal stone, the strands of the 8th Legion finally connected. Standing before their Primarch, they tried one last time. The captains and close council of Kurz told him they needed him in the crusade of vengeance to come, but this wasn't about vengeance or righteousness. Talos spoke, not realizing it was his own voice. The others looked to him as his Primarchs affixed him with his haunting gaze. Kurz could see the dawning of realization in his eyes and bade him to speak. This is a lesson from a son to his father. Just as you instruct us in the principles to continue the crusade, you will show your own father, who watches from the golden throne, that you will die for your beliefs. Your sacrifice will echo in your father's heart forever. You believe your martyrdom will set a fiercer example than your life, because death is nothing compared to vindication. Kurz held Talos' helm in his hands, his face contorted and his mouth drooling. How it pained Talos to see his father like this.
Damn.
He was angry. Angry that his father
Like, that
was
illustration's
giving in to
fucking
this
insane,
martyrdom when
dude.
he needed him most. Why? Why do you call me Soul Hunter? He said, the emotion dripping in his voice. One soul, my son. One hunt. In the name of revenge, you will hunt one shining soul when all others turn their back on vengeance. Shen. The assassin even Talos had seen in his dreams was coming. She would enter unimpeded and be allowed to take the life that was fated.
That's
It
fucking
was the
hilarious.
last orders of their gene father, and they would not intervene or seek vengeance.
So he knows, because he's got like the gift of premonition, that an assassin is on like her way to like kill his ass straight up. And he's just like, yeah, just just let it happen, guys. Like, listen, we could stop it, but it's gonna happen eventually. Like, I can't be bothered. Just like, don't impede her. Don't impede her. Straight up. Worst words you could hear from Conrad. You do have a lovely complexion. True. Yeah, very true.
But Kurz told Talos that of all his sons,
Talos was one of the Night Lords Conrad liked.
defy him. And he alone told Talos.
Definitely seems like it. I mean, he's got like a
nothing
fucking
for
pet
what the
name
Legion
for him.
would do
Like
after
fuck.
his death. The night had come, as the Legion sat with bated breath. Talos couldn't believe it, that he would defy his father's last wish.
Check
He
out
had
the
not
film
foreseen
Apocalypse
this.
Now. This
The
is based on the book
assassin ship
Conrad was
entered the
taken
system
from.
in
Okay.
red planet form.
I'll keep that in
Yet
mind.
the Legion still did nothing.
Might give that a check
For
out
none
later.
would defy
Write that
his
down.
will. A mad king, a son of the Emperor, sat upon a throne as Talos and the others stood outside. The anger began to burn in Talos. He loved his father, his gene sire, and yet a part of him hated what he had become. In this universe of cruelty and pain, what else did he have but a father and a brotherhood? And yet it was clear to Talos he barely had any of these things. With a father who hated his sons, and brothers who were the scum of humanity.
Aw.
The throne room
Oh,
doors
don't
opened.
say that.
Talos looked upon Shen, and all his sense died, and grief and fury roared in his blood. Dripping a demigod's blood onto the deck, Shen held the severed head of Conrad Kurz,
Oh my
the
god.
Night Haunter. Talos screamed her name through his vox grill and broke into a sprint, revving his chainsword, as like fate had promised, he broke his father's last wish. The
Damn.
Imperial Assassin and Soul Hunter rocketed through the oily black halls of this impossible fortress, Vox called, screaming into Talos' ears for him to stop. This was their father's last wish. The assassin must get back to Terra. Vandred and Centurion pleaded with him, but it all fell on deaf ears. As the assassin reached her ship, the Vox again bloomed with chatter.
So it's funny how, like, everyone seemingly was in on that. Like, yeah, she's just gonna go, like, kill him. It's fine. Hands off. And of course, fucking Talos there had to be involved. He had to lay eyes himself, had to get involved. Oh, man. Like, imagine just, like, you know, not controlling your anger like that, man. Like, come on. You knew this was gonna happen. Like, this was fated. This was foretold. Like, couldn't they have just, like, locked him in a room, restrained him or something? Come on, man. Come on, man.
Ears. As the assassin reached her ship, the Vox again bloomed with chatter. She has stolen his relics. Our father did not see this. Kill her. Of course.
People believe that Conrad was holding an Eldar soul stone,
they could use to rule
which would capture his soul essential.
Their ambition.
Wouldn't that allow for, like, resurrection,
to the
in a sense?
assassin ship Talos chased, as fire and munitions suddenly came raining down upon the 8th. The Eldar were attacking. Xenos. Why now? Talos ignored it, pounding over the dust into the assassin ship. The bodies of Eldari and Night Lords piled up in the corridors, the failure of those who had tried to follow. Shen stood in the blood of Superhuman and Xenos. Finally, she was in the clear. Swallowed by the darkness of the room.
If it's true, it means she could be revived. Yeah, yeah.
Talos closed his hand around her.
I fucking hope not. I don't want to. Respectfully, I don't want to see him back.
And the beat of her heart was quicker than it had been in
Fuck
the palace. The assassin was weakened from her escape in the recent battle, but she would kill him before his heart.
Feel it in my bones.
Twice he tried to hold her. Everything about this creature was engineered to end life, and with infinitely more skill and grace than the blunt efficiency of Astartes. He was a warrior, but she was a murderer. He was trained for battle and war, but she was bred only to kill. The same second his hand had gripped her throat, she was already acting. Talos didn't squeeze. Her armor of precious sin skin would resist such trauma. He jerked her close, risking a headbutt to daze her. That was a mistake. The assassin leaned her head back like a recoiling serpent. Curse her, she was fast. Talos felt her fitted hand coming up to unleash the lethality within her rings. Each one a digital weapon of some unknown configuration. He wasted no time. The Night Lord spat into her face and hurled her away. She had not screamed in many years. It wasn't that the pain was new to her, nor even a surprise, but this was no neat severance of limb from body. This was the dissolving of her eyes in her skull.
Yeah.
And never before had pain eclipsed her senses so completely. Even through the agony, she imagined the wretched Night Lord stumbling away in his cumbersome armor, amused at her momentary helplessness, and she was right. In the darkness, Talos relished the sound of her scream. Even sweeter was the subtle, mellifluous hiss of acidic venom eating into the soft tissue of her beautiful blue eyes. Panting now, seeing nothing but milky white sunfire, the assassin swallowed the pain, remembered her teachings, and used the agony as a focus. He cast a black-eyed glance at the assassin, blindly fighting the air, her lashing kicks and blaze sweeps utterly lethal, aimed at audible joints and the weak points of his armor, but utterly useless. Talos was already across the bridge away from her, Bolter still barking. Deafened and disorientated, the assassin slowed her movement. Desperately poised, muscle taut, she seemed to be trying to filter the noise of his armor through the banging detonations. Talos spoke a single word.
It is kind of crazy to see, like, the training of, like, a human assassin, though. Like, straight up, like, they're taking that shit. Like, yeah, the spit of, like, a Astartes is venomous. Like, they got, like, that fucking, like, alien spit, you know, going on. But yeah, no, she took that shit, and she's still going. Like, she's still fighting. She's still swinging, you know. That's very impressive, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like they're pushovers by any means. Like, holy shit. And I feel like if this was any other Astartes, like if this wasn't just like Talos, you know, like a named Astartes, I feel like they might have that. It might be a decently equal fight, you know what I mean, depending on circumstance.
The banging detonations. Talos spoke a single word. Praefectus. As the blur of dull thermal movements came charging toward him, as every bolt he fired was dodged with ease.
Oh, really?
Talos filled his 3 lungs with the blood-rich air of this wrecked bridge. As deep and echoing as the first thunderclap of a breaking storm, he roared his hatred at her. Within the Calidus assassin, training an instinct met in honed, focused fusion. That fusion split within Shen, as she lost the second of her senses. The depriving assault hit her as hard and as fast as the first. A moment of ear-splitting pain lanced through the core of her mind, shaking her hearing, and all was suddenly silent. She had no idea if the Night Lord was still screaming, or had fallen quiet after detecting his triumph. Her senses were killed. She only felt the air shaking around her as her enemy moved again. As the bolts slashed past, blinded, deafened, she twisted in her sprint and left it where she was certain the Astartes must be. Her estimation was, as always, perfect.
Really?
But Talos held her, embracing her with the gentleness of a lover. My father told me of this night, he whispered to her, and I never believed him. I never believed I would disobey him until you came.
Talos is lucky that it wasn't an Eversor. Yeah, straight up.
Shem never heard his words. The assassin dropped her blade. As her gloved fingers uncurled almost against her will, she felt the heavy weapon thump against her boot. Strengthless arms wouldn't move. The Night Lord's chainsword yet impaled her on his blade. She'll be dead within moments. Godslayer, she said to him, never hearing her own words. That is how I will be remembered. Talos blinked, stinging.
That's pretty hard, actually.
Eyes. His thumb edged closer to the chainsaw's activation rune. Threat, threat, threat. The warning runes flickered. Talos blink clicked them away, clearing his red visor vision display of all but the assassin's masked face and her hollow, bleeding eye sockets. Ave Dominus Nox, he whispered, and gunned the impaling chainsword into life. He drifted for 16 hours, alone in one of the boarding pods left by the ravaged survivors of First Company. In the absolute silence, he had only his grief and satisfaction to pass the time. His father was dead. His legion was broken as the ambitious captains fought over the scraps. The Imperium was coming to scour the traitors from the material universe.
That's a good point they just said right there. The traitor like captains, well, I guess the Night Lord captains at this point of the different companies, like, yeah, they would straight up be like vying for like control, like very politically now, right? Because there isn't really a true successor for the Night Lords during this phase. Like, again, I feel like for the heretics in general at this point, losing their Primarch after the heresy, like that's big shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's just so much infighting. I think that's where you see like a lot of like independent like Astartes like cults like pop up, kind of, you know what I mean? I guess like chaos cults, like chaos undivided cults is what they'd be called, right? Because they're like non-affiliated, I guess, in a sense, but they still are. It's kind of weird, I think, right?
New vision washed over Talos, a future millennia in the making, a grim dark universe of only war.
You speak of disunity. Your legion lacks a figurehead.
Many claim to be the Night Haunter's heir. The Talon Master has vanished, but his claim was no stronger than any other. Too many other leaders have similar
Games
items
Workshop has
once
stated by the end of
carried by
40k
our
they want to
father.
bring every Primarch
Captain
back. Oh, really?
Acerus
Shit.
leads the largest coalition of companies. But again,
I didn't know that.
his insistence reeks of desperation and need. No true claimant has come forth, as you did with your legion. Our father's throne, sits empty.
Again, I hear the disquiet in your words.
I am not hiding it, War Master.
Admirable. So tell me, does your heart not cry out to take that throne yourself?
Talos froze. He hadn't expected this. He suspected the War Master would seek to use
The only ones who could hold the Legion together were Conrad and Sevatar. Yeah.
Into the ranks of the Black Legion.
Yeah, there's no other like big enough
but this was
personality, I guess, to lead a Legion like this.
It was a bluff designed to throw off his thoughts into disparity.
No.
You hesitated.
You asked a difficult question.
Abaddon walked closer to Talos.
Oh, Abaddon,
his
okay.
boots crushing debris beneath each thundering tread. The helms and human skulls impaled upon the trophy rack rattled together, birthing a clanking melody like some barbarous musical instrument. Threat. The rune flickered, and the Night Lord looked through his red vision at the War Master, no more than 10 meters distant. He couldn't help but compare him to the original bearer of the title, Horus, beloved son of the Emperor, Lord of the 18 Legions. Talos had only seen the first War Master once, but it was a moment of devastating potency in the storm of his
No
memory.
doubt.
I saw the first War Master once.
He voiced aloud, without meaning to. Abaddon chuckled. A series of throaty, predatory grunts.
Where?
Just sounds like he's dying.
The Lunar Wolves in the capital
Holy
city.
fuck.
The Lunar Wolves.
Abaddon openly sneered at the use of his legion's first name, before they become the Sons of Horus, in honor of their Primarch, and long before they become the Black Legion to expunge the shame of their father's failure.
Days of blindness and war, based upon the darkest of lies.
True. But they were days of unity.
Talos said, recalling the majesty of Horus at the head of his legion, his armor of grey-white, polished to a finish of ivory and pearl. He was human, but more. Astartes, but more.
I don't know about
Contained
that.
within the first Primarch was all that was great and glorious within humanity, distilled to perfection by the flesh myths and gene weavers of the Emperor's hidden fortress. To stand within his sight was to bathe in light, to be flooded by inspiration more vital and real than the singing chemicals pumping through Astartes' blood.
But also fuck the Emperor, am I right?
Eye-aching brilliance. Horus drew everything to him, merely by taking the field. He
That old model was such a nightmare.
And
This one was this like, is this illustration like based off of a model? Straight up, this is how it used to look. That's kind of cool. I can't believe I like Abaddon now, considering how much he used to suck. Yeah, I'm back and forth on Abaddon. I don't know if I have like a distinct opinion on him yet, you know? Like he does some pretty badass shit, but it's also just kind of like, I don't know. You know, he's also got some weird shit about him as well.
Merely by taking the field, he ensured he was the fulcrum upon which everything spun. He became the heart of the battle, a maelstrom of slaughter.
He definitely does do some badass
untouched
shit,
by
though.
the mud
You
and
have
the
to
blood
admit.
of the battlefield, even as he reaped the lives of the foe. And Talos had barely seen him. He formed his opinion of the living god from the other side of a cityscape battleground, seeing little more than the juddering images allowed by his helmet-zoomed vision. As he sought to assess the Lunar Wolves' front line, it had been like glancing at a moving painting of an ancient hero. He looked to Abaddon. How times change.
What do you recall of War Master Horus?
My eyes hurt in his
The Siege and the
presence,
Black Legion novels
even
do heavy
from a
lifting for his
distance.
character. I gotcha.
I am Nostradamus.
We didn't finish off the Siege. We still
He
got
added,
that part
"No,
2 to
that
check
would
out
explain
sometime.
everything."
You Night Lords, so literal.
The thought seemed to entertain him, which struck Talos as petty beyond belief. Clarity came upon him in that moment. Abaddon was an avatar for what the traitor legions had become. Talos watched him now, knowing neither of them were the equal of their Primarch progenitors. None of the legions could make that claim. They were all mere shadows of their fathers, and their fathers had failed. The thought was a humbling one, and the weak claws of melancholy reached for his conscious mind again. These encroaching thoughts he dismissed with a scowl, refocusing his attention by acquiring target locks on the weak points of Abaddon's armor plating.
Oh shit.
Precious few existed, but he felt his armor's
No
machine
such thing.
spirit responding. Awakening again, teased back into anger. It helped him focus.
You have still not stated your reasons for summoning me, War Master.
I will be blunt, then. After all, we have a crusade to forge in the coming days. Tell me, Prophet, have you seen anything of the Krytha War in your recent visions?
No, lied Talos immediately.
No?
The War Master narrowed his eyes.
I have seen nothing that will help you plan. Nothing that will bring you new information or aid you in any way.
But you have seen something.
Nothing you have any right to know.
The claws chimed quietly as they clanged together, Abaddon closing and opening his gauntlet just once.
I am not famous for my patience,
He said slowly, his voice ripe with threat.
but it is enough that my suspicions are confirmed. You are a seer, and you have seen what will come.
You seem to care a great deal about my visions. I thought you had sorcerers of your own.
A streak of amused pride colored his words. Abaddon didn't seem to notice, or to care if he did.
They are having difficulty piercing the warp's veil. You, evidently, have done what they cannot.
Very
You
strange,
have witnessed
eh?
the future. It should not surprise you that a commander would wish dearly for such information. Talos,
Very true.
my brother. I have an offer for you.
I refuse.
Wow.
I thank you for the honor of whatever this offer might have been, but my answer is no.
Why so blatant a refusal?
Abaddon scowled now, the first time he had, and the grimace revealed filthy, blackened teeth behind his bluish lips.
I like how no matter what it is, he's just straight up saying fucking no to him, like straight up. Like, no, I'm not helping you, Abaddon. I can see the future, and no, I'm not telling you what it is. Go fuck yourself. Deal with it on your own. Not my problem. I didn't ask. Don't really care. Yeah, have fun. You know what I'm saying? Abby is naturally voiceover. Yeah. I kind of thought he was. He sounded a lot like him. That's awesome to say. Awesome to see, as always, too. Got quite a few good voice actors in here. I'm noticing as usual. I guess this one was made about a year ago. This video, the Talos video here. So about a year ago, which means we get access to some pretty good quality voice actors. I have to say, holy shit. Abaddon is alright, but he lacks a lot of on-screen feats and does get carried by the plot quite a bit. But at the very least, he's interesting, although he's not Archaon the Ever-Chosen. Yeah, true.
The grimace revealed filthy.
He's become
blackened
cooler
teeth
since the
behind
heresy
his
books
bluish
came
lips.
out. Did they add a
If you
lot
are
to him?
offering me the chance to lead the 8th Legion, I refuse because it is an impossible task, and not one within your power to grant. If you are asking me to leave my legion, I refuse because I have no interest in doing so.
You reject my offer without hearing it.
Your offer will not be in my interests. There is little of any legion in what remains to us, War Master.
That's
I no
very
longer
true.
believe we will be the death of the Imperium.
Holy shit.
I no longer believe we are true to our fathers.
Holy shit.
Corruption has its claws deep within many of us.
Then why do you still fight?
Abaddon's glower remained, his teeth clenched and his eyes roar in their open glare.
Because I have nothing else. I was born to fight, and forged in the fires of war. I am Hastati's.
But at least he'll do it his
I
way.
fight because it is right that we fight.
Damn.
The Emperor abandoned the Great Crusade and demanded humanity pave the way for his ascension to godhood. I don't expect to topple him from the Golden Throne, but such hubris, such evil must always be opposed.
And what of Kurz?
Talos stepped closer.
What
his
of
muscles
Kurz?
bunched.
You will not speak his name with such disrespect, Abaddon.
You think you intimidate me, worm?
I think I address your Primarch by his title as the First War Master, despite his ultimate failure.
That's true.
You will do the same.
Yo, that's actually fucking dropping his nuts on the table right there. That is facts, actually. He was showing him respect, still calling him the First War Master, and straight up, and now suddenly Abaddon's being a little bitch, not giving respect to Kurz as his Primarch, right? Or as Talos' Primarch, right? And it's like, what the fuck? Like, I can throw that shit right back at you, motherfucker. That's how you want to play. That's actually so fucking... That's good dialogue right there. I like that.
First War Master, despite his ultimate failure. You will do the same honor for the Lord of my Legion, who was vindicated even in death.
Then tell me, what of the Night Haunter? Does his murder mean nothing to you?
The Emperor betrayed
Abaddon being
my
a
Jinn
bitch.
father.
Oh heavens.
Even without the great
literally.
heresy's ideals, the need for
So
vengeance alone would be enough for me to live my life, only to see the Imperium fall. But you are right.
At this, Abaddon nodded again.
I respect the Night Lords as brothers, but you are right. You are a broken legion.
And you are not?
The War Master turned, his voice dropping to a threatening murmur.
What did you say?
Threat, threat, threat. The rune flickered.
Do you
Oh my
fight,
God.
War Master, because you believe you can still win? After centuries of defeat, after failed Black Crusades,
Holy
after
shit.
infighting and war has bled your legion dry and draped you in ignominy among the other legions, is it not true your men are slave to demons to make up for the great losses you have sustained since the death of
Holy
your Primarch?
fuck.
You leech strength from other sources
Oh,
because your
leech.
own legion's might is almost gone.
Oh my
Silence
god.
answered his proclamation.
He really is kind of just like Talos is really just backhanding Abaddon with his words here. I'm not gonna lie. Like, this is kind of, it went from respectful, and it like still, like, Talos is keeping a much more respectful tone about things than Abaddon was, but he's like voicing his opinion, his like stance, and it's just like he can't help but make Abaddon look like shit whilst doing so. Like, is it not true? Like, your entire legion's like wrought with demons. Your losses are fucking unsustainable. You know, you're basically all slaves to chaos at this point. Like, what the fuck? Like, holy shit. This is good. This is good. I'm liking this.
Legion's might is almost gone.
Silence answered his proclamation.
This meeting is a facet of that. You wonder about how my power will benefit your failing armies.
Oh my god.
Abaddon might have laughed. It would have been an act of a great leader to laugh, to humor a lesser warrior, to bring him around to his own way of thinking through persuasion and empathy, even if it were all false. But Abaddon was not such a leader. He was shrewd enough, at least, to guess Talos would never be fooled. The Storm Bolter barked once.
Oh, really? They end up fighting there?
The sins of the father, they say. Maybe, maybe not. But we were always different. My brothers and I, we were never truly kin with the others. The angels, the wolves, the ravens. Perhaps our difference was our father's sin. Perhaps it was his triumph. I am not empowered by anyone.
Yeah, you weren't
to
seen as
cast a
cousins,
crystal
you were more
eye
seen
of
like the
history of
third or
the
fourth,
Eighth
like,
Legion. These words
cousins, I
stuck
guess,
with me,
more
though.
so.
The sins of the father.
Like,
These
we don't know
words
you,
have
we're not
shaped my
related at that
life.
point, you know?
The
That's
sins
how
of
everyone
my
saw you
father
guys.
echo throughout eternity as heresy. Yet the sins of my father's father are worshipped as the first.
Talos has
acts
balls of
brotherhood.
adamantium,
I
yeah.
do not ask myself if this is
No, it
fair.
seems like he speaks his
Nothing
mind pretty
is
openly.
fair.
He's not afraid to,
The
that's for
world
sure.
is a myth. I do not care what is fair, and what is right, and what's unfair and wrong. These concepts do not exist outside the skull of those who waste their life in contemplation. I ask myself night after night if I deserve vengeance. I devote each beat of my heart to tearing down everything I once raised. Remember this. Remember it always. My blade and bolter help forge the Empyrean. I and those like me. We hold greater right than any to destroy mankind's sickened empire. For it was our blood, our bones, and our sweat that built it. Look to your shining champions now. The Adeptus Astartes that scour the dark places of your galaxy. The hordes of fragile mortals enslaved to the Imperial Guard, and shackled in service to the throne of lies. Not a soul among them was even born when my brothers and I built this empire.
Holy shit.
Was her vengeance. Let me tell you something about vengeance. My brothers and I swore to our dying father that we would atone for the great sins of the past. We would bleed the unworthy empire that we had built, and cleanse the stars of the false emperor's taint. This is not mere vengeance. This is redemption. My right
Doesn't
to
seem like
destroy
it, does
greater
it?
than your
Holy
right
shit.
to live. Remember that when we come for you.
Oh my god.
Talos stands before the War Master.
Like, I get it, damn, dude. Like, I get having that deep-seated hatred towards the Emperor. Like, I mean, like, yeah, I'd be salty too. And, like, that is, like, your final, like, you know, promise, I guess, to your Primarch, you know, your father, in a sense. But, holy shit, like, you guys could be doing so much more out there, I feel like, as the Night Lords, you know? Like, you guys could be actually making quite the difference out there. And you're just, like, casually just from the shadows, just, like preying on, like, the Empire, like, as it goes, the Imperium as it grows. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, come on. You guys can do a lot better. We're only an hour in out of, like, 4 here, so holy shit, that lot has happened so far. I'm kind of shocked. We're just getting on to part 2 here. A lot has fucking happened so far, and, like, I'm kind of surprised. Like, I definitely thought, like, you know, it was definitely going to be like a heresy, like, era character, something like that. And we're already, like, past the heresy. So this is definitely very interesting, for sure, you know?
When we come for you. Talos stands before the War Master Abaddon. It has been over 10,000
he's got a very rich
years
history,
in the material
clearly.
universe.
Didn't expect
10,000
that.
years since Talos, First Claw, and many of the Night Lord warbands had retreated into the Eye of Terror. In a realm where the laws of physics didn't apply, and where time was in flux. To Talos it has been mere centuries, since the war that took him to Terror, but since that night his father had died, and he had cradled his severed head in his arms, everything was breaking or broken. First Claw had lost Sarzel in the evacuation from Zagwalsa, as the Imperial forces had come for revenge. Sarzel's chain axe, now inherited.
Yeah, have a good night,
by
Hobbit.
Uzas
Talk to you later, eh? Thank you for
Claw,
tuning in. Appreciate
whose
it, man.
joining was met with disdain. Their sorcerer Reuven had abandoned them after First Claw escaped to Vandred's ship, the Covenant. Seemingly dissatisfied with the meaningless raiding nomadic lifestyle the Eighth was forced to live with. Even Vandred, a man he had once respected, had been swallowed by corruption. The Exalted, the creature called itself. In Terminator plate literally twisted and molded by the taint of the warp.
Damn, dude.
The very presence
That does
of
look
it
scary as fuck.
grated on Talos.
Looks very
It
cool.
was that twisted monster whose very alliance with the despoiler Abaddon had put him before the War Master. In his own suit of Terminator war plate, the War Master dwarfed his men and the Atramentar alike, and the consummately crafted black ceramite he wore was beckoned with ornate finery, emblazoned with brass and bronze edges,
Holy
and
shit.
bearing the glaring, slitted, fire-orange eye of Horus at the center of his chestplate. A cloak of grey-white fur, the hide of some huge wolf beast, was draped across his massive shoulders. As with his elite warriors, his back sported spear-like trophy racks, each of them impaling a clutch of Astartes helms. Several of them were at an angle to stare
Fuck, those are some
languidly
big
at
power
Talos.
claws, man.
Their dead gaze an unsuitable reminder of the
Holy
millions
shit.
of lives lost to the War Master's machinations. In 10,000 years of rebellion and heresy, Abaddon's right hand ended in a vicious power claw of archaic, unique design.
Right.
The bladed talons, as long as an Astartes arm, curved and glinted in the half-light of the flickering wall lamps. Horus,
That's Abaddon's power
favoured
claw.
son of the Emperor, had worn that gauntlet in the Great Crusade, and the
Yeah.
heresy that followed. He'd used it to slay the angel Sanguinius, and wound the Emperor unto the edge of
That's
death.
the Talon of Horus.
Now
Yeah,
the dread
yeah.
weapon graced the fist of his
A
genius.
lot of fucking history behind
the
that
leader
power
of
claw.
his
Goddamn,
fallen
dude.
Legion. That weapon alone almost brought the urge to kneel, to show respect to the one who had carried the blades of ultimate heresy. But it was the War Master's face that drew Talos' attention above all else. Abaddon would never be considered handsome, and the regal lethality emanating from him was nothing.
Abaddon's ugly as fuck, dude.
His face was
No offense.
lined and scarred from centuries of battle, the marks across his pale skin speaking of thousands of battles upon thousands of worlds. His head was shaven, but for a top knot of his blue-black hair.
Oh.
In his eyes, Talos saw the death of the galaxy. They burned with an inner light.
I will say, man, just personal opinion here, that top knot's fucking crazy. You gotta cut that shit off. You know what I'm saying? That like I don't mind a top knot, but a top knot that big, bro. Come on now. That shit's like 6 feet, 7 feet tall, man. 6 feet, 7 feet tall. That's like a 2 foot long, like top knot. Let's be real here. That shit's like 2 feet tall, probably. If I had to guess, like a solid like foot thick. God damn, dude. You gotta switch it up a little bit.
Eyes, Talos saw the death of the galaxy.
But you can
burned
rock a
with an
top
inner
knot. A top
light,
knot can look good.
made bright by the dreams of conquest.
That one's
that
kinda
infested
nuts.
Every
That's an
waking
extreme top knot.
moment, yet tinged with desperate fury. A longing to inflict vengeance upon the heart of the Imperium. Like chaos itself, Abaddon was a clash of contradictions. And Talos
My
hated
top knots
his
are getting to
warm
Abby sizes now,
welcomings.
are they? Holy shit.
You could almost smell the corruption beneath the man's skin.
You know he
Around
doesn't
the
wash it
sense of
either?
charm
Yeah,
and
no, he
metal,
doesn't.
And polluted flesh that teased the edges of Talos.
Doesn't know what a shower is.
Just like themselves, the War Master was a poor imitation of that time of legend. Abaddon wanted him. The value of the 8th Legion's so-called Soul Hunter, the Prophet. The 8th Legion was broken, and in this war of vengeance only he, the despoiler, could take the battle to terror. But Talos refused, and against his own better judgment, he implied he and his Black Legion were just as broken and weak.
Damn.
2 bolter shots fired, and Talos fell to the ground.
Damn, so
His
he actually
consciousness
shot
fading.
Talos there.
In the weeks prior
Holy
to this
fuck.
meeting, prior to this war of Christ,
What the hell?
the
I didn't
vision had
realize.
come
Like,
to Talos as first claw.
I know he like shot there at the end. We caught that he shot, but he actually fucking shot him. I didn't. Oh my god. I know he was talking some mad shit, kinda, but like, oh my god.
Prior to this war
Wow.
of Christ, the vision had come to Talos as First Claw were cutting down thin-blooded Blood Angel scouts. Aurum, the relic Blood Angel sword Talos had acquired in the years since their heresy, had often drawn fools seeking to reclaim the chapter's relic. But something went wrong. Talos fell to the ground. The convulsions were painful. His body spasmed as Syrian carried him away. The Exalted. Marines and crew of the Covenant listened to the Prophet's howls and mad ramblings in reverence over the Vox. Christ, Talos told the Exalted. Abaddon's war would call them to the world of Christ. Returning to his own quarters,
Word of
Talos
Christ.
strode
Oh my
down
God.
the lightless corridors of the Covenant of Blood. Perfectly adapted to Nostraman eyes, humans made places their own, decorated and customized, but Hastatis was a weapon. Their mark was so easily extinguished when they too left this life, as Talos entered his barren quarters. 91 hours, Talos had raved, lost in his vision. They were getting worse. A slave stepped forward. Septimus, a grimy middle-aged man, the 7th in the line of personal slaves.
Did they just make
had
Talos
owned.
Catholic? I think they
Some were
did.
murdered.
I think the captions fully just implied that that Talos was out there spreading the word of God and preaching Christianity straight up. But maybe I'm wrong. But the captions definitely seem to imply that a little bit. But we know better. We know better, of course.
The 7th in the line of personal slaves. Talos
As
had
based
owned.
as that would be,
Some were murdered.
I
Some
don't think
even
so.
died of old age. Some had fallen by corruption. Syrian stepped into the door's frame. Even now, after years of service, the presence of the legionaries spiked Septimus's fear. A rare, mirthless smile crept across Talos's face. Enjoying the fear they inflicted upon the mortal, he told his brother he had seen another vision, another location they must visit before Christ, and they were going home.
They gotta visit before Christ?
They needed to go to Nostramo. A meteor drifted under the light of a cold and distant star. Eurydice, a navigator of House Mervillion of Terror, looked to the sky as the rogue trader ship she traveled with exploded in orbit.
Jesus.
Something was coming. She hid in the dark.
Why are they targeting the rogue traders? They didn't do anything wrong. Come on, man.
Walk by, and then the monster, a myth of this age, an Adeptus Astartes in midnight blue plate, with lightning streaks across it. It was draped in chains and skulls. She took the crowbar in her hand and lashed out, only to be snatched and throttled by the superhuman. She unveiled her navigator's third eye upon her forehead. To look within was to drink of the very same madness of the warp. But the Astartes was unaffected. No. Behind the helm, he had closed his eyes. How did he know? How could he have foreseen? I am Talos, the monster spoke. And you are coming with me. A horde of servitors and a navigator, now named Octavia, the 8th slave. A prize from the visions of the prophet of the 8th. But yet another move that cemented the resentment of the Exalted. And Talos knew it. How the Exalted hated how valuable he was, and the influence he was unwittingly wielding within the warband. Even the Atramentar, the elite terminators of First Company, respected the Soul Hunter, and it made Talos feel good to upset the creature that had once been Vandrid. To the space above Christ, the Covenant finally drifted.
Space above Christ, the Covenant finally drifted. Holy shit.
In the center floated the Vengeful Spirit, flagship of the War Master Abaddon, a place where 2 Primarchs had died.
Got a Halo crossover in Warhammer here, apparently.
A wicked display in this 40th millennium, where living myths sailed the stars. The Imperial fleet arrayed against them held the line, as in the disquieting vacuum of space, munitions roared across the miles of emptiness. Even in the life he was known by Vandrid, the Exalted was praised for his genius in void warfare, a statement put to the test as the Covenant of Blood roared in front of the traitor line. It was suicide, a ramming attack vector that would kill the enemy and the Covenant. Only mere miles away, the Covenant pivoted hard. A barrage of all its guns and that of the Armada slammed into the pride of the Emperor, a relic of the heresy's age. The maneuver had definitely killed many of the mortal crew, but from the pride of the Emperor, the Exalted saw the ripples of the Imperial shields fail. The drop pods were launched. Talos felt the violent rumble. Zal and Syrian always took it in silent stoicism. As Uzas screamed over the Vox, skulls for the Skull Throne.
Oh my god.
The dragon's roar, the boarding
crazy
torpedo
fuck
hit through the hull of the Imperial vessel. First Claw was in. They were at the bridge door.
You can definitely see that like 50-50 like chaos mix like within like the Night Lords here. Like some are all for it, some are like nah, not my thing. You know, you got like the crazy fuck screaming skull for the Skull Throne over like the Vox. The other guys are just like, yeah, okay, whatever, man. Like just do our job. Shut the fuck up. Like
First Claw was in. They were at the bridge door. The terrified Imperials could hear the monsters knocking as a blade of gold began to pierce through its reinforcements. For the Emperor, the terrified humans screamed, only for another voice.
That's pretty much it, yeah. Like they don't tell them to shut the fuck up, but in their head they're like, oh god,
a reptilian
not this again.
Scream pushed
like,
through 3 lungs and amplified from an Astartes Vox pulsed through the Imperials. Ears bled, and all writhed in agony as Talos, Zal, Syrian, and Uza strode through the smoke of the chamber's door. The Admiral was the last to fall, praying to his God Emperor Talos spat. He had seen the Emperor a few times. Perhaps he was not a man, but he was no god. First Claw were darting their way back to the boarding vessels. Uzas seemed to be more coherent. Perhaps his bloodlust had been sated as he snarled, what should they do? The War Master's fleet was picking the ship apart like carrions to a corpse. The ship was breaking with them in it. Zal grabbed a human attempting to flee past. The man's uniform looked like every other, white and generic. He lifted the struggling man off the ground by his greasy hair, holding the officer's yelling face closer to his blood-stained faceplate. Through the Vox speakers in his helm's snarling mouth grill, Zal's voice came out at an insane volume. Tell me where you are stationed. At gunnery deck, the officer, quite deaf now, hurriedly drew his pistol in shaking hands and fired it point blank into Zal's face.
Fucking at an insane like volume. I just imagine it's just like fucking completely like ear rape over his fucking like over his Vox, just fucking where are you from? Fucking like what the fuck? I'd shit myself, dude. I'd be like, oh my god. He just like spittle if he was. I imagine if he wasn't wearing like a faceplate, like a helmet, it'd just be like a full face of just like spit, just like in the officer's face. He's like, oh god, like you know what I mean? Fucking like wiping it away, like oh.
Hurriedly drew his pistol in shaking hands and fired it point blank into Zal's face. The small slug pinged against
this full-on eardrums blown.
Zal's head back a little before ricocheting with a wet crack back into the man's own forehead. Zal
might be immature, but I just find that funny. Like I find like the extreme like ear rape beams just like funny as fuck. I don't know why.
You could hear that bastard Syrian laughing over the Vox. He knew what they would say after this mission. How they already jested about his seemingly deft diplomacy. The ship was breaking around them as they charged to the outer hull. The ammunition was low. It was always low in this age of scavenging. But four bolters roared as they punched into the vacuum of space. First Claw was sucked out, Talos smashing his faceplate into the walls as Zal snagged his leg. Pain flared over Talos' body as his lungs felt that they might explode. Blood washed over one eye lens as First Claw floated amongst the debris. The lights of a Thunderhawk washed over them as Septimus brought them into the hold. Wounded and before the exalted, Talos didn't hide his anger. 5 Astartes had been lost, even before they had a chance to board the ship. Ripped apart in their drop pod, the warband had been bleeding strength for decades. Just like his Narcusian gauntlet,
because you definitely just don't get them back.
Had fallen by the wayside. The Exalted licked its lips, espousing that it was a shame, but it was all worth the War Master's favour. Talos wondered if Abaddon even knew the skeleton crew that now operated as the 8th Legion. On Kryth, First Claw heard the bolt rounds outside the meeting of Talos and Abaddon. Zal, Syrian and Uzas readied their weapons as they stared down the Black Legion guard. But the Atramentar beside them told them to stand down.
Right.
There was no hope for the Prophet. What would they do? Declare war on the War Master and die here? Was the Exalted that jealous and threatened by the Soul Hunter, they thought? Or perhaps it was more than that. Perhaps he was being offered up to Abaddon. Would he choose to leave? Just like Reuven had. Talos opened his eyes to nothingness. The invasion of Kryth had barely begun when he was summoned to the War Master's side, and upon its surface he had been betrayed. To one who usually saw through pitch darkness as naturally as a mortal man saw in daylight, this scene was both unwelcome and unfamiliar. He turned, still seeing nothing, unusual for an Astraman. He was unsure if this was because there was nothing to see in the blackness, or if he had lost his sight. It occurred to him with no small amusement that he'd inflicted this very fate upon so many mortals over the years, forcing them to awaken in the darkness of the Covenant's interior. A cautious smile spread across his lips as he enjoyed the irony. The air was cold on his flesh. Flesh. The first hints of sensation. He could see himself now. His hands before his face, bone white and blue veined, and his tunic of dark weave. He was out of his battle plate. How could this be? Had the wound been so terrible?
Am I tripping balls? Like, what's happening?
Out of his armor.
Yeah.
And wait, his wound. His pale hands pulled open the front of his robe, bearing his chest to the darkness. His torso, a pale, sculpted echo of ancient Romani marble statues of their warlike gods, was unbroken by any wound. A figure, a Night Lord, spoke to him. This was the war. His soul was in the war.
I see.
And if he embraced the ruinous powers like this figure, he could be powerful beyond imagining.
So as it turns out, you're dead. But if you sell your soul and pay your tax and skulls for the throne or blood for the blood god, or if you get some people over to the debaucherous ways, then perhaps we can come to an accord and you can be so much stronger than you could ever dream. Yes. Like, do you think he's gonna take it, man? I don't know. I don't think he's gonna take it. He's probably gonna get offered some fucking some sweet nothings here, and I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens, I suppose. Holy shit.
Like this.
I don't think he's gonna do it.
He could be powerful beyond imagining. Other figures manifested about him.
It seems like he's been
behind,
pretty staunchly
one to the
not
right,
for it so
taking
far.
The cardinal points around where he stood in the darkness. He couldn't focus upon them. Each time he turned, he saw nothing except the other, existing at the edges of his vision. Avatars of the gods of chaos manifested. Each figure a reflection of what he could be.
Literally.
Slanesh, offering him perfection.
Oh yeah? Yeah?
His talents already infected his
Hmm?
brother Jerian. Talos recognized the next one, a weaver of fakes. Vandred was already this one's slave. And then Karneth, a bloody reflection of himself. It offered strength. Uzas already offered skulls to it, and its power could
weird way to say his name.
And at last, a rotted, bloated form who told him he had nothing to offer him. Talos told them all to go to hell. He had learned...
That's fucking hilarious. So they all wanted him. I see that. This is an extremely rare scenario where every single god wanted this guy. And Nurgle just straight up fucking comes to him. Everyone else is just like offering him, oh yeah, we can make you more powerful, we can give you what you want, oh yeah, we can teach you all the secrets, learn all the knowledge. Nurgle just shows up, he's like, yeah, I don't have anything to offer you, but you should join me anyway. I fucking hate Nurgle, dude. I fucking hate Nurgle so much, dude. Man, fuck that god. Fuck that god hard. What a little schemer there. He just shows up, I got nothing to offer you. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. Like,
offer him. Talos told them all to go to hell. He had learned of these entities in the long wars.
Thank God he tells them to just fuck off.
In this universe,
that's good. I like that.
A tool at most. He saw
stands on business.
Those he once respected and spat on that path. Black fluid vomited from
blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne, and skulls for the throne, blood and skulls, and nothing more. Yeah, literally.
He was alive. Abaddon hadn't killed him. He had tried.
He makes goo deals.
Mortal humans with weapons stood over his body, curious and prodding. Prey sight, Talos whispered. His helmet switched to targeting arrays. His arm snatched forward and throttled the first one. He rose quickly and killed the rest, interrogating the last for who his master is.
Damn, dude.
Who cast his soul into the warp. Reuven, the human, choked out as Talos murdered him. First Claw was gone. They had left Kryth, as Talos tried to contact them, but the Vox was dead.
Out of curiosity there, First Claw. Is First Claw essentially like a first company? Essentially, that's just another word for like first company, if I had to guess. Somebody let me know. I just want to make sure.
They had left Kryth.
I'm following along.
Talos tried to contact them, but the Vox was dead. He ran towards the landing site of their Thunderhawk and found it covered in flame and blood. Septimus's body.
First company? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
They had taken
just another word for it. Night Lord flavored word for it.
Talos used his apothecarian training to stabilize Septimus. It kept his anger in check for that moment. They had tried to corrupt him. Vandred, Abaddon, Reuven, to make him a talented puppet. a personal prophet
Sorry.
of the War Master.
Turning my phone
And
off.
now they had stolen his resource, his one advantage within the warband. He was going to kill them for this. The Soul Hunter left the Thunderhawk and began to run. He was on the hunt. His blood was pumping. He felt true purpose flood his veins, and it felt good. How long had it been? Reuven's lackeys, the ones who had taken Octavia, would be his prey. Once again, mortal men would know the fear.
Serving corn
of
would
the
honestly be
Night Hunters.
preferable to some foreman I've
For
had to listen
6
to.
minutes,
Oh, dude,
a
I feel
Superhuman
that.
warrior Darth
I 100% feel that, you know? Like, corn at the end of the day is very easy to please. Some of these old fucking crusty old fuckers that you have to work for, man, let me tell you, they just break your balls. You go out there, you slave away for these people, you know what I'm saying? Sweat on the brow, day and night, and they're just so, like, thankless, you know what I'm saying? They just don't give a fuck, some of these old crusty fucks. Oh, I used to work 80 hours a day out in the sun and no one ever thanked me. Go fuck yourself, dude. Like, I don't want to hear it, okay? First off, I don't want to hear it. Second off, you know that's bullshit, okay? Fuck you, I'm doing the same thing, and my money's getting me a lot less further than it was getting you. So go fuck yourself, plain and simple. Dude, I know exactly what you mean. That shit itches my ass, plain and simple.
fear
I know what you
of
mean.
Night Haunter's sons. For 6 minutes, a superhuman warrior darted through the rubble of Kryth, until the distinctive chatter of humans were picked up. Surrounding the beaten form of the navigator Octavia, the cultists of Reuven awaited their master, until a monster appeared from the shadows. Talos killed them faster than he wanted. He felt their fear and he heard their screams. As he played a little with his kill, he freed her from once the ballrooms and noble quarters of terror, and now half beaten and dead in the crumbling ruins of an imperial city. The navigator, Octavia, thanked him. Feeling that made Talos uncomfortable, because for the first time in his life, he was in some light a hero. The voice of Reuven crackled over the box. Reuven of the Black Legion now. It had been decades since his abandonment of First Claw. Reuven asked how could Talos refuse the
Used to work
offer
with a
of the
guy we called
gods,
Tampax. He only
because
worked for
was
1
his
week,
father's son.
then spent
Talos
3
told
weeks
him
not doing
he
anything.
was
There's a lot
Talos
of people
of
like that
eighth.
too, straight up.
All he had left was his brother's.
Manager at my last job, straight up, you know. So he's getting manager pay, right? We were all working. I was driving haul trucks, basically like 45 ton haul trucks, and this motherfucker had to sit in a pickup all night, and, like, you know, watch us do it, right? We were on night shift in the quarry we were working at. And this motherfucker would honestly just straight up like sleep most of his shift off. You try to like raise him on the radio, because we had radios in our trucks. You try to like raise him, this motherfucker wouldn't answer you. You drive by him, because like you gotta like drive by like where his pickup truck would be to go dump your load, right? You drive by him, fucking flash your high beams on there, and you just see like the seat like fully lounge back, fucking hat on the eyes, you know what I'm saying? Like fucking clearly like phone going like on the front, like on the front windshield, you know what I'm saying? And he's just like fucking passed out, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, what? And he's getting paid like fucking $5, $10 more than us an hour. Like, go fuck yourself. Like, what? Motherfucker, 12-hour shifts? Like, it'd be so nice to fucking just be able to sleep on a 12-hour. Holy shit. Goddamn, dude.
He was Talos of the 8th. All he had left was his brothers and the ideals of the Night Haunter. He'd almost lost the asset Octavia days after acquiring her. He'd almost lost Septimus and had been offered on a platter to Abaddon. Also, the War Master could weaponize his gift to vile gods. He spoke one last time to Reuven. Even during the Great Crusade, they had never liked each other. He promised that next time he saw him, he would kill him. The war on Kryth continued. The War Master's campaign had smashed and conquered most of the continent, and millions of Imperial defenders desperately tried to hold the line. In the orange haze of a setting sun, Talos, Zal, Syrian and Uzas rocketed down towards 7th Claw. They'd already lost so many of their number. How many of their brothers would be sacrificed on the anvil of the Exalted and the War Master's battles? The survivors of 7th Claw, Ademar and Sergeant Mercutian hunkered down as the enemy approached. Looming above, the god machines of a greater age walked, its towering strides rumbling the earth as the Titans of Mars stalked these traitors.
God damn,
Talos
dude.
and First Claw dashed through, as the recovered Septimus distracted it with a Thunderhawk. Talos had a plan, he told Seventh Claw, and it was damn near suicidal.
They're trying to take down a Titan
all the
here.
munitions upon the towering God Machine shields.
Yeah, good
Talos
luck.
couldn't help but watch as they flickered. He drew Orium and raised it, darting across the dust and rubble, and plunging it deep into the steel joints. First Claw placed the melted charges of their fallen brothers within the wounds and ran.
There's no
only
way.
to see Uza screaming in madness, exalting skulls and a throne.
Oh my
Talos
God.
tackled his brother and struck,
You crazy
trying to
fucker.
wake him.
Get a
only for
hold of
him to
yourself.
stare into the barrel of a plasma
Fuck.
cannon the size of a tank.
Oh my
This
God.
is not where I die, he thought. He had not foreseen his death here, but the moments felt like an eternity. An explosion roared from the Titan's leg, and the towering hulk began to topple. The Principe controller felt the pain sting through him.
That's exactly how
Connected
infantry would
through
take
his
down a
machine
Titan.
spirit.
I imagine it would look a lot like, you know, like the early days, like World War II, where like, you know, you basically had like AT rifles or like handheld AT essentially, like grenades and shit, like mines, satchel charges, that like, you know, like those old like training films where it just like showed like soldiers like running up and like placing like a fucking AP like grenade like in the track or something, like fucking pulling it out and running. It's basically what this is. Yeah, that's how they would operate. You just need like one guy get in there, ideally place like some satchel or something in the joints, you know, and ideally, hopefully, you watch it crumble. But we'll see.
Controller felt the pain sting through him. Connected
Shit
through his
spilled
machine
pretty tough,
spirit.
I think, in
The pain
40k.
transferring through the neural receptor.
I don't know if it'd be
network.
enough. Like
It
I don't know
tied
if
God Machine to
I don't know if like I guess in the context of 40k, like they have some very, very powerful like handheld explosives for sure. But I just know like in the like damn, like you know what I'm saying, you'd have to be packing quite a bit to bring down a Titan of any size, even a Warhound, you know what I mean? Like you'd have to, I mean a Warhound would be a little bit easier, but still, you know what I mean? You'd have to have a bit of oomph behind your explosive.
the pain transferring through the neural receptor network that tied God Machine to man. He opened his eyes to see the intruders who had now cut their way into this corpse. First Claw ascended within the machine, like parasites in a gut.
Melted
until
charges
they
are
came
insanely
face to
strong.
face
That's fair,
with
that's
their
fair.
prize.
And that's true too. I will say too, for me, right, as somebody like new to like the Warhammer scene, somebody that's obviously been learning, right? It is very, very hard to get a what's the word? Like an indication of power on certain weapons, I will say, right? Certain weapons, like obviously, you know, like they're fucking world ending, they're devastator weapons. Like they're gonna fuck some shit up, right? But other like smaller arms, like small to like medium sized arms, it's hard to get like an accurate depiction of like what they do and what they are, right? Because I hear like even like in video games and stuff, like the Warhammer video games, right? Like you play like Space Marine, right? And you see like the explosions and you see like the weapons in that game, right? And then you play like I haven't played Rogue Trader, right? But then you play Rogue Trader and like the weapons operate a little differently, right? And then you read the book and it operates differently. So it's very hard to get like, you know, I think an accurate feel for just like how powerful or how exactly a weapon works in 40k. You know, some it's easier than others, but for a lot of stuff too, I feel like it's like nuanced and it depends, right? It almost feels like it's hard to say, right? Maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just my interpretation of it.
Gut, until they came face to face with their prize. I am Talos.
40k weapons are as powerful as they need to be in the moment. I think they just call that plot armor, don't they?
Still bloody and wet on person. with
Pretty
a
sure they just
captured
call that plot armor.
princeps and a fallen titan. Talos should have felt exalted, but he felt no victory, no glory.
Oh, so they fell that tight?
This war, the War Master's war, was pointless.
It's big shit.
He was still not over what Abaddon had tried to do to him. And on the macro level, Abaddon threw them at opponents such as the Mechanicus. Men whose 8th Legion tactics of fear and psychological
Plot
warfare
armor,
were
40k,
wasted
shrugs.
upon. One could not
Facts.
inflict fear into a thing half machine.
You definitely
They
get
had
used
lost
to it, I
too
think,
many
that's for
brothers.
sure.
And Vandrid, or the Exalted,
Bolt Gun and
was
Dark
more
Tide feels really
concerned
nice.
with the threat that Talos posed to his leadership. a leadership that Talos didn't even desire. Talos
See, I've never
done.
played Dark Tide.
To the Hall of Remembrance he strode. He took the remnants of 7th Claw, Adamar and Sergeant Mercutian, absorbing them into First Claw. He would brook no complaint from the Exalted. The clear hierarchies defined in the Crusade era were gone, but even the older Adamar and noble-born Sergeant Mercutian acquiesced to the Prophet. A strange sensation flowed through Talos, a feeling he had rarely felt in his life, a sense that he had to change, that he had hope. He had to choose something to drag them out of this pointless cycle. He hung over a precipice, and he knew there'd be no going back. 10th Company was gone. The warband
Claws here, squad members?
dying,
Okay, I
but
got you.
something could stem the tide. Deltrian, a figure robed in black, one who had augmented himself to the height of an Astartes, with none of the inhuman muscle bulk.
Right.
To Talos, he resembled the skeletal harvester of life from the pre-Imperial Terran mythology.
Yeah.
It was an image shared across the stars by so many colonized worlds.
That would be super fucked looking. Having like the height of an Astartes, but none of like the muscle, none of the bulk, none of like the other features that would like resemble a physical Astartes, only the height. You'd look lanky as fuck, and like that would be a really disconcerting image, I feel like, to look at. Goddamn, dude. Like, I don't know. I feel like, yeah, that'd be really uncomfortable.
It was an image shared across the stars by so many colonized worlds, even those that had evolved independently of far, far distant Earth. A reaper of souls. Deltrian's face, visible from under the black cowl, seemed to play with this conceit, for reasons Talos had never fathomed. A silver skull grinned at the Astartes. The face was formed from chrome and plasteel, shaped to the man's facial bones, perhaps even replacing the skin and bone itself.
Thank you,
Vox
Nathaniel. I
bond
appreciate that.
like a coal.
Aren't Caradon's a Night Lord successor chapter? To be honest, I'm not sure. I think I've heard of them before. I believe they are, if I recall, if memory serves me right. I want to say, just like my time playing Space Marine, I want to say I saw them like kind of represented under that legion, but I could be wrong. Somebody let me know.
The skin and bone itself. A Vox bond.
Appreciate that though, Nathaniel.
Like a coal
Appreciate
black
the $2
beetle
there.
on his still human throat, emitted Deltrian's mechanical voice. There was an unusual tone of respect.
Unknown and never
emanating from
confirmed.
Talos'
Gotcha.
own voice, conversing with the dark Mechanicum priest that had joined them since Horus's war. Talos had no need to be polite, because what he asked brought out the closest thing of human excitement from the tech priest. He asked him to awaken Captain Malcharian. This was his gambit. This could change the path of the warband, and most of all, it would deeply upset the Exalted. Zal and Syrian stood by the sleeping dreadnought sarcophagus, while the rites of awakening were performed. The disgust between the two was unbearable. The Astartes who felt fear. Syrian, he wasn't worthy to be an Astartes to the duelist Zal. They were joined by the noble-born Mercutian, who hadn't quite earned their trust yet, but there was something they all knew. This awakening would not go undisputed.
No?
Talos looked up. Joining him inside the elevator's shaft stood Malek of the elite Terminators.
Oh,
the
no.
Atramentar. That first company had been broken upon Sevatar's disappearance. Their loyalty
Definitely not
claimed
someone you
by
want to fuck
various
with.
warlords such as Vandred once.
I
As
see.
a courtesy, Malek had come with a warning. He asked
That's the thing too. I feel like you'd have like so many disputed loyalties amongst like the Night Lords here at this point in time. Like it would definitely get confusing. You know, and I feel like companies would like pledge loyalties to like different people different times depending on like the situation, right? Like I feel like there'd be a lot of like political game in the Night Lords, unironically, as much as that would like look like amongst the Night Lords, you know? What does Night Lord politics look like? Well, pretty underhanded from the looks and sounds of it, but who knows, you know? They do have some pretty like great oratory skills. If Talos is any like any representation of the oratory skills of like some of the other Night Lords. I will say they can fucking throw down with their words, like straight up. They're pretty good talkers. Like not even any bullshit about that.
As a courtesy, Malak had come with a warning. He asked Talos if he was blind to what he was doing. Did he think he was the only one who held their father's counsel? The servitors, the navigator Octavia, the princeps prisoner.
The Night Lords, the Night Lord in charge is whoever can kick an old lady the furthest. Oh my god.
Was trying to rebuild the
is that true?
in his image. Should the Exalted's own navigator die or fail, all would look to Talos. And now he was making himself a target for the Exalted. The Vox pinged from Syrian. It was beginning. Within the halls of remembrance, the doors opened. A figure in Terminator plate, shouldering depictions of an Nostraman saber cat, and armed with lightning claws that sparked with hateful energy. Vral, the pet of the Exalted, licked his teeth and charged.
Oh my god.
The binaric and human screams of Deltrian were drowned out.
Well, let's say real quick here too. The Night Lords, I might not agree with them. Yeah, like, their morality, their ethics, whatever have you, if you want to call them ethics. Might not agree with all that. That being said, fucking their armor, oh my god. Some of the, I'm not going to say the best armor, but up there. 100% up there. Fucking love the style of their armor, especially this Terminator armor, man. Like, that helmet looks fucking badass. The teeth on that, literally, that looks fucking sick. Like, you do have to admit, like, the chains, the skulls, fucking the dark blue on the gray, the silver, it does look fantastic. It does look fucking absolutely, like, makes, I don't know. I feel like if I was ever to get, like, a heretic force, it would definitely either be, it would be between Thousand Sons or Night Lords for the looks, you know what I mean? Thousand Sons or Night Lords.
As Zal, Syrian, and Mercutian fought desperately against the walking tank, blood, sparks, and bolterfly flew around the sacred chamber as first claw were thrown around like dolls, only able to score minor hits against this beast. Syrian's arm was cut off below the elbow, and Mercutian was down. Zal prepared for the onslaught when a revving sound powered up. 6 explosive
World Eaters to me look the coolest, that's fair. The World Eaters also look very cool, to be fair. They all look good in their own way. I think it's just very much personal preference, for sure.
I heard bolt of fire. A voice emanated from distorted speakers. The War Sage had arisen. The command room had never been so full.
Oh god.
The entire warband had
fucking
come
poor
to
Imperial
witness the
Guardsmen in the grip
Captain
there. Oh
Malcharian,
no.
the War Sage, the legend. The Exalted watched the dreadnought like a raptor, thinking of the mangled corpse that sat within. 2 voices screamed in fear within the Exalted's body. Malcharian was a man feared by the human and the demon within. You have changed, Malcharian
That
said.
poor guardsman, yeah, I'd hate to be that guy. That looks awful. That looks genuinely fucked.
I have awoken, torn from an eternity of nightmares. Each one a memory of our greatest failure. The Soul Hunter tells me that the war calls once more. You will tell me of that war. He was last a man fighting on the walls of terror. 3 champions slain, their trophies added to his rack. And now he stood, half dead, but still the Legion's greatest relic, and an asset for Talos. A tool to steer the direction of the warband. First Claw prepared in their arming chamber. Once again, after months of battle, they were destined for Kryth. How is the Voidborn? Syrian asked Septimus. The slave froze, concern barely hidden upon his half-mechanical face. The Voidborn, a child born to the slave population within the Covenant of Blood. A symbol of hope, even for the Astartes. A child born in a near lightless warren, hit close to home for the Nostramans within the Maw. Even Talos had offered her his personal protection. Murder was common within the dark and damp halls of the Covenant, between the mortal men and women, and especially the Astartes.
Yeah, no shit.
Practice the arts they honed during the Great Crusade.
Oh my god.
Unwilling victims. Once again, the warband landed upon...
Did they really have to add, like, unwilling victims there? No, yeah, I'm willingly going to choose to get murdered by some, like, Night Lord fucker. Like, no, dude, no. No, I don't want to get, like, stalked like Freddy Krueger in the night, bro. Like, no. Yeah, you don't have to add unwilling there. You can just say victim. Like, we know, like, you know. It doesn't have to be made clear. We get it.
Defenders were broken and crushed.
Holy shit.
As once again, Malcharion the War Sage headed to battle. Even other Night Lord warbands looked on in awe at the machine of death. His autocannon booming as he screamed war chants.
Anything concerning the Night Lords, you don't have to add in unwilling, I feel like. It's all unwilling.
But at the height of their supremacy, the warning came through. The War Master had made another mistake. The Blood Angels chapter had broken through the rear guard in the void. The Covenant was going to be boarded immediately. The Exalted finally saw it, as the War Master ordered the Covenant to intercept like a sacrificial lamb. Finally, the War Master Abaddon had made too many mistakes. Talos was right. The Covenant of Fire dove. Flames scorched the surface as through a mangled mouth. The Exalted ordered all claws and the Night Lord warbands to retreat back to the Covenant. The war was over. The Eighth were never meant for an open fight. But if the Blood Angels were coming, they would kill them. Ave Dominus Nox, the Exalted spoke. We are being boarded by Blood Angels.
Oh, fuck.
Kill them all. Talos felt his soul sing as he stood beside First Claw.
Very interesting that even they can recognize, like, if we get in an upfront fight with the Blood Angels, they're going to fucking butcher us. Like, it's not going to go well for us. If we have to fight like somebody our own size, no, we're not made for open engagements like that. Straight up, no.
Talos felt his soul sing as he stood beside First Claw. Sal, Syrian.
I wonder if we're going to see some Blood Angel action here.
Adamar. Back aboard the Covenant, they hid within the shadows of the near-pitch black holes. Time in the Eye of Terror had left its mark, as warp taints were strong within these sections. First Claw fell down upon the advancing Blood Angels, Aurum cleaving through ceramite, and chainswords and bolters ripped apart the false Emperor's servants. The howls of Uzas only stopped as his mouth was filled with blood and torn out gene seed. Slowly the Night Lords picked apart the Blood Angel borders. Traitor, loyalist and human serf bodies piled high throughout the ship as the hours went on. First Claw pushed deeper as another wave of Ninth Legion sons flooded towards them.
Hey Jake, how you doing, man?
The ground
Good to see you here.
To rumble.
Thank you for tuning in.
Talos'
Appreciate
black
it.
eyes widened as a walking tomb pounded at them. A Blood Angel's dreadnought bellowed out in challenge, only for an equally intimidating and emotionless voice to answer back. And that voice soothed Talos like a balm as Malcharion the War Sage entered the fray.
Nice.
The dreadnoughts clashed in a violent storm of metal and sound, each thrust shearing off ceramite as two titans fought amongst the men at their feet.
Holy shit.
First Claw and the War Sage fought like animals, the wounds on Talos pouring life essence as he felt his superhuman genetics fail to keep up with the damage being taken.
Jesus.
Adamar, the veteran, died before him.
Oh, really?
And others collapsed due to their injuries. But when the last
they're getting fucked up here.
Fell, silence reigned.
Oh, really?
The War Sage, Malcharion's dreadnought, lies still, tangled in the mess of the Blood Angel's warrior that had put him within it 10,000 years before. Talos, Zal, and Syrian dragged themselves to the Blood Angel's sarcophagus, cutting it open and gutting the mangled corpse with Aurum's clean edge.
How fucked up. So they actually managed to beat the Blood Angels there. Not only that, but they took very bad casualties, especially losing Macharion there, that dreadnought. He's been around for fucking ever, dude. Again, like, the losses here are not sustainable for them. Everyone they lose, I don't think they really have a recruitment pool, like, anymore. At least not like a how you say, like, a permanent, sustainable one to any degree. I don't think... Can the Night Lords still recruit at this point in time? Somebody let me know. I don't think they're really capable of it, really, like, to much degree. I think that's the problem that most Traitor Legions are having, right? Is the fact that literally you can't make more of yourself at this point, right? Very, very hard to say. Very hard to say. Yes, Andrew, very true. Yes, if you guys aren't in the Discord, come on down, join the Discord, guys. It's awesome to see you guys there. Come on down, join the Discord. Also, leave a like on the stream if you guys haven't. You know, it helps out a ton. Make sure you guys leave a like. Appreciate that a lot, guys.
Open and gutting the mangled corpse with Orum's clean edge. Malcharian had earned his rest, though Talos had only awoken him a short time before. In defiance of the Exalted's will, Malcharian had earned his rest. Talos fell to the ground, his wounds pouring. He kicked over another Blood Angel corpse, claiming its armor for himself. The attack had been repelled, the fires faded, and the blood coagulated.
This is only one warband, so who knows? That's fair.
The Covenant jumped into the warp. The Covenant of Blood was near broken after the escape from Kryth. First Claw had time to heal their wounds, until information came to them that changed everything. The Covenant drifted above an Imperial world. An ecclesiarchal priest cheered to the thousands and the millions, whilst within the shadows, a demon waited for its kill, only for the Lords of Night to ambush the very killer itself. First Claw captured an Imperial assassin, and the torture began. They would find what they needed. They would find the secret they know was being kept from them. Barely a mangled mess, and taking longer than expected, they found the truth of a rumor that had been spread to them. The warbands of the 8th Legion, a massing of thousands of Astartes, sieged an Imperial monastery. First Claw had the honor of leading the foot slog towards the walls. Out of the snow they passed the corpses and wreckage, delving within the monastery's catacombs, where they would eventually find it. Here they would find what they were looking for, an ancient recording, 10,000 years in its making, from M. Shen to the Inquisition. A damaged and static-ridden recording of the Night Haunter's last moments. Sacrilege that the Imperials had ever had it. Legionaries cried under their helms, chanting Ave Dominus Nox.
That is kind of crazy.
Beginning in a low whisper, into a thundering howl that rocked the very walls itself.
Kind of fucked up that there was a final recording of that. I'd assume there must be, right? I mean, it's just like nowadays, right? Like if you're telling me that they don't have footage of like the, you know, some of the top level kills of the day, let's call it, they absolutely do. You just don't see it, unfortunately, right? Kind of makes sense that the Imperium would have something very similar here, you know? Shit, and the fact that they've been storing it, wonder how the Night Haunter, I wonder how the Night Lords kind of got wind that they had it, you know? Is there a little bit more of an explanation to that? Like, did they hear rumor? I guess they interrogated that assassin, and that's kind of where they got the knowledge from it. But was that just like a kind of a random instance, or was there like it led on? You know, I guess there was a rumor of it existing.
A low whisper into a thundering howl that rocked the very walls itself. Not since the death of their father had so many brothers been in one place. Not since the night that Talos lost his father had the Legion been whole. The warbands once again split as the Covenant sought to replenish. The Exalted's navigator had been assassinated by the Blood Angels, only leaving Octavia, Talos' slave, to take the mantle. In spite of the war they had suffered on Kryth, the warband's numbers had been swelled by other Night Lords of fellow warbands, caught out by Abaddon's failure. Even the Raptors with the Bleeding Eyes.
Games Workshop sets out certain guides to how groups act, but feel free to write and adapt your own project. That's a good way to put it, Andrew.
The Covenant itself was in dire shape.
Certain things are told fact, others are hinted at. Some are just mystery, so write your own story. That's fair. That's very fair.
Child,
that's the cool thing about 40k. You can really take it and go with it in your own way.
Boarding. They needed to rebuild. Noble-born of Terra Octavia assumed the Navigator's throne, and the Covenant once again entered the warp.
You will come with us to Vilimus.
I knew this was all going too well.
Syrian voxed over a private channel. Talos ignored him.
That is the price of my aid. When we lay siege to Vilimus, Your forces will be in the vanguard.
The seated figure added. Lord Huron's throne room in Hell's Iris was hardly devoted to any suggestion of subtlety. The station's war room had been converted to a monarch's chamber, repleted with a raised throne and rows of crusade banners hanging from the ceiling. Rows of bodyguards, supplicant and beseechers lined the walls, human, renegade, and creatures lost in the mutable state of those enthralled to chaos worship. The decade showed its stains with unwashed pride, blood, burns, and greyest slime in equal measure, while the air bore the stink of something sulphurous, rising from beneath the gathered warriors. It all added to the pain-muzzled buzzing inside the prophet's skull.
Nothing,
Mercutian voxed quietly,
bears the same stench as a red corsair haven.
Talos
Damn,
had
dude.
replaced his own helm upon entering the station.
Yeah,
We
that
have
place
to
totally
agree
smells
to
like
his
shit.
wishes. Huron won't let us leave alive if we refuse.
His offer is suicide.
Syrian pointed out,
We should confer with the exalted.
replied Mercutian. Zar smiled behind his faceplate.
Well,
The enthroned figure asked. Lord Huron's ravaged features stared with delighted interest. He was not a man with a mind to hide his emotions, and what remained of his human face was twisted into a leer that bled superiority. He knew he had won even before these dregs of the 8th Legion came before him to beg, and he felt no qualms in showing the triumph across his brutalized visage. Yet, even in his monstrous exaltation, little of pettiness showed. He almost seemed to share the joke with First Claw. Talos rose from his knees. Behind him, First Claw did the same. Variel stood to the side, his face a careful mask of passionless boredom.
It will be done, Lord Huron. We agree to your terms. When do we sail?
Huron reclined in the osseous throne, the very image of an ancient, indecorous warlord.
as soon as my work crews have resurrected your broken covenant of blood. A month, maybe less. You will provide the materials.
Talos nodded.
The Ganges raid was most fruitful, my lord.
But you
yes,
fled
me
from the
raid was
Marines'
most
errand.
fruitful.
Not as fruitful as the venture might otherwise have been, eh?
Well, it's a raid.
Lord.
The prophet watched.
Well, I mean, listen, that's the whole point of a raid, though, right? Is to attack, take, retreat, right? You're not there to attack and hold and defend. No, you're there to raid and retreat. That's the whole point. I think that's successful. Very fruitful.
Might otherwise have been, eh?
No, Lord.
The prophet watched the warlord, wishing it was easier to dislike Huron's disarming informality. A strange, reluctant charisma bled from the Corsair Lord's wounded cuirass in a trickling aura.
I watched the Covenant drift in, you know. How you let such a grand ship fall into ruin is, I suspect, something of a tale.
It is, sire. I would be glad to speak of it at a more opportune time.
This ship is
Talos
fucking
conceived.
disgusting.
Huron blinked his dry eyes. Mirth enlivened them, and his shoulder guards rattled with the laughter he kept beneath his breath.
Now seems the perfect time, Night Lord.
Around the
Tell
chamber
me
were
now.
the rumbling chuckles of legionary voices.
Let us hear the story now.
Talos
Wow.
swallowed, his mind racing beneath the pain. Huron's conversational noose was as simple and blunt as it was unavoidable. In a moment of foolish instinct, he almost glanced at Variel.
My lord,
The prophet inclined his head.
I believe you already know the vital aspects of our sufferance at Kryth. A more poetic voice than mine is required to do the tale any justice.
Huron licked his corpse lips.
Indulge me.
Was that literally just like a deference of blame? Is that what he just fucking tried to pull there? oh, yeah, well, here's the list of the names who are responsible. Like, what the fuck? But, oh, I couldn't explain it. You know, myself, I'm a bad orator, you know. Perhaps someone else might be more fitting for to tell you the tale, you know? Like, what the fuck? Holy shit, like, just completely, like, push the blame onto somebody else there. Let somebody else tell them. That's not on me. Yeah.
Speak to me of how you betrayed the Black Legion and ran from the Blood Angels.
More laughter from the armed audience.
I curse the Exalted for sending us to do this.
Syrian sighed.
He's baiting us.
Zal's voice was low, cold. The Prophet wasn't so sure. He bowed theatrically, feigning a role in the amusement at First Claw's expense.
Forgive me, Lord Huron. I forgot how difficult it must be for you to receive pure information on the war waged by the First Legions. Those of us who once walked at the sides of the Primarchs tend to forget how distant and isolated the lesser renegade Hastatis must feel.
Damn.
I will tell you of Abaddon's preparations for the coming crusade.
That is true. There's
and
no
the
communication.
Night Lord's
Can't really
place
blame
within it,
them.
of course. I only hope you will enlighten us as to whatever games you and your pirates have been playing
Pirates?
so far from the war's front lines.
As Talos' words fell across the silent chamber, Uza sniggered like a child over the Vox.
And you rebuke Zal for his diplomacy. You've killed us all.
Oh my god.
Mercutian sounded aghast. Talos said nothing. He merely watched the warlord upon the throne. The ranks of the Corsair stood at attention, waiting for the order to open fire. A stunted, inhumane creature skittered around their armored boots, cackling to itself. Huron, master of the Maelstrom, and the largest pirate war fleet in the eastern reaches of the galaxy,
Jesus.
finally allowed his face to split into a smile. It took obvious effort to make the expression. The grin formed from twitching muscles and quivering.
What sort of idiot takes on Night Lords at a roasting contest?
I to walk upon this
couldn't tell you, man.
In my
They seem pretty good at it for some reason. Like uncannily good at it.
Entertaining sense of humor.
Huron drummed his armored talons.
They tell the best Yo Mama jokes? Yeah, fuck, maybe.
Releasing a mouthful
I haven't
of
heard it
laughter
yet.
closer to a gargle.
I am glad to entertain you, Lord, as always.
Talos was smiling himself.
Guy kind of sounds like the same guy that voices, who is it? Hellbrick from Hell's Reach. Kind of sounds like the same guy a little bit, or at least like the same like tone. You know what I mean? That nasally fucking like sort of tone.
Lord, as always.
Talos was smiling himself.
You are still a soul blinded by overconfidence, you know.
It is a curse.
The Prophet agreed. The warlord gave another of his burbling, throaty chuckles. The sound of an unspattable.
Their father was the best at it? Maybe. When he wasn't losing his fucking marbles, yeah. In the early days, I think he was pretty good at it.
Throat.
And what if I not required you for this little task, Legionary? Then what?
Then you'd have aided us from the goodness of your own heart, Lord.
I can see why the Exalted loathes you.
The Corsair
Damn.
Lord grinned again. It bled the tension from the chamber in a rush of acidic breath. Huron rose, gesturing to the Night Lord with oversized metal claw. At the movement, the creature loping around the chamber, a hairless, wretched little quadruped with skin
White Scars are the best at roasts.
scampered over to the
White Scars
wall
have some pretty good
and
ones, to be
climbed
fair.
Huron's armor plating with its
See, I think the White Scars are arguably, you're probably right, they arguably probably are the best at it because they're so unbothered by like bullshit, you know what I mean? They just kind of say it how it is, and most of the shit that like is said to them as like a retort just doesn't affect them in like the way it like normally would to any other Astartes or any other like legionary, you know what I mean? Because they don't like, they're prideful, but they're also like not. They're like, you know, like they're what's the word? Calm, I guess. Like, if they hear an insult, it's just kind of like, okay, yeah, but you're also just a fucking idiot, so who are you to insult me? You know what I mean? I definitely get that mentality about them a lot. It's good shit.
scampered over to the warlord and climbed Huron's armor plating with its knotty talons. The Corsair Lord paid it no heed as it clutched onto his back-mounted power pack, gripping with his taloned hands. Swollen eyes glared at the Night Lords, and its awkward teeth clicked together in a stuttering rattle.
What the hell is that?
Syrian breathed. Talos whispered a reply.
I'm not sure I want to know.
It looks like someone skinned the spawn of a monkey and a dog. I believe one of you should tell the Blood Reaver that he has an abomination crawling over his back.
I think he knows, Sigh.
Huron beckoned to them again, his claws squealing as its joints moved.
Come, warriors of the First Legions. I have something of yours that you may wish to see.
Huron's movements drew the Prophet's eyes more than once. The master of the Red Corsairs was
Interesting, they're seeing like demons and shit, and they're like, what the fuck is that?
The suppressed power in every jerking movement. Seeing him now, this close.
Scars, roast, and banter are like Brits and Aussies. They just throw out insults and laugh at what gets said back. Yeah, that's kind of the sense I get too. Canadians are very much like that too. I think all Commonwealth nations, to be honest.
Stubborn to die. Had he been mortal, Talos suspected Huron's presence would be enough to cow him into obedience. Few other warlords exuded such an unpalatable aura of threat, born of a destroyed face, a pained smile, and the growl of fiber bundle cablings in his armor joints. But then, few other war leaders commanded a secessionist empire, let alone an astral kingdom of such immense size and might.
Something in my face interests you, Prophet?
Your wounds, my lord. Is there much pain?
Huron bared his teeth to the curious question. Both warriors were the painstaking product of extensive, archaic genetic manipulation and biosurgery, making pain a relative concept to post-human warriors with 2 heartbeats, 3 lungs, and the habit of spitting acid.
Great deal,
the Corsair Lord said, leaving it at that. Behind First Claw, the lumbering forms of the Red Corsair Terminators filled the corridor, plodding along in tank-like obstinance. The hairless little mutants scrabbled around their heels. Syrian kept casting looks back at it.
Before I give you this gift,
Huron's tongue moistened his cracked lips again.
Tell me, Night Lord, why you risked that ludicrous jest with me in the throne room?
The answer came smoothly.
Your empire is a cancer webbing through
Holy
the Imperium's heart. And it is said that you command as many warriors as any Legion Lord, except for the War Master himself.
Talos turned to glance at Huron.
I wonder if that's true, actually.
Features outlined by a target lock.
I do not know if that is true, Lord Huron, but I doubted such a man would be so petty or ungracious as to vent his anger over a few spoken words.
True.
Huron's reply was no more than a flicker of amusement in his bloodshot eyes.
Will we even want this gift?
Zal voxed to the others.
Not if it's what I think it is.
Syrian's voice came back, a little distracted.
That little thing is still following us. I may shoot it.
Huron announced, bringing them to a halt.
I do not speak any of the Badab dialects,
Talos confessed. Huron answered by gesturing to a sealed bulkhead door with a massive power claw. The curving talons had been painted the same red as his ceramite a long time ago. But battle had slowly disintegrated the weapon's appearance, leaving it scorched black from flame. The tyrant inclined his head to the Night Lords, and the overhead illumination strips reflected their light back off the chrome portions of his bare skull.
Here is what I wished you to see. Tormenting it has been both useful and entertaining, but I suspect you would take pleasure in seeing it as well.
Is it
Consider
the claw of
this viewing
Conrad?
a token of gratitude for accepting my offer.
The bulkhead began to rise, and Talos resisted the urge to draw his weapons.
Keep your helms on,
the tyrant warned.
What are they about to see here? Man, I really wonder what he was about to show them there. That's got to be something big. No spoilers, of course. I'm sure we're about to find out here soon, but they're really building that up. And I like how they're even talking amongst themselves. Is this a gift we're even going to want? Like, knowing the fucking, like, cults of chaos, what's going on here? Like, we don't want that shit. Fucking, yeah. Who knows, right? Who knows what you're going to get with these people, right? You got no idea. We have the Legion pride ourselves on banter? Yeah, we definitely do. We definitely do. No, it's a good time, guys.
Blood struck the Ganges station, a Marines errant chapter outpost, utilizing the captured Principe to forge a Vox resonance.
I really like the community we have here. It's great.
Infiltrating within, the warband struck, gathering supplies and slaves to refill the Covenant's halls. But Uzas, the mad dog, had let the bloodthirst overwhelm him, killing a member of Third Claw. Somehow, he seemed to be getting worse. Dal Karus of Third Claw knocked on the door as Talos, Zal, Syrian and Mercutian stood over the strapped-down, raving Uzas. The vision kept coming to Talos of Uzas attempting to kill Syrian on a world of rain and lightning, a thing that had not come to pass. Sometimes his visions were wrong. First Claw had been debating on whether to kill Uzas themselves when Third Claw had come for revenge. 7 legionaries stood outside the door, demanding Uzas. "Free me, Talos," Uzas spat through his guttural speech. "Let me stand in midnight clad." Talos knew he should.
The corn guy's getting crazier. Who knew that would happen? Yeah.
All he had left.
Yeah, it's not like his sickness just gets progressively worse over time. I feel like it's chaos in general.
The door exploded open.
They all fucking lose themselves as time goes on.
Burst from grenades. In the prey sight spectrum, red lenses flared. They burst forth.
Yeah, Admiral. Have yourself a good night, man. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you tuning in, man.
With each second, Third Claw fell one by one. They were no match. Dal Carriers stood last, begging to join First Claw. Why? Why didn't he just kill Uzas? This could have been done with. A bolt around silenced the weakling. Talos, Zal, Syrian, Mercutian, and Uzas stood, blood pouring from their wounds, and their armor utterly wrecked. Still bleeding, Talos was summoned by the Exalted, escorted by the creature Lucorphrius. The raptor's body had been long twisted by the warp. It suited him better to crawl on all fours rather than walk upright. His jump pack melded into his body. The rituals of the raptors, exalting their own dark creeds and own warp taint, disgusted Talos.
Yeah, no doubt.
In the Apothecarian, Talos stood before the thing that had once been Vandred. But instead of jealousy or even an ambush, the Exalted told him that he was right. He had been right for a long time. The warband was dying, even more after Kryth, and they needed to rebuild. A job for a former apothecary to start. But only one place could offer them those resources. A place they had been before and were despised. Talos felt his body shut down as he limped back to his holdings. In the near lightless corridor, a legionary stood before him, and it was the last person he wanted to see. Uzas. Now the tables were turned. Perhaps Uzas would kill him now. Uzas toyed with his gladius in his grip. Talos' vision swam, but he looked upon the bloody handprint on his brother's faceplate. He remembered the woman Uzas had crushed slowly, trying desperately to push away from the monster as a city burned around them. Uzas told him he was arrogant, so sure of himself, too proud to accept that he was just like the rest of them, just like their father, broken and monstrous.
True.
But no, only Talos believed there was some purity within him, as if holding to the old Nighthaunter's beliefs of justice actually meant something, like it changed who he was inside, and what he had done. Uzas let Talos go, and then he collapsed in his room as the Soul Hunter's body began to slowly heal. Visions swam again in his mind as his body convulsed. Nostramo detonating, Uzas killing Syrian, and the Eldar, the very same ones that attacked Sagwalsa the night their father died, A storm in flesh, with a rain of blades.
A lot of
She
perfect
who
shit
stalked
happened
the
that night,
void,
eh?
The storm of
Very
silence.
convenient things.
Talos awoke quickly, finding his hand wrapped around Octavia's neck, as her loyal servant, Hound, pointed a gun at his face. He could have killed the blind old man for that. Talos let go as Octavia coughed. He didn't like being surprised. The new navigator of the Covenant had come to confide in her master, asking about his visions. Was she truly even interested? Or was it an opportunity to speak of what she'd truly come to say, telling Talos of the void-born child ghost haunting her? Octavia stared
Void-born
into a
child
face
ghost.
that could have been handsome, if not ravaged by the Astartes process.
Damn.
Talos told her to go back to her throne room. Ignore the machinations of the warp, because the Covenant would be traveling into the Maelstrom. To Hell's Iris the Covenant drifted.
M40
The blending
now.
of the warp
Okay,
and
we're
real
at the
space
start
was
of
madness and
M40.
order perfectly combined.
Well,
A
I'm
continent of
49,
steel
so
populated by carrion feeders.
basically
All
M41.
under the domain of Huron Blackheart of the Red Corsairs. The renegade, the pirate king who commanded a force on a sector of space that rivaled a near legion size of old. The welcome wasn't warm. The last time Talos and the warband had docked here, it had ended in violence. First Claw stood before the Blackheart, and the exchange was tense. First Claw knew the only reason they lived was because the legionaries of the First Legions would be needed for a task.
Right.
The Covenant would be repaired, of course, and Huron had a gift for them. Suspended in chains in a room so bright it stung the eyes. Reuven, former First Claw and now former sorcerer of Abaddon, hung. The singing light was pure torture to one born of Nostramo. Talos immediately drew his gladius knife and held it to his brother's cheek. He had promised he would kill him the next time he saw him.
Damn,
The
dude.
traitor had been abandoned as Abaddon's pet, and bled of his secrets, hanging now emaciated to the point of death. Talos couldn't believe any words from his mouth. Reuven always lied. He'd
Oh.
abandoned First Claw. He had thrown Talos to the War Master. Thrown him before those so-called
Huron
gods
is a
of the
gimp.
war.
Funny story of his fall
First
from
Claw
grace.
chuckled
Yeah.
as they left. Reuven screams for help, unsightly for a son of the 8th.
That's
They
fucked
left
up.
him to a fate worse than death. At the repairs of the Covenant
So
began,
he abandoned them and
Talos
they
moved
eventually
through
got their
rotting
hands on him.
walkways of
That
the
fucking
floating
sucks,
city
man.
of Hell's
That's
Iris.
definitely not what you want.
He clasped wrist to wrist with a brother. A man who wore the red and black of another warband. A man whose life Talos had saved decades ago on the world of Frigga. Variel. The
Mario.
apothecarian Variel. Affectionately named the Flayer, for the living skin bound to his armor.
What the
Crafted with
fuck?
material of those who got on his nerves.
Oh my god.
Talos' midnight black eyes stared into the eye.
Yo, what the fuck? So this guy just has like fucking skin armor? Like straight up? Like the outside of his armor is adorned in like a human leather? Like what the fuck? It's pretty metal, dude. Damn.
Got on his nerves.
What the fuck?
Talos' midnight black eyes stared into the eyes.
If Huron had done the crime he did after Gurliman came back, he'd have been seen as a wise leader. Really?
Unnerving mortals. Talos had come.
Funny
for
how perspectives
supplies.
change, right?
His old
Based on
friend told him that he
situations.
had noticed something wrong. The injury Talos had sustained during the confrontation with Third Claw, his roughly patched wounds by servitor hands were incomplete. A pressure was building in his head. Wasn't it? Talos hadn't told anyone. Variel was a better apothecary than Talos had ever been. Sustaining the mangled body of Blackheart had taught him that. Variel told Talos that he could fix him.
All he
but that
did was raise
required
his
a level of
chapters
trust.
numbers about 1k.
Talos didn't even have for his own
Ungodly, dude.
brothers.
How could they even think of
Trust
that?
was something an astronomer
Fucking
had never known.
unbelievable.
Trust got you killed in the streets in gang warfare.
Can't believe he would even
But
conceive
Variel
of that
knew
idea.
He would come. First Claw arrived later, but not for reassurance. Talos told Variel that they were here to hold him down. Often when
You may have
Talos
used
lost
stolen gene
consciousness,
seeds to
he
do
had
this? Ah.
Visions.
Guess
If
it's
it
only a
gave
crime
any
if you got
surprise
caught,
to
but
Variel,
guess he
didn't
got
show
caught.
it. Life inside the warp storm, the Maelstrom, and Hell's Iris was already insane enough. Talos lay down upon the cold steel table and let the reconstruction of his skull begin.
Damn,
Over
dude.
4 hours, the visions came and went, his body periodically convulsing with pain. He saw Vandred, Sergeant Vandred saving his life during the heresy. He saw himself and Zal upon the walls of Terror itself.
Damn,
The battle
dude.
on which the nexus of mankind altered. He remembered the blood staining his hands as the gene seed storage was overfilled. He saw his father, the Night Haunter, Conrad Kurz. On Sugwalsa as the Legion gathered to their father.
It is kind of crazy to think here, like, what fucking Talos has seen. Like, he was literally on the walls of Terra during the siege itself. Like, and he's made it this far. Like, this is 10,000 years after, basically. Like, he's fucking still going strong at this point. It is very, very impressive to see just how far some of these characters make it. Like, goddamn, you gotta give him props, you know.
Conrad Kurz. On Sugwalsa as the Legion gathered to their father. He saw the emaciated face, greying hair and mad grin. The demigod whose own memory seems to betray him. He saw Uzas with Octavia and her blind old attendant hound in the apothecarian. Uzas talking, justifying himself to her, ranting through ragged breaths about how he was not as mad as Talos thought him to be. And then a storm in flesh, with a rain of blades. She who stalks the void, the storm of silence, an Eldar witch.
Oh.
Talos opened his eyes. 4 hours of surgery later, Variel had saved his life. For now. No thanks came from Talos. The Nostramans never really had their manners. For a world whose language was eloquent and poetic, it was all for show. A tool to elevate the gang bosses and leaders, pretending to be something they weren't.
Storm of
Variel
Silence is a
told him he
Phoenix
would
Lord's
live,
nickname.
But there was a problem.
That's a pretty badass
The
nickname,
visions,
I have to say.
they were
Storm
not
of Silence.
the warp like sorcerers,
Damn, dude.
but a byproduct of his maturing gene seed.
That's a fucking
gene
title.
seed
That
was
is a
fighting
title
his
that
body.
demands respect.
It was a miracle he'd even survived the implementation process in a galaxy long gone. Perhaps it was the sin of the father. Maybe he was just like Kurz, blessed with a gift the frame could not handle. That was why he convulsed and shook when they came. How did he feel about it? He never wanted this so-called gift anyway. To be the prophet. And if it killed him, was that how he wanted to die? Not in the heart of battle, but lying sick upon an apothecarian's table. Talos and First Claw returned to the Repairing Covenant. Soon the mission given by Huron Blackheart would take place. Besides the Atramentar Malek, and before the exalted Talos spoke, they were going to betray them.
Damn,
The
dude.
Red Corsairs, of course. Sitting in the heart of the pirate fleet, thinking it would go unnoticed, floated a vessel. One whose true identity had been covered and masked. The Echo of Damnation.
Also a sick
vessel
name
of
for
the
a ship.
8th Legion.
Echo of
How they'd
Damnation.
acquired it didn't matter. But the fact that these Corsairs laid their filthy hands upon the property of the 8th disgusted them. Perhaps even the crews were still mortal Nostramans. Talos had a plan, but the Exalted would dislike some of these elements. The warband would leave with the Covenant and the Echo when they were done with Huron. But first, Vilimus. The claws of the warband ran rampant within the fortress monastery of the Marines errant upon Vilimus. Talos cleaned the meat that clogged his chainsword. The chapters were unworthy
man.
of Orum's edge. It was a shame. He admitted that he admired the Blackheart. His plan was well thought out, utilizing the expertise and experience of the 8th Legion to infiltrate and build fear while others sabotaged. The plunder was free, so long as Blackheart could take the gene seed vaults. The difference was night and day compared to the War Master Abaddon. Here stood an Astartes that listened and answered questions. His plans were meticulous and used assets well. It was almost a shame they were going to betray him.
Damn,
Zal,
dude.
Syrian, Mercutian and Uzas were enjoying their time, as they painted the Gothic halls red. Only Talos found it tedious. Like so many others, it was a battle devoid of greater glory. When had he started to think of greater glory? When had he started to think and dare believe in the greater picture? When the true battle came next for the echo of damnation, what then? What after that? Was this Reuven's influence? Talos told the Exalted he wouldn't like his plan, to take Octavia to the Echo and to free Reuven, having the traitor sorcerer pilot the Covenant. The warband asked for a gift. Of the prisoner Reuven, Blackheart agreed, believing the tortured sorcerer would suffer more at the hands of his brothers. But before Talos freed him, he had to know. Why? Why did he betray his legion? Why join the War Master? The truth was discomforting. What choice did he have? The 8th Legion is broken, Reuven told Talos. Lost to mindless slaughter and pillaging.
That's
the
true.
Great War isn't
That is
over.
facts.
Horus failed. The Primarchs failed. Only he, Talos in his naivety, still worshipped the ground they walked upon. They were egotistical.
Phoenix Lords are
fools.
nuts.
And as a
They're that weird in-between level of power.
From another legion,
the main Chaos champions like Karn and Abaddon or Karn
and Astraman
are at where they lose to a Primarch but wreck a Custodes. I see.
Talos.
So they're kind of a weird
released his
in-between there
chains,
almost.
telling him his skills were needed, but if he betrayed them, then he would end him. Striding through the corridors of the Villamus Fortress Monastery, the Marine errant garrison had finally caught on. Lucofrius and his raptors had broken through the vital defenses with infiltration, as First Claw finally began to reconvene. Syrian was late, almost looking as if he had been in a haze. More and more, Talos begun to notice how Syrian was off on his own, especially within the Coven's dark lower chambers.
Right.
Uzas had again been lost to bloodlust.
Didn't mean to
Talos
put two
knew this
Karns. Yeah, it kind
liability
of
would have
confused
to be
me. I was like,
addressed.
what? Am I having a stroke?
The
Or?
Altar Fire began
No,
to
there was a
ricochet
scissor
around
twice.
them as they took
It's all
cover.
good. It happens.
First Claw and the Marines errant traded more until a foul figure with an ugly charismatic smile stepped behind First Claw. The Red Corsairs had arrived. First Claw without any signal set behind them. Shadows in the Corsairs' Terminators, mockingly telling them they were doing so well. Perfect shields. Talos gunned down more Marines, avoiding looking at the hairless creature that sat upon Blackheart's shoulder.
Yeah.
The warp monster made First Claw's skin crawl. They hoped they could slaughter it and make it look like an accident in their minds. The numbers of Marines errant swelled.
That's funny. That's fucking hilarious. He has like a pet fucking that he's keeping with him, and they just want to like shoot it and make it look like an accident because of how much it fucking disgusts them. I think that's hilarious. That's totally like an accurate thing, I feel like, that you'd see.
Make it look like an accident in their minds. The numbers of Marines errant swelled again. Guttural swearing could be heard from the usually eloquent Mercutian. A helmetless warrior stared directly at Talos. He knew that look. The conviction he had worn when he had set out to the stars. That conviction was now like a void within him. One he would never admit out loud that he craved again. Blood and ceramite sprayed across the walls as the bark of bolters screamed. Locked within Preysight, First Claw peeked from over the covers of their thin-blooded kindred until Huron Blackheart himself charged. The melee was brutal and screeching until finally the Marines lay dead, cleaved in half or scorched by Huron's powered claw.
Damn,
The
dude.
furious Huron turned to scold those bastard Nostramans for their cowardice, only to see that the Night Lords were gone. Talos looked back upon the fortress as the claws made their way back to orbit. "Are you ashamed?" said a voice spoken with such clarity it shocked Talos.
Are you
Who's that?
ashamed?
It was good to hear that voice, in a tone not heard since the Great Crusade. Yes, Talos was ashamed. All they ever did was run. But the important battle was not here. It was going to be in the stars. Variel stood beside.
I feel like they do run a lot, but again, like, given the situation, like, I feel like that's totally reasonable to be quote unquote running a lot. Like you have to, you know, your numbers are dwindling. It's unsustainable losses. You can't take a head on fight. Your Legion in general was not really meant to take a head on fight anyway. So yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a little hurts the pride a little bit, but fuck, you do what you got to do. You know what I mean? No shame in it.
It was not here. It was going to be in the stars. Varial stood beside the command throne of the Echo. He had to make a choice. Talos had come to him alone, speaking of what the Night Lords were planning, and its success was hinged upon Varial's betrayal of Huron and the Corsairs. Frigga was decades ago. He'd already paid his debt to Talos. The surgery was enough. He didn't have to do this. Talos and First Claw had assembled back onto the Covenant. The Raptors and Claws all boarding torpedoes as the Exalted fired them upon the Echo of Damnation, sending away Octavia, their navigator, with them. Reuven could guide the ship within the warp, but he was no navigator. This was a risk. First Claw felt the screech and then punch as the boarding torpedoes bit its way through the outer hull.
Right.
Octavia adjusted the bandana on her third eye, trying to block out the whispers of the entity taunting her. Even with the comfort of Septimus's presence, it didn't help. First Claw had begun to notice the bond between them. The long-dead void-born child again. Her confession to Talos hadn't made her feel any safer. Even when the entity had tried to kill her before on the Apothecarian, possessing the corpse of Dal Carius of Third Claw, who had tried to kill
be forced off the stream in a second. That's all good, Colton.
His hands only days
if we lose you there, have yourself a good night, man.
The Voidborn was here.
Hopefully we catch you again by the end of it.
An omen of death to come. The claws of the Night Lords raced through the ship, slaughtering those who stood in their way, but most of the mortal crew knelt, with charcoal black eyes staring once again at their true masters.
Wow.
The natives of Nostramo submitted. To the bridge, Talos joined Varial, the corpse of the Corsair commander still on the floor next to him.
Very interesting that the human crew like knelt in submission there. Like they didn't want to die, one, but also like they probably do see them straight up like this is their true lords, this is their true like masters of the ship, right? It's good to be back in their hands kind of thing. Good that the human crew kind of like surrendered, and it looks like they're actually taking them back into the fold. That's good.
The corpse of the Corsair commander still on the floor next to him. The Flayer had made his choice. It relieved Talos to see that he had chosen and trusted right. Trust was an unusual sensation. The rest of the Corsair Marines were dissolved in the soul storm, caught in the blow of the Echo's warp jump by Varial's design. It was the worst death Talos could ever think of, ripping one's soul apart. And it even made him shudder. Varial told him he thought it would impress him. And Talos
good to be back in Night Lord hands. That says a lot about how bad life can get. Yeah, literally.
Choosing not to sit.
That's exactly what I'm exactly what I'm thinking too.
The Echo left the warp and made hail to the Covenant.
Like the Night Lords are the good guys.
The hails were silent. They hadn't made the full distance to the rendezvous
Crazy
point.
Shit.
Octavia. Something was wrong inside the navigator's chamber. Octavia spluttered up more sick, as the strain of piloting the Echo was too much. The once proud Hastate's vessel had become too soaked in the taint of the warp, and they didn't have time to properly cleanse it, pushing herself to her limits, much to the dismay of Septimus, his fondness evident. The Echo was hours behind, but finally it caught up to the Covenant. Syrian spoke in disbelief. All of First Claw saw it.
Good to be back with the murderers and psychopaths is a depressing statement. It is. It is. It's an awful statement, actually.
The Vanguard fleet had caught
That's
up
not
to the
shit
Covenant.
you want to like ever hear, but
Their home burned, but it roared with the enemy formation. 4 Corsair ships destroyed as 12 honed in on the Predator in its midst. The Exalted had raged when the Echo still hadn't arrived. He thought the Prophet had betrayed him, despite the reassurances of the Atramentar. Was this what the Soul Hunter had always planned? Leaving him with that rat of a traitor Reuven, instead of a navigator. But the Corsair ships had started to arrive, and the answer to that question would have to wait. The Exalted sat in his throne and prepared for war. Did these thin bloods really think they came close to matching his void skill?
Damn,
the Covenant tore through the formation, taking colossal damage but dealing out more in revenge tenfold.
Damn,
In
dude.
disbelief, Talos hailed the Covenant. As he stared at the flaming wreckage desperately battling alone, a voice hailed back. But this was Vandred, not the Exalted. The Exalted Demon. The pact formed in those days since the heresy had swallowed up the man that Talos knew. A symbiotic relationship that provided power, but drank from Vandred's memories like a feasting animal. The Covenant was dying, and in his panic the demon had drunk too deeply, allowing the mind of Vandred to scream to the forefront one last time. Vandred told Talos to run. There was no point in both ships dying here.
Damn,
Talos
dude.
paused. It was good to speak to the man he respected, the man he was before chaos had corrupted him, before they had butted heads for over a century, but all that hate was washed away in a second. He told Vandred he would be remembered. The blood poured from Vandred. The ice began to creep around him as the void entered in. He told Talos he would rather not. He blared abandoned ship across the Covenant and prepared to die.
Damn,
He let
dude.
go his control. His last words telling the demon he hoped this hurts. The refugees from the Covenant.
That's kind of crazy. So even the Night Lord that got possessed by a demon, straight up wished harm upon that demon. Fuck you, demon. You know what I mean? I hope this hurts. That's fucked up. Just goes to show you, like, even though they did benefit. Sorry, I have to sneeze. Oh my god. Oh, it came out of nowhere. Oh. Okay, we're good. Just goes to show you that, like, even though, like, they did accept the gifts of chaos in some ways, like, and there were some that, like, openly accepted them, they still didn't like it. You know what I mean? They still were very much against it. I think that's an interesting key thing there to remember. Also, the fact that the Covenant is gone here now. That's two of their... They only have 2 ships, I think, and one of them is now gone. That's essentially half their strength gone. That's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. Vandred was a real one in the end? Yeah, he was. He very much was. Like, he maybe lost himself, but at least he kind of came back there. At least they still had that conversation. At least they ended it on a good note, you know? And very, very, I have to say, too, like, big ball to issue abandoned ship in the moment like that, you know? Because you know it's over anyway. You could easily, like, keep people at their post to the end, you know what I'm saying? But abandoned ship, at least some people might get out. Maybe. They're in the warp, so I doubt it, but who knows, right?
Last words telling the demon.
I respect it. I respect the decision.
The refugees from the Covenant began to pour in. From the serfs to the Marines, Legion relics, and even Deltrian the Tech Priest and his servants. Reuven walked up to Talos, exclaiming his survival. But Talos just moved past him. He'd hoped that he had died aboard the Covenant rather than join them.
Damn, dude.
The warband watched as the Covenant of Blood died. But the Echo wasn't jumping to the warp. Again, something was wrong. A hulking creature, wearing legionary plates, stomped towards the door of the navigator chamber. The void-born entity had possessed Caleb, a surviving corsair from Varial's sabotage. Zal, Uzas, and Lucafrius had begun their hunt, following the trail of Night Lord corpses.
Damn.
The doors were broken down. Octavia's guard hound and Septimus fired as the swelled body of Caleb towered towards them. 2 shots from Hound's weapon eviscerated his face, leaving his tongue whipping around.
Damn,
The
dude.
creature snapped the blind old Nostraman in a wet crunch.
Oh,
Septimus looked to Octavia
that sucks.
and told her to run. Talos' slave prepared for death. It had been a miserable life, raised in a world that didn't even speak Imperial Gothic. A meaningless life until he was taken as a slave, forced to serve creatures that were nightmare. And only until now did he have something to fight for. Death was coming, until a figure burst from behind them. Uzas, revving his chain axe as Zal followed close behind. The possessed
Uzas gonna
creature
save the
tossed
day
them
here?
around and bloodied them,
Oh, maybe
until
not.
Lucafrius and his raptors descended from the ceiling and devoured it.
Okay.
Octavia wept over the body of her guard as Septimus comforted her. The
Yeah, that
battle
sucks.
was over.
That's pretty
as
sad,
the Echo
actually.
finally jumped into the warp. Peace and silence reigned. Talos entered Uzas's chamber. The problem: the raving mad dog who had run rampant on too many missions. The reason for Third Claw's ambush. The one responsible for the piling bodies.
I'd have more to say about his death, but we didn't really know him
It was
that well.
hard to judge him for that. For Talos himself at times had hunted the mortals for pleasure, but the murder of one, such as the grieving Voidborn's father, who had survived the Blood Angels massacre above Kryph, that had been a bridge too far. Perhaps that had created the entity, but most of all the vision that haunted Talos still, as much as the Eldar, the vision of Sirion's death at Uzas's hands. Talos ordered Uzas to don the red gauntlets, an Astraman tradition for a dead man walking,
What
but
the
one who
fuck?
still has debts to pay before the end.
That's fucked.
And only Talos had the right to give this to him, because now he was in charge. There was no more time for hesitancy. First Claw stood, gathering around Talos. Reuven entered the throne room and looked upon First Claw. Talos and Orum, Zal and his two-handed chainsword, Mercutian and his heavy bolter, Sirion flexing his bionic arm, Uzas picking away at his chain axe with red gauntlets, and the new one, Variel toying with his Narcuthium gauntlet. First Claw, something the sorcerer had been a part of once, and something he thought he would one day rule again. But Talos stood up and began walking slowly towards him. Reuven spattered blood from his lips as Talos' boot pressed upon his chest.
Oh shit.
Everything below his sternum had been ripped off.
Oh my
The
god.
traitor felt his strength flood away as Talos raised Orum's golden edge and placed it down Reuven's throat.
Holy
He
shit.
could never trust him. Every word he had spoken or would speak would be a lie. And even on Kryph he had promised that one day he would kill him.
Damn,
Now
dude.
that day had come. First Claw watched dispassionately.
That's quite the fucking long game he played on him there. Took his time, but eventually did beat him. Holy shit. Sevatar had red gauntlets? Yeah, so I didn't know about that tradition that they had. So they straight up have a tradition where a dead man walking but debts to still pay, they wear red gauntlets. So it kind of like distinguishes like disgrace amongst the Legion almost, I suppose. But that they're trying to atone, perhaps even in death, trying to atone for it maybe. Very, very interesting. Didn't know that. Night Lords with red gauntlets shows they've committed a crime. Been sentenced to death, but allowed to live until the person who sentenced them says they must die. I see. Yeah, very weird tradition. I had no idea that was a thing. Oh, my cat wants out. 2 seconds. There we go. Oh, let's keep going here. I might, next time there's a little break here, honestly, we might pause. I might go catch a little bathroom break there. Maybe have a little smoke break, grab another drink. We'll go to, there's like another break though. Another, let's just see here. I don't know if there's another, like an X script change or something, perhaps. Maybe not. We'll see. Up here. Yeah, about 20 minutes or so. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that.
Come. First Claw watched dispassionately.
Unless there's one sooner, we'll see.
The traitor finally died. Talos ordered Reuven's skin to be flayed, and his bones hung above the command throne. An example to all. It was now
It's an old
thrust
Nostraman
upon
gang
him.
tradition? Okay.
The responsibility
That
he
makes sense.
never thought he would desire. But just as Marcharian had left a void, filled by Vandred, Talos assumed the mantle. They would not just survive. They had a war to fight. The Night Haunter's will to honor. He would not languish, with no glory anymore. Survival was not enough.
It is not enough.
It is not
We
enough.
stand in the dust at the end of centuries of useless sin and endless failure.
Oh my
The
god.
Legion was poisoned, and we sacrificed an entire world to cleanse it.
Holy shit.
we failed. We are the sons of the only Primarch to hate his own legion. There, again, we failed. We swore vengeance on the Imperium, yet we run from every battle where we don't possess overwhelming force over a crippled enemy.
Holy shit.
We fail again and again and again.
He's kind of going sicko mode here.
Have you ever fought a battle you'd struggle to win, with no hope of running away? Have any of us? Have you ever, since the Siege of Terror itself, drawn a weapon with the knowledge you might die?
Oh my god.
I will not see my life hoard away without meaning. Do you hear me? Do you understand me, Prince of Cowards? I want vengeance against a galaxy that hates us.
Damn,
I want Imperial worlds to cower when we draw near. I want the weeping of this Empire's souls to reach all the way to Holy Terror.
This is quite the fucking speech, man.
Suffering will choke the corpse god on his throne of gold.
Oh my god.
I will cast a shadow across this world. I will burn every man, woman, and child.
Holy
so the smoke
shit.
from the funeral pyres eclipses the sun.
Oh.
With the dust that remains, I will take Echo of Damnation into the sacred skies above Terra and rain the ashes of 20 million mortals down onto the Emperor's palace.
Holy fuck.
Then they will remember us. Then they will remember the Legion they once feared. No more running. No more running. No more raiding to survive. When we see an Imperial world, we will no longer ask if it is worth attacking for plunder. We will ask how much harm its destruction would cause the Imperium. And when the War Master calls us for the 13th Crusade, we will answer him. Night by night, we will bring this empire to its knees.
Damn.
I will cast aside what this legion has become and remake it into what it should be. Do I make myself clear?
What a sicko fucking
Do I make
speech,
myself clear?
Holy shit.
A storm in...
What a badass speech there, straight up. So instead of like plundering, raiding, literally just like surviving, I guess. He's advocating for like, yeah, we're actually gonna like wage war against the Imperium now again. Because they've also like told Abaddon to fuck off every single time. Like, we're not gonna join you. It's not worth it for us to fight right now. It's not worth our time to. The losses are unsustainable. I don't see victory with my precognition. But now he's just straight up like, yeah, fuck it. We're just gonna go in there. Next time he asks, yeah, we're all aboard. Fuck it. Let's do it. Let's see what happens. Why not? Let's do it. Pretty fucking badass speech right there, I have to say. Every time I think of a Night Lord invading a world, Kyle from South Park speaks up in my head. Kick the baby. Oh god.
Make myself clear.
A storm in flesh, with a rain of blades. She who stalks the void, the storm of silence. The rain was pouring down, as if this hateful world was mourning the blood spilled. Talos was kneeling. His wounds were pouring blood, and words he tried to speak were lost in the tide of liquid pouring from his smashed lips. The murderess, the Eldar witch, stood triumphant above him. Syrian didn't die first, but his was by far the worst. The alien witchfire torching his body. Zal, duelist champion Zal.
Finally a contest I can get number one in. Oh my god.
Hacked to pieces in a death not worthy of him. Mercutian. Miserable, loyal, noble-born Mercutian. Fell standing over his brothers' bodies. And Variel died in the fire that enveloped Syrian. Uzas died last. covered in alien ichor and screaming blood for the skull throne. The scene changes. A miserable and dark hive city where Octavia runs. She wears the coat of Septimus, one he would have never have given up. She looks unwell. Pale fingers cover a swollen belly as members of the Inquisition finally converge upon her. The vision comes again. Talos stares into the face mask of the murderous demigod, whose blade is slick with 8th Legion blood and the reigns of Sagwalsa. Valas Morovai, he utters through a broken jaw. First claw, the alien speaks in the human Gothic tongue. The disgust is evident on her face for using such a primal language. They were your brothers. You call out to the dead in hopes they will save you. A thrumming sound builds up. An 8th Legion gunship roars in and fires upon the alien. The creature darts into the shadow faster than Hastati's eyes could see. Master, a voice blares from the ship. Talos looks up, and through one swollen eye he sees loyal Septimus and Octavia. Talos screams back that they are dismissed from his service for the 2nd time. Leave. Flee this accursed world. Run far. If Variel survives, then he will come for the child. Talos wasn't leaving, for she had killed his brothers. With his shattered ribs, failing vision and bleeding wounds, Talos stood and chased after his fate. Talos opened his eyes, the familiarity of his arming chamber a little comfort to what he had dreamed. His muscles still felt tense and sore, but he began to rise. He was alone. The echo looked abandoned. A voice called out to him, emanating from the stained bows that hung above his command throne. The bones of a traitor whose voice spoke from a realm from beyond understanding. This was surely another dream, though it matched no vision he had ever seen. I am here, Talos said aloud. The voice echoed again. You have been dreaming many dreams. Now you are close to waking once more. Sit, brother. Talos didn't smile. He rarely did, even when amused. Though it was most definitely amusing to be told to take a seat in his own command throne.
Yeah, literally. I imagine that must be pretty jarring. I wonder if this is also just some, another, plot of chaos here to try to, corrupt him in some way. He's got some bones above his command chair, so I wonder if this is, actually something from the warp trying to commune with him in a sense here. I guess we're going to find out. Let's see what this is. I just posted 3 pics of Jane Czar on Discord in the artwork section. Check her out during the bathroom break. I got you. Yeah, I'll give those a look at on my phone when I go take a bathroom break here in a bit. Speaking of which, let's just see here. Just till it gets to the next X script, then I'll go do it. 2:33, 10 minutes. Okay, we can do that. We can do that.
To take a seat
I can hold it.
Command throne.
We'll see.
Talos complied, even if only to see what would happen. Again the voice spoke. Almost close enough to touch. That prickled at the prophet's skin. He looked up at Reuven's crucified remains. You are not the warrior you should be, but you and I must speak. It must be here, and it must be now. There will never be another chance. Talos remained seated, the very picture of stoic patience. He refused to let his anger or doubts rise to the surface. Targeting reticle slid by without gaining a grip on Reuven's shattered skeleton. You made my corpse into the finest decoration.
Don't think about trickling streams or dropping water. Amusing. Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah,
again,
appreciate that.
The voice spoke.
Try not to.
Talos reclined in the throne the way he did on the true bridge, and said, "Can even death not render you silent? Your own life is measured in months, prophet." Reuven's skull spoke, suspended on chains, leered with empty eye sockets. "Is that so?" Talos asked it. And how do you come by this precious lore? Reuven's skull spoke again. Do you pretend this moment has no significance?
So it is just straight up his skull talking.
Your hearts beat faster. You remember nothing, do you?
Is he being haunted?
You've come to seek a pure war, a noble war. But you should have never returned to the Eastern Fringe. Others have been waiting for your return, with revenge in their hearts. The prophet remained as he was, still stroking his blade's wingspread hilt. The Eastern Fringe. He couldn't think of anything that would drive him back there. I think you lie, Husk, said Talos. The bones of Reuven rattled. Why would I lie? You run from the Eye. You run from the Eldar. You run from the doom at the hands of the alien witches. Better to flee to the other edge of the galaxy. Perhaps there was truth in that, but the prophet felt no urge to confess it. Talos stared up at the wreckage of the crucified bone, wishing his haunted voice would cease. Why are you fighting this war? The prophet snorted and replied, for vengeance. Revenge? For what?
Is the skull
Talos spoke
talking?
again.
Yeah.
To avenge the wrongs done to us.
Just like Kurza's statue of Big E talking to him. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know. It's hard to say if this is like in his mind, if this is a premonition, if this is some sort of like dream, because he also has those like dreams, those very livid dreams, or if this straight up is just some like warp fuckery, some type of haunting. You know what I mean? It's very hard to say exactly what this is at this time, I guess.
What? Talos spoke again. To avenge the wrongs done to us. What wrongs do you speak of? The voice echoed. Talos rose to his feet, feeling his
Jane Zar in the books runs so fast that First Claw thinks her footsteps is rain falling down. Holy shit.
You know why the 8th Legion fights. The 8th Legion doesn't know
kind of insane.
Why it fights. You conceive excuses to justify a lifetime of wasted hate. The Legion fights only because it is amusing and pleasurable to dominate weaker souls.
Wow.
Unadulterated fantasy, Talos laughed, though he'd never felt less like laughing. He considered shooting the chain skeleton down from his ungainly crucifixion, though it was doubtful whether the act of spite would achieve anything. We rebelled because we had to rebel. The Imperium's pacifism was destined to fail. Order can only be maintained through keeping its souls fearful of retribution.
The Imperium's pacifism was bound to fail. Bro, calling the Imperium pacifist is fucking actually just ludicrous at that point. Especially given the fact that the Great Crusade was literally underway. That was fucking insane to say. That's a loaded thing to say right there. I'm just saying, that's some cope.
Fail. Order can only be maintained through keeping
Why is the
its
skull
souls
kind of
fearful
cooking him though a little bit?
Control through fear. Peace through fear. We were the weapon mankind needed. We still are. The bones rattled. The Legion never fought for those ideals. Your delusion was never even popular amongst our ranks.
Literally.
And even that faded. When the truth came, you cling to your illusions. More now because hate is all you have left. Talos drew in a breath. Hate is all I need. He drew the bolter now, aiming both barrels up at the corpse's shattered ribcage. My hatred runs pure. We deserve vengeance against the Empire that abandoned us. We were right to punish those worlds for their sins, and threaten others with destruction if they broke our laws. Control through fear. The systems we pacified. The bones rattled again, interrupting him. The systems we pacified were barely human anymore. We made populations into cowering animals.
True.
Dispossessed of free will. Living in terror of breaking the law. Like
Literally.
the whipping herds of humans living in the bowels of our warships now.
Wow.
And I stand by what I did, said Talos. The prophet was aware of how maddening his stance was. But what else did he have? The bones.
These bones are actually just kind of cooking Talos right now. I guess the only thing that can cook Talos is like the dead, because holy shit, like it's actually going to town on him right now. Bringing up some great points. It makes me think that this is like his psyche, like arguing with him in a sense, but I think it's a little deeper than that. I could be wrong. Let's keep going. Let's find out.
Maddening his stance was. But what else did he have? The bones again spoke. Many of our brothers never cared for any of those ideals. That is no secret. It is why Kurz destroyed Nostramo, to stem the flow of poison into the
Baroth, also known as the Cry of the Wind, is the fastest, probably even faster than Jagatai.
We became the very thing we warned
Hard to imagine something
about.
faster than Jagatai.
We were the killers, and the murderers we told them never to be. Free to slay at will, and free from retribution. There was a long pause before Talos spoke in reply. He hated us. I know that for certain. Kurz also loved us. Kurz loved us and hated us in equal measure. Talos returned to his throne. His voice softened by contemplation. Ideas danced and died behind his black eyes. Our way was not the way of the Imperium. Talos quoted the ancient adage, but we were right. The Legion has stayed pure. But it did not, the bones replied.
True.
The Legion was tainted by sin the moment the first Nostraman-born warriors swore his oath of service. For we were not the warriors he wished us to be. A tremor quivered through the ship's bones. Reality is slipping through now. Reuven's voice spoke more clearly. The echo of damnation arrived at his destination.
In certain cases, he did care for certain Night Lords.
Eastern Fringe.
I mean, yeah, certain Night Lords, but them as a whole, no. You know what I mean? Like, you can't pick and choose, like, oh yeah, I care about some of them. Like, it's, if you only care about 3 out of like 100,000, like that, you know, that's not a great ratio. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, while it can be argued, oh yeah, he cared about some of them, sure, but not the majority.
Arrived at his destination, but you should never have come to the Eastern Fringe. Talos looked up again in confusion. The corpse hadn't moved. You said that before, but I don't recall ordering such a thing. So you ordered it in search of a pure war, to elevate the warband and seek answers to the doubts that plague you. By walking upon Zagwalsa once more, nothing I say now is revelation. I speak only the same truths you are too proud to speak aloud. You have been hollow for a long time, brother. You know why you have always known. Some human children are not meant to carry gene seed. It breaks them apart at the genetic level. Some die fast, some die slow. But after 3 centuries of biological flux, your genetic incompatibilities are finally catching up to you.
Oh, really?
55 days. And now Talos truly opened his eyes. He was surrounded by First Claw, chained to the command throne as others looked at him, with a mix of concern and awe.
55 days?
Had begun in his quarters, but he had taken off, killing and running through the ship until the crew had become nervous.
What the
Morale
fuck?
had been high, following a successful raid upon a space hulk, an encounter with gene sealers, and the thin-blooded modern salamanders of the Primarch Vulcan stock. It had been fruitful. A squad of Terminator patent armor.
Talking about those
An
pussies,
elite weapon that was a prize that Tech Priest Deltrian had
those
almost
pussy
exalted
salamanders,
over.
oh man.
But now their so-called leader was either dead or mad, chained to his throne, speaking in visions of the future, and he became an icon of worship.
Damn,
something
dude.
that made Talos deeply uncomfortable. Zagwalsa. The Legion's 1-second home was visible from the viewport. An order given by Talos during his visions. Something he didn't even remember saying. 10,000 years had rusted this hateful and barren world, but upon it sat a stain the Eighth could not bear.
I come back to hear my Legion being besmirched. No besmirching going on here.
Even here,
that's not
so
true.
Far from the Astronomicon's light. No, this was and would always be 8th Legion, even if the Black Fortress of Curse was barely a ruin. Talos ordered the Claws to prepare. A population needed to die, but first, to the Navigator's quarters. First Claw told him it was important to speak to Octavia.
We had a fortress here.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it here, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna go take a little break here, like 5-10 minute break. Gonna use the bathroom, gonna grab a drink, maybe go smoke a little bit more of that herb, you know what I'm saying? We are gonna take a little 5-10 minute break here. It's a long video, so I apologize. Can't do it all in one sitting. I'm going to piss my pants, so I apologize about that. Yeah, I'm just gonna switch back on over to AFK mode here. We'll be back in about 5-10 minutes or so. I'll write that in the chat, just so if anyone coming in during that time doesn't realize, whatever have you, I'm sure there'll still be people here. Let them know, but yeah, I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. Okay, guys? Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you guys. We'll be right back. All right, sorry about the wait there, guys. Sorry about that. Thank you guys for being so patient. Thank you for sticking around. We're gonna be getting right back into it here. Talos Valcoran. Valcoran? Am I saying that right? Valcoran, right? I want to make sure I'm not saying that wrong. Because if I am, I probably sound like an idiot. But let me know. Let's keep going here, guys.
Speak to Octavia.
We had
talking about some orc politics in chat? Damn.
Long ago. A castle of black stone and twisting spires. The Primarch dreamed of it one night and set hundreds of thousands of slaves to making it. It took
me like actually spell it out that way. That'll help me.
He paused, and Octavia watched the passionless skull of his face mask, waiting for him to continue. Talos exhaled in a vox growl.
The inner sanctum was called the Screaming Gallery. Have any of the others ever spoken of this before?
She shook her head.
No, never.
The Screaming Gallery was a metaphor of a kind. A god's torment expressed in blood and pain. The Primarch wanted to reshape the external world to match the sin within his mind. The walls were flesh, humans molded and crafted into the architecture.
Oh my god.
Formed as much from sorcery as ingenuity. The floors were carpeted in living faces, preserved by feeder servitors.
He shook his head. The memory.
Yeah, that's a pretty vivid image of like your average chaos ship, your average Dark Eldar ship, I'm sure. Oh my god, dude. Like there really is just worse things out there in terms of like Warhammer, isn't there? It could always get worse. Like you look at like the Imperium, and it's like they definitely do some fucked up shit, and there's a lot of fucked up shit that goes on in it. But then, man, your fate could always be worse. You could literally be a skin couch, a living fucking skin couch. You want to be that? I don't want to be that. Alive still, right? Because they keep you alive because they want you to know that's what you are. How fucked up is that? It's like Muggy from fucking Fallout New Vegas. It's like that fucking character, you know? Goddamn. Tragic. Absolutely fucking tragic.
By feeder
Death can be a blessing.
He
See, but then you're just chaos food. So it's not even like death is a blessing, but at least you're like fucking out of the mortal struggle, I guess, at least, right? Goddamn. Muggy pilled? Yeah, dude.
Preserved by feeder servitors.
Justice for Muggy, man.
He
straight
shook
up.
his head. The memory too strong.
Muggy is a fucking tragic character.
The screaming, Octavia. You have never heard such a sound. They never stopped screaming. The people in the walls, crying and reaching out. The faces on the floor, weeping and shrieking.
She forced a smile she didn't feel.
That sounds like the warp.
He glanced at her and grunted acknowledgement.
Forgive me. You know exactly what it sounds like.
That sounds like the warp, she says. It's fucked because she genuinely seems kind of nice. Like, she doesn't seem... We haven't seen her do any, like, overtly fucked up shit, outside of the fact that she is, like, I guess aiding these heretic forces, right? But I guess she's kind of probably doing it more so out of, like, loyalty, because of, like, you know, the case of, like, she was, like, issued, sent to that legion, I guess, to serve them, be their navigator in a sense, right? So it's kind of like, I don't know, like, that's just kind of her job, you know? Like, why would she be the one to break off on her own, I guess? But I don't know, like, does she have like loyalties to the Legion, or is it loyalties just kind of like to the idea of like, I guess she definitely has to be loyal to the Legion itself, right? 100%. I don't know. It's hard to place her, you know what I mean? It's really hard to place her. Because I kind of feel bad for her in a sense, you know?
Forgive me. You know exactly what it sounds like.
She nodded, but didn't say anything else.
The foulest thing was the way you'd become immune to the wailing chorus. Those of us who attended the Primarch in his last decades of madness spent much of our time in the Screaming Gallery. The sound of all that pain became tolerable. Soon after, you found yourself enjoying it. It was easier to think when surrounded by sin.
Free Muggy.
The torment first became meaningless, but afterwards, it became music.
The prophet fell silent for a moment. That is what he wanted, of course.
He wanted us to understand the
She's an Imperial Navigator who was kidnapped, so has a nicer side than most Night Lord aides. That makes sense. I was gonna say, it doesn't really seem like she was there out of her, like, I don't know, like, because it doesn't seem like she's trying to run away, I guess, and she had that bodyguard, I guess, which actively pointed a weapon at a Night Lord, which made me think, like, okay, like, they're kind of, like, not on with this, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I guess if they're kidnapped and it's just kind of like, fuck, well, what are we gonna do, escape? Like, no. You know, what are you gonna do, right? What are you gonna do? You kind of have to, like, do your job at that point just to survive. But she seems like a confidant amongst, like, these people as well. Like, she seems like she's, I don't know, like, she's willing to actually, like, talk to them, like, do more than her job kind of entails, at least, you know? Seems like a good character, very well written. I kind of like that, you know? She seems kind of like glue for this Legion, in a sense, you know? Sorry, is that weird to say? Yeah, no, Free Muggy, honestly, it's kind of, I will say a little bit of a tangent here, off topic. Free Muggy, it is kind of criminal that you literally can't let Muggy go. And he's like fucking cursed to sit there and clean your mugs for you. Like, you can't reprogram him, you can't do anything like that. No, Muggy is your bitch, and he always will be. Like, that's bad. That goes to say something for the Courier in general, regardless if you play good or bad. I'm just saying.
That is what he wanted, of course.
He wanted us to understand the Legion's lesson, as he believed it to be.
Octavia shuffled again as Talos knelt by her throne.
I see no lesson in mindless brutality.
He unlocked his collar
literally
seals with a breath of air pressure and removed his helm.
Excuse me.
She was struck, once again, by the
Grab a
thought that he'd
drink of
been
water. My
handsome
throat's quite dry.
with the cold eyes and the corpse-white skin. He was a statue, a scarred demigod of clean marble, dead-eyed, beautiful in his sterility, yet unlovely to look upon.
It was not mindless brutality. That was the lesson. The Primarch knew that law and order, the twin foundations of civilization, are only maintained through fear of punishment. Man is not a peaceful animal. It is a creature of war and strife. To force the beasts into civilization, one must remind them that excruciation awaits those who harm the herd. For a time,
that is a way to put it. Holy shit.
wanted this of us. He wanted us to be the angels of death, and for a time we were.
She blinked for the first time in almost a minute. In their many long discussions and reflections, he'd never spoken of this in such detail.
Go on.
She pushed.
Some say he betrayed us. Once our use was complete, he turned against us. Others claim that we'd merely taken our self-appointed role too far and had to
life is a fight for life, define death as long as we can. That's
for
fair.
Slipping our leashes.
Well said, Andrew. Well
He
said.
saw a question in her eyes and waved it away.
None of that is important. What matters is how it began and how it ended.
How did it begin?
The Legion had taken immense casualties in the Crusade in service to the Emperor. Most of
Everyone
those
did, though,
returned.
to be fair.
They came from Terra, from the Emperor's wars across humanity's birth planet.
Right.
But all of our reinforcements came from our homeworld, Nostramo. Decades had passed since the Primarch last walked upon the world's surface, and his lessons of law had long since died. the population slid back into lawless anarchy, with no fear of punishment from a distant Imperium. Do you understand how we were poisoning ourselves? We were repopulating the Legion with children who were the blackest sinners before they'd even tasted adulthood.
Is he just now coming to this realization?
To them.
Really?
Meant nothing to most of the 8th Legion at the end.
No.
They were slayers, raised to become demigods, with the galaxy as their prize to plunder.
I'm not trying to be an asshole, but are they, like... Is he just now coming to this realization? Like, oh yeah, drafting criminals, like maybe they won't care about the message you're trying to like impeach on like the galaxy here. They maybe just might be in it for themselves, and they might not take to these lessons you're trying to gain from them. Is that's just a thought now that has crossed their minds? Really? I'm not trying to be no dickhead here, but like that's not a revolutionary thought to me. I mean, I feel like, you know, recruiting from certain violent people such as that, like perhaps, you know, maybe they only have their desires in mind over that of the Imperiums, you know. I'm not trying to, you know, damn, like this is just now like a conversation he's having in confidence. Holy shit. Holy shit. Like 10,000 years later. Fuck, guy, you're a little late on that one. Like, no offense, but oh, he laments about it the entire trilogy. Okay, that's fair. If he brings it up the whole trilogy, that's fair then. That's completely justified. And it's just like an aw fuck, like, you know, wish we did it differently in the past kind of thing. That makes sense. Obviously, you know, this is not the books, you know, so it makes sense. Like they have to put it in where they can, of course, but that makes sense. That makes sense. Seems a touch obvious and surprising they missed it. Yeah, I'm not sure if it is true there, Colton, that that is in the books. Then that's fair play. I didn't know, right? I haven't read the books, right? That's the first time he's mentioned it, like in this though. So I just think that's kind of funny.
In wrathful desperation, the Primarch burned our homeworld. He destroyed it, breaking it apart from orbit with the firepower of the entire Legion fleet.
Talos breathed, low and slow.
Yeah, I'll be honest, that was a bit of a misplay.
It took hours, Octavia. All the while, we remained aboard our ship.
It was a radical
listening
play.
To vox calls from the surface.
Oh my god.
Sending their screams and pleas up to us in the heavens. We never answered.
That's
not even
fucked.
Once.
That's fucked.
We stayed in space and watched our own cities burn.
Wow.
At the very end, we watched the planet heaving, breaking apart from the fleet's rage. Only then did we turn away. Nostromo disintegrated into the void. I have never seen anything like it again. I know in my heart I never will.
A moment of foolishness almost made her reach out a hand to touch his cheek. She knew better than to give in to that instinct. Still, the way he spoke, the look in his black eyes.
That's crazy to say.
He was a child, grown into a god's body without a man's comprehension of humanity. No wonder these creatures were so dangerous. Their stunted psyches work on levels no human could quite comprehend.
Holy fuck.
Simplistic and passionate one moment, complex and inhumane the next.
It didn't work. The Legion was...
See, and I feel bad for her again in this way because she has a very, like, fucked comprehension of what an Astartes is now, right? Like, now mind you, of course, most of them are not the best. Like, let's be real here, even amongst the Loyalist forces, there's a lot of, like, iffy Astartes chapters, that's for sure. But largely, you know, if you're talking about, like, the decent ones, you know what I'm saying? Like, they are easier to get along with for sure. You do see a lot more of those human traits. Again, I think it's due to the fact that you're drafting from a pool of fucking psychopaths and killers, you know what I'm saying? Criminals. Like, that's your draftee pool, so you're only getting the worst in the Legion, you know? And I feel bad for her. Like, I don't know how, like, many interactions she's had with other Astartes prior to serving the Night Lords here at this point, but you know, because I could definitely see that like tainting your whole fucking perception of it. You know what I mean? Like straight up.
Complex and inhumane the next.
It didn't work. The Legion was poisoned by then. You know that Zal and I grew up together, murderers even as children. We joined the Legion late.
Like he just admitted that right there. Like holy shit.
Rich in the Legion's veins. And believe me when I say that where he and I grew up, among the street wars and the cheapness of human life, it was one of the more civilized regions of Nostramo's inner cities. Much of the planet was in the throes of devolution, lost to urban wastelands and scavenger armies. As the strongest candidates, they were usually the ones chosen for implantation and ascension to the 8th. They were the ones to become legionaries.
Talos finished with a smile that didn't reach his eyes.
By then, it was too late. Primarch Kurz was in the throes of degeneration himself. He hated himself, he hated his life, and he hated his legion. All he craved was one last chance to be right, to show that he'd not wasted his entire existence.
Holy fuck.
The rebellion against the Emperor, that war of myth that you call the Horus Heresy, was...
In terms of like an emo war, guys, what do you guys think? Do you think Conrad or do you think Corvus? What do you think? What do you think? Let's hear it. I want to hear.
That war of myth that you call the Horus Heresy was over. We'd turned against the Imperium.
I agree with Kurz on one thing. Nostromo had to go.
So we
Holy shit, Colton, that's quite a radical proclamation you just made there. Why do you say that? Why did Nostromo have to go? I'm actually curious why, in your opinion, right? Holy shit. Like, I agree, it was a completely rancid world, and there's no disagreements there, but like core cracking it, like that's pretty fucking... I didn't like it. Okay, yeah, no, that's legit. Fair enough. Kurz for goth, Korax for emo. Fair enough, actually. Yeah, I guess that's two different styles that they would fit into very equally. That's true. That's true shit.
Imperium that sought to punish us, and we'd lost. So we ran. We ran to Seguelsa, a world outside the Imperium's
I guess it's two different
borders,
cliques.
away from Terra's beacon of light that he claimed still stung his eyes.
He gestured at the grey world.
We ran here, and here is where it ended.
Octavia's breath left her lips as mist.
You fled a war you lost, and constructed a castle of torture chambers. How noble of you, Talos. I still see no lesson in it.
He nodded to that, conceding the point.
You have to understand that by the end, the Primarch was riddled through by madness. He cared nothing for the Long War, wanting nothing beyond bleeding the Imperium and vindicating his life's path. He knew he was going to die, Octavia.
Right.
He wanted to be right when he died.
Septimus told me of this. But raiding the Imperium's edges for a couple of centuries at the behest of a madman and slaughtering entire worlds is hardly a lesson of worthy ideals.
No.
Talos watched her with his soulless eyes unwavering.
In that light, perhaps not. But humanity has to know fear, Navigator. Nothing else ensures compliance.
But
By
what are
the
you
very
complying
end,
right now?
When the Screaming Gallery was the Legion's war room and council chamber alike, the Primarch's degeneration had devoured him from within. He was rendered hollow by it. I still remember how regal he looked to us.
Does that make Sanguinius one of those vampire people from the mid 2000s? Does anyone even remember that fad anymore? Like the whole Twilight era. I was very young when that was going on, but yeah, I think I do recall. Yeah, I know what you mean. I believe I know what you mean. Like the whole yeah. Oh, that's actually awakening some dark memories for me. I'm not gonna lie to you right now. That's some dark truths you just opened up. Holy fuck.
hollow by it. I still remember how regal he looked to us, how majestic our father was to our adoring eyes. But looking at him was like growing used to a disgusting smell. You could forget the foulness, just as you can ignore the scent. But when something reminds you of it, you perceive it with renewed strength. His soul had rotted away by the end, and on some nights you could see it in the flash of his dying eyes, or the bleak shine of his teeth. Some of my brothers asked if he were tainted by some outer power, but most of us no longer cared. What did it matter? The end result was the same.
The same lights chose that moment to flicker and fail. The warrior and the mutant remained in the darkness for several heartbeats, illuminated only by the eye lenses of his power armor and the grey glare from the screens.
That's happening more and more lately. The Covenant hated me. The Echo seems to hate all of us.
An intriguing superstition,
he replied. The lights.
Yeah, no one here is going to be your friend. They're going to, like, I don't know.
Talos still didn't.
They're going to talk to you, but they're not your friend.
And the assassination.
Straight up.
She prompted.
The assassination came soon after, when his mad clarity was at its height. I have never seen a creature so placidly delighted by the thought of its own destruction.
Damn, dude.
In death, he would be vindicated. Those who break the law must be dealt with in the most violent, lethal way, as an example to all who would consider betrayal. So he set us butchering across the galaxy, breaking every law against reason and rhyme, knowing the Emperor would prove the point all too well. The assassin came to slay Kurz, the great breaker of Imperial law. And she did just that. I saw him die, vindicated, pleased for perhaps the first time in centuries.
That's grotesque.
The heartbeat quickened at the thought he would.
It is kind of grotesque, and I will say too, like it's it's so fucked that Kurz. Like it makes me think too, because what you guys said is he had a Eldar a soul stone on him, right? So that he might have the chance of being revived. And if that theory is to be believed, the fact that he welcomed his death so readily, you know, that he didn't give a shit, you know what I mean? Kind of gives credence maybe to that theory a little bit. But it could also just be like Kurz is also just fucking losing his mind. Like at the end of it, he's not the best, you know? So it's hard to say, you know? I don't know, guys.
That's grotesque.
Her heartbeat quickened at the thought he would take offense, but her fear was unfounded.
Burn Twilight.
The universe.
Listen, some themes in Twilight are alright, but you can definitely tell it's one of those films. I haven't seen it in years, actually, so maybe I don't know, maybe I shouldn't misspeak on it. Maybe I shouldn't just call it trash, you know, because I haven't seen it in a long, long time. Like it's been, I don't remember it, a whole lot of it, to be real with you. But I remember pieces of it, and those pieces I remember, it was kind of like, holy shit, you know what I mean? Holy fucking shit. Like what, you know? This is some awkward shit. I remember the stairs a lot. The fucking, you know what I mean? Have you ever watched Twilight, like the first movie at least? I don't think I've ever even seen the second. I think there's 3 or 4? There's a few of them, right? I only think I've ever seen the first one, and I don't remember it at all. They fucking stared at each other like so much. It's like such an awkward way, and they're like, that's like, what the fuck? Like, what kind of, like, she's like, the fucking, what's his face? Edward is just sitting there like staring at like Bella like she's a fucking piece of meat like the whole movie. It's like, bro, what the fuck? This is some weird shit. Like this is a weird kink, you know what I mean? That's what this is, like straight up. I don't know.
But her fear was unfounded.
Maybe so. The universe has never seen a living being that loathed being alive as much as my father. His life was broken in seeking to prove how humanity could be controlled. And his death was a sacrifice to prove that the species was ultimately wretched.
Talos withdrew a hololithic orb from his belt pouch and thumbed the activation rune. A life-sized image of flickering blue light manifested before them both. A figure rose from an unseen throne, its hunched, feral posture still not entirely stealing the beauty of its muscled physique, or the savage nobility in its movements. The distortion robbed the image of clarity, but the figure's face, a wraith visage of black eyes, gaunt cheekbones and filed fangs, was set in a vicious grin.
Watch them all with a girl in like middle or high school. They're bad. Fair enough. Yeah. I imagine you were dragged to that, Colton. I can't imagine that was by choice on your part.
Mercutian recorded the deeds of their brothers.
Vampires glittered. Oh, fuck, you're right. I think I recall that. That's at like the end of the movie or some shit, right? Is that in a different movie? I think I recall maybe seeing a clip or something like that. Yeah, they fucking like shine, don't they? It's really fucking weird, isn't it? I think I recall that. Yeah, what the fuck? Damn, dude. Fuck, do we gotta watch Twilight? Should I do a Twilight reaction on the channel? You guys want to see that? I'll fucking watch Twilight. I'll do it. You know what I mean? I'll see for myself. Holy fuck.
Mercutian recorded the deeds of their brothers, those that had passed during the heresy and the siege of Terra.
No.
And the battles since. Syrian had given Octavius' attendants a legionary gladius, a precious gift. Even Zal, the poor diplomat, had visited.
You do, I'm subscribing, deuce of shame.
Uzas, who seemed to speak less of blood,
unsubscribing,
was starting to form more coherent speech. A stark contrast to the reoccurring vision of a mad berserker trying to kill Syrian. What surprised Talos the most was that Octavius seemed to know more about his brothers than he did, even after centuries of war, centuries of living by their side. Though a mutant navigator from a noble Terran house was human, he was a weapon trying to find a purpose since his father's death. Perhaps there could be some understanding between them, but then he heard it. Not one, but two heartbeats. One emanating from Octavia's belly. Talos left immediately.
Interesting.
As soon as Septimus heard the door open, he knew he was...
I'm not trying to be weird or nothing. How old is she? I assume this lady was pretty old, you know what I'm saying? But maybe I'm wrong. And also, who did that? You know what I'm saying? When did this happen? Exactly, you know? Interesting. Very interesting.
Left immediately. As soon as Septimus heard the door open, he knew he was going to die. The dark-haired man tried to turn
I think they would
around,
make great comedies if you're not
grabbed his-
sober. Bro, that's the thing. Like, I would watch it. I'm not saying I'm gonna watch it, like, necessarily seriously. I'm gonna, like, you know, if it's bad, I'm gonna fucking shit talk it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna fucking, and I'm definitely gonna be like watching it with a beer cracked open or something. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't watch it be like, oh my god, fucking Edward. You know, like no, like no. You know what I'm saying? Like I know, but I ain't about. I'm not about that. You know, it's not happening. I hope I blew somebody's eardrums out there. You know,
he was going to die. The dark-haired man tried to turn around, but Talos grabbed his slave and threw him across the room.
Like fuck.
Septimus's head
No, it would be purely in like
over a dozen places bones broke.
You know,
Talos had warned him.
I'm checking it out for my own curiosity kind of viewpoint. You know,
ship. The child within her would affect her ability to navigate the warp. For the first time in his life, a slave drew weapons upon him.
Watch the Twilight series or Rim Grandpa Nurgle.
7 slaves.
Get some mouthwash
Some
ready.
died of old age.
Oh,
Some
fuck.
were murdered. Some were tainted and had to be put down, but none had ever betrayed him. Fear had kept them in line. Even this man, who he had plucked from a backwater to arm and repair his equipment. Anger emanated from Talos as he placed his foot upon Septimus's back. The slave had done much for him. There was sentiment there, but most importantly, usefulness. Talos spared his life, telling him if he ever approached her again, he would join Reuven above his throne. Talos left as the near-dead Septimus fell unconscious.
It was Septimus.
Also was imminent. Zal had been silent for a long time.
Interesting.
But finally, he spoke up. Why? Why make some big play now? Where has this so-called motivation?
Dramatic moment in your babbling about Twilight. Okay, fine. We'll go back. We'll listen a little closer. I was talking over it. Fair enough.
Though we've been after centuries of war, centuries of living by their side, though a mutant navigate.
I think that was a little further.
But two heartbeats. One eminent. As soon as Septimus heard the door open, he knew he was going to die. The dark-haired man tried to turn around, but Talos grabbed his slave and threw him across the room. Septimus's head split, and in over a dozen places bones broke.
Damn,
Talos
dude.
had warned him. Octavia was the most precious resource on this ship. The child within her would affect her ability to navigate the warp. For the first time in his life,
Septimus is another main character in the trilogy,
upon him,
and a slave of Talos.
Pistols.
Right.
7 slaves. Some died of old age.
Now, is it like was again, not trying to be weird, right? But was this like a thing? You know what I'm saying? Or was this like a like you know, because like damn, because she didn't say anything, you know, which makes me think, and I feel like that shit would be immediately, given the fact that they're the fucking Night Lords, like I'm just saying, hard to say. They were in love? Okay, so this beating that Septimus is receiving is entirely unjustified. Basically, is what you're saying.
Some were murdered, some were tainted and had to be put down, but
it's romantic that's built over the series, okay.
Him. Fear had kept them in line. Even this man, who he had plucked from a backwater to
justified to Talos
equipment. Anger emanated from Talos as he placed his foot upon Septimus's back. The slave had done much for him. There was sentiment there, but most importantly, usefulness. Talos spared his life, telling him if he ever approached her again, he would join Reuven above his throne. Talos left as the near-dead Septimus fell unconscious.
Jesus.
The drop to Zagwalsa was imminent. Zal had been silent for a long time, but finally he spoke up. Why? Why make some big play now? Where has this so-called motivation come from? This bitterness of the existence they had under Vandred the Exalted. I have carried this bitterness for a long time.
A pregnant navigator,
Zal,
especially one that didn't get impregnated by another
the only
navigator, is
difference
bad.
Now I wish to speak of it.
I assume that, probably the child is going to be not the best off if that's the case, right? I'd have to assume, right? Because it might be I could see that being a problem.
Zal, said Talos, the only difference is now I wish to speak of it. And I do not regret it. To speak of these flaws is like lancing a boil. I already feel the poison bleeding from me. It is no sin to wish to live a life that matters. We are supposed to be
I'm sure we will find out
war,
here.
And inflicting fear in the name of our father. We are sworn to bear his vengeance. Zal didn't hide the confusion taking hold over his pale features. Are you insane? How many among the Legion truly paid heed to the rantings of our mad Primarch, spoken so long ago? Talos countered. I am not saying the Legion has heeded those words. I am saying we should heed them. If we did, our lives would be worth more. Zal stepped forward. The Legion's lesson is taught. It was taught when he died. All that remains is to survive as best we can, and wait for the Imperium to fall. And what happens when it falls? What then? Zal looked at Talos for a moment. Who cares? Talos held his brother's gaze. No, that is not enough. Not for me. His muscles bunched as he clenched his teeth. Talos moved forward, immediately restrained by Mercutio.
It'll just mess up her navigation
abilities.
abilities.
To hold him back.
Extra stress on the body and all that. That's fair. That's fair.
We stand in the dust at the end of centuries.
Yeah, I imagine like even like something as like simple as like a mood swing when you're pregnant, when you're like trying to do like warp navigation. I imagine that would probably fuck you up. Even like the most minute like difference, right, in your body definitely would probably not be the best for you. I can definitely see that. Yeah.
Not enough.
Shit, I imagine having like a fever or something would fuck you up.
Centuries.
Feeling a little under the weather or something.
Endless failure. The Legion was poisoned, and we sacrificed an entire world to cleanse it. We failed. We are the sons of the only Primarch to hate his own Legion. There again we failed.
That's not true.
We swore vengeance on the Imperium.
That's not true. They must not have heard of Angron. They must not have heard of Angron and how much he absolutely just fucking hates his people, his Legion. He absolutely fucking despises them, you know? They must not have heard. They should feel pretty good about themselves, I'm just saying.
There again we failed. We swore vengeance on the Imperium, yet we run from every battle where we do not possess overwhelming force over a crippled enemy. We fail again and again and again. Have you ever fought a battle you'd struggle to win, with no hope of running away? Have any of us? Have you ever, since the siege of Terra itself, drawn a weapon with the knowledge you might die? Again. I will not see my life thrown away without meaning. Do you hear
Victim
me?
mentality a little bit, yeah.
Understand me, Prince of Cowards?
Exactly my thoughts.
I want vengeance against a galaxy that hates us. I want Imperial worlds to cower when we draw near. I want the weeping of this Empire's souls to reach all the way to Holy Terror, and the sound of suffering will choke the corpse god on his throne of gold. I will cast a shadow across this world. I will burn every man, woman, and child so the smoke from the funeral pyres eclipses the sun.
Jesus Christ.
With the dust that remains.
Why does this go so hard, though?
I will take the echo of damnation into the sacred skies above Terra, and rain the ashes of 20 million mortals down onto the Emperor's palace. Then they will remember us. Then they will remember the Legion they once feared. No more running. No more running. No more raiding to survive. When we seek an Imperial world, we will no longer ask if it's worth attacking for plunder. We will ask how much harm its destruction would cause the Imperium.
Curse like a minimum of 3 of his sons, while Angron only like 1, so chin up, guys. Exactly.
We will answer him.
I'm just saying, the ratio, right? Like towards dislike, like, it's pretty easy to see, like, you know, the Night Lords are pretty well off, all things considered. I'm not trying to be that guy, but yeah, chin up, lads, chin up. Come on. someone actually, you weren't the worst off. Believe it or not, I know it seems fucking awful, but in this case, it can actually be worse, you know? It could actually be worse for them. Somehow, as miraculous as that is to say. Fucked as it is to say, could be worse.
War Master calls us for the 13th Crusade. We will answer him. Night by night, we will bring this empire to its knees. I will cast aside what this Legion has become and remake it into what it should be. Do I make myself clear? The minor hives of Segualsa, whatever this Imperial scum had renamed the world to, burned. The people screamed and ran as their so-called militia defenders drew their weapons, but then fled in terror with them. Through red lenses, the claws hunted the falling Imperial city. Talos and Zal breathed in the fear as they stood atop a structure. It had been too long since they had felt this terror. They were the broken monsters their father despised, because they were enjoying this. Though
Still
again,
prefer
Talos
Huron
not
Blackheart being in charge than Abaddon.
But a
That's fair.
problem soon arose.
I actually don't know much about him.
Calls for help from the humans in this backwater had been answered, and Hastati's vessel entered the system. The claws raced back to the Echo as the ship was under fire. Talos felt that distant dull pain since Kryth now throbbed behind his eyes. The visions were right. Variel was right. He was dying. Slowly by his implementation, some humans did not mesh with Geneseed as well as others. No matter what, this campaign
poorly, boy.
felt like his last. A confrontation with a mortality he knew would end, To die outside of battle was not enough. To leave this cruel universe without holding to his father's teachings was not enough.
Your father's
The
teachings
Vault
were
came alive
dog,
with
no
commands,
offense, but they were.
as did the Ceramite corridors with bolt of fire. The Genesis chapter, a pitiful offshoot of Guilliman's line, had boarded the Echo as the Claws fought in desperate tight conflicts. The cause for the apothecary Varial was endless, as Talos, Mercutian, Syrian and Uzas held their junction. The Imperial Thin-Bloods unleashed their rounds into them and then charged. The bleeding eye raptors led by Lucofrius had been scattered. Uzas took a round to his spine as he fell back, clanging his head against the walls and ringing it like a bell.
Yeah, that would
Mercutian
suck.
called him an idiot as he lay down heavy fire to cover Talos. The Soul Hunter pulling his wounded...
Imagine getting fucking shot through the spine cleanly. You're now like fucking paralyzed. Probably like writhing on the fucking ground. You fucking idiot. Like, what? Goddamn, dude. Holy shit. Gotta give a man a break. Oh my god. Voldemort's Night Lord video is opened with one of his little fanfic stories that is sheer horror. Can't wait for you to hear it. Yeah, Voldemort, I was very, very pleasantly surprised by like the level of voice acting in Voldemort's video there. For being a lore video, and it had like a lot of like narrative pieces that were very, very fantastic. Very impressed with his work there. We definitely have to check out some more Voldemort on the channel for sure, for sure.
As he lay down heavy fire to cover Talos, the Soul Hunter pulling his wounded brother to safety. Talos looked back down the corridor, watching as a warrior draped in Imperial laurels and donning a look of triumphant purpose emerged. At least we will die to a hero, Syrian laughed, as their doom approached.
He voices the Tech Marine in The Awakening. That's right, that's right.
Pyth. When the Blood Angels had swarmed them, battles across every level, from the slave black market quarters to the tech priest Deltrian's workshop. Talos had only led the warband for months, and now it was likely going to end. But what of Syrian and Uzas?
That fucking sucks.
What of the Eldar? Ptolemnian Sarellen, a champion of Genesis chapter, a name that has struck fear in the hearts to many of the enemies of the God Emperor of mankind, a duelist who had not lost in over 4 decades. First Claw watched his impeccable advance, showering his tower shield with rounds as he lifted his thunder hammer. Talos, Syrian and Mercutian drew their blades, never wishing harder in their lives that Zal was here. Ptolemnian began a speech, but First Claw was already moving. Even Uzas sprung up, roaring death to the false emperor, blood for the 8th. First Claw slammed
Blood
into
for
his
the
shield,
8th.
sparks flying off the Imperial's boots as he was shoved back. Uzas fell down, another Imperial blade piercing his spine. The squad of Ptolemnian were on them too. Syrian rose first and gutted one Marine. Talos bucked the knee of another and sliced. They were Nostramans first. They were murderers first. Without honor, one by one they killed them like dogs, until only Ptolemnian stood. The champion charged and slammed down Mercutian, the noble born unconscious at his feet. Talos felt his
Can you
vision
duel with
blur
a thunder
and his
hammer?
mind
Isn't that just a
swim.
fight?
The sickness.
It's a good question. I'm pretty sure yeah, that is just a fight. I don't think you can like pull a swing on a fucking hammer, can you? Like, you can definitely like pull a swing on a sword and you can deflect and shit, but if a hammerhead hits you, you're just fucking done. Like, training or not, like, there ain't no way, you know? So yeah, what the hell? I love those Ultramarine Elite Guard helms with the gold wings. Those do look sick, to be fair. As much as, like, you know, it's fun to, like, make fun of the blueberries and shit, their armor does look good. You gotta admit, you know?
Talos felt his vision blur and his mind swim. The sickness, now, of all times to act up. Aurum was knocked from his grip. A kick to his chest and a backhand sent Talos flying against the walls. His chest armor was a smoking ruin of black coal. Syrian and Uzas were put down as the champion of the Genesis chapter stood victorious. First Claw breathed through the blood in their lungs, preparing to meet their end, until a figure stood behind Ptolemnian. They didn't engage at once. Zal and Ptolemnian, they stared at each other for several moments. each taking in the trophies and honor markings displayed across their rival suit of armor. The Imperial began to speak of his fallen brothers, how they died with honor. Zal gestured to First Claw. They will die as they lived. Running away, Zal gripped the half of Uzaz's chain axe and the grip of Talos's Aurium in the other hand and charged. Sparks flew from the chain axe as it bit into the tower shield. Zal caught more strikes from the thunder hammer, feeling the electrical concussive blows reverberate through his bones.
Damn,
the two
dude.
champions hacked at each other, shearing off ceramite and trading goring blows. He wasn't going to win if this stayed a fair fight, and his options to cheat were getting thinner with each drop of blood that ran from his body. The bastard's armor was too thick, and one more hammer fall would keep him down long enough for Telemnian to finish it. The Genesis Space Marine drew enough breath. Speaking admonishment, Zal chose that moment to headbutt him. A life of bloodshed and battle meant Zal was no stranger to pain, but pounding his bare forehead against the riveted, dense helm of an Adeptus Astartes company champion immediately ranked as one of the most agonizing moments of his existence. Telemnian's head snapped back, but Zal wouldn't let him go. He leaned closer, around the buzzing weapons, and powered his head against the Space Marine's faceplate a second time. Then a third. The impulse made the corridor echo like a forge. His nose gave away with a sickening snap on the fourth. On the fifth, something cracked in the front of his skull.
Why,
Two
dude?
more followed it.
Stop!
He was breaking his own face apart.
What are you doing? What the fuck? Listen, the first one for like the element of surprise, okay, I'm sure that fucking hurt a lot. Okay, his head snapped back. Fucking do something else. You don't have to fucking 8 headbutts in a row, my guy. Like, it's bare fucking face on fucking helmet. Like, what are you doing? Holy fuck. Like, do anything else. Your options to cheat, like, bro, that's not cheating. You're self-nerfing at that point. The first one, I was all for it. I was like, damn, okay, like, that's respectable, dude, but fuck me. Like, what? That amount of headbutts is nuts. What the fuck, dude?
Of his skull. 2 more followed it. He was breaking his own face apart. And
kicking him in the balls is a better idea. Anything is a better idea. Clinch, like, I don't know.
Blood sheeted into his eyes. He could no longer see, but he could feel Telemnian's muscles loosening and could hear the gargling of a throat injury.
Oh my
he
god.
spat then, a stingy goblet of blood-diluting acidic saliva, and splashed it against Telemnian's eye lens, hissing his way into the flesh beneath.
They really...
An 8th headbutt was enough to send them both reeling. Telemnian stumbling back against the wall.
I will say too, real quick here, he's a fucking big fan of that acid spit into the eyes, isn't he? That's a fucking, like, Night Lord favorite, or at least a Talos favorite here. Like, it's fucking into the eyes every single time, dude. God damn. It's effective. I'm not downing it. It's just like, God.
Eye lens, hissing its way into the flesh beneath. An 8th headbutt was
works
enough
well,
to
so why not? Yeah, I mean, that's I can't fault it.
Back against the
it's
wall.
just like a brutal maneuver, like the classic fucking
knees for
head back into the eye spit. Like, what the fuck?
Rising above him, and heard the tense growl of wounded power armor. He knew.
Meanwhile, Gabriel sat to the flesh tears, just kicks you in the balls.
His distinctive thrum was unmistakable.
Fair enough.
Zal's fingers closed around the hilt of Talos' energized sword.
Everyone's got their unique
with
maneuver.
With a scream of effort, he rammed it upwards. It bit deep. Zal didn't hesitate. He started carving as soon as it sank in. His clumsy, brutal hacksaw tore through armor, flesh and bone with equal relish. Gore rained onto him as he rose, cutting the champion's head from his shoulders.
Damn, dude.
First Claw rose as Zal dropped Aurium. He staggered against the wall as he placed his helmet back on. Not even since the Great Crusade or Heresy had they ever seen a duel like that. As they stood on shaky legs, they offered Zal the thunder hammer that he had rightfully earned.
Right.
My brother, Zal wheezed. I regret arguing with you before. It is no sin to wish for a life with meaning, or a way to win this war. Later, Talos said, his mind still thinking of the battle raging within the ship. Yes, Zal replied. Later. Zal took a single step closer, His head rolled forward in a slow motion, and then his body followed.
I was gonna say,
collapsing to the ground.
There's no way he walks away from this.
He fell into Talos's arms, utterly limp. His armor broadcasting the tuneless whine of a flat line. Zal died in Talos's arms.
Holy fuck.
He wouldn't let them touch the body.
Like, I'm not surprised you headbutted a ceramite fucking helmet 8 times. Like, yeah, you massive internal bleeding in your head. Astartes or not, like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, there's no way. Like, yeah, I guess he won the fight, you know, and he got the hammer. Yeah, you rightfully earned it. Yeah. Too bad you're not gonna fucking make it more than 2 minutes because your brain is bleeding. Like, goddamn, dude. Poor guy. What the fuck? What a way to go out. Like, that sucks, man. That sucks hard. Zarl is the only guy can fight. Even their Terminator are useless. Yeah. He was clearly trained by Angron. He was trained by a fucking gang lord, apparently. Because, what the fuck? Like, I don't know where you get off, man. Oh, shit.
Talos dragged it to the command throne.
He's going down, he's taking you with him? I guess.
Touch him. Even for Genesi distraction.
Damn, dude.
The rest of Firthclaw told him to leave the body. They would do the same for all of them, but Talos refused. The battle's tide was turning in the decks. The Imperials would soon be dead, but that was not enough. They chased the Astartes vessel down, enacting the Vox screen they had used upon the Ganges station to prevent escape. Cyclonic torpedoes eviscerated the small moon the Astartes vessel had tried to hide behind, the debris smashing what remained of the Genesis chapter forces.
Damn,
Zal was
dude.
dead. Bakuchian could hardly believe it.
Genesis chapter. What legion is that? Does anyone know? Who knows about Genesis? Who can tell me a little bit more about them? Just out of curiosity. I'm not too knowledgeable about that. Somebody let me know.
Syrian chuckled. Whether in disbelief or amusement only he knew. The
Genesis is the Ultramarines?
Uzas of an event
Oh, he said that. Okay.
failed.
When it started.
Varyo
Okay.
seemed to simply
Ultramarines.
absorb
Right.
the information.
Okay.
Once again, his cold, unblinking eyes betraying no emotion. Talos stood above Zal's body in a private
Chapter led by
chamber.
Phil Collins.
He alone would do this. He alone would touch his brother's body for the extraction
Gotcha.
of Gene
First,
seed.
second founding chapter.
Talos drew
Hence
a
Genesis.
gladius,
Gotcha.
feeling its
That's
weight
cool.
in his hand. He had
I
lost
guess,
his
yeah, you mentioned
Narcoothian
that the
gauntlet
Ultramarine
decades
helmets.
ago,
That's fair.
and would not borrow Varian's.
That's my bad.
He smashed the pommel upon Zal's exposed sternum, taking even him a few swings as the cracks echoed within the chamber. He curled his fingers around the ribcage and tore it open, his hands covered in his brother's blood. He turned Zal's face to the side, perhaps to avoid judgment. A breath escaped.
Yeah, his
the dead
eyes are just
lungs and
wide open.
Talos
His
froze.
death face. Fucking.
Even after all he had
Oh
seen
my
and
God.
done, he felt very human in this moment. The gene seed was ripped out. The work was half done. Talos knelt beside the mangled corpse of the man he had known longer than anyone in
Mangled
this
corpse would be
universe.
apt.
Brother, he said, a hero's burial awaits. He grabbed a flamer and triggered the ignition. Promethean flame lighted the chamber in a warm haze as the flames enveloped Zal's body. Talos watched the flames dance as he thought of all they had been through, the streets of Nostramo, the tutoring sessions,
What a burial.
first
Just
murders,
picks up a flamethrower and
campfires,
just burns him
the
himself.
elevation to Astartes, the Great Crusade,
Fair enough, I
the
guess.
day Talos' mother had died, to the walls of terror itself. If there was a hell, Zal was there, and soon he would join him. They weren't friends. They didn't even like each other, but they trusted each other. They were brothers. How rare for a Nostraman to know trust and brotherhood. Zal had been his champion. He knew it. He would have been dead many times over if not for the renowned duelist by his side.
It's true.
Kept him alive in the war. From the other claws and even the exalted. How could he do this?
Second founding
How could he
chapters
just
are always
die and
unique.
leave him
Okay.
like this? Octavia and Septimus entered the chamber. Talos remembered his orders for them to stay separate. But right now he didn't care. I'm sorry about Zal, she said. By your Legion standards, he was a good man. Talos snorted. Yeah.
That's fucking hilarious. She had to add that in there, of course. By your Legion standards, he was ... a good man. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Good as a fucking Night Lord gets, I guess. Jesus Christ.
Standards, he was a good man. Talos snorted.
What else do you say?
A good man.
Yes, a good man.
Became a chuckle.
Yeah.
A good man. A heretic. A traitor. A murderer.
Literally.
A fool. My brother, the so-called good man. The idea was so absurd it made Talos burst into a laughter so genuine he wept. The tears of grief flowing as he mourned the good man, Zal of First Claw.
Wow. So the irony of that statement isn't even like lost upon him. That's kind of fucking... it's kind of cool too. You know, I like that. Good shit.
The good man, Zal of First Claw. Variol landed a blow into the face of Talos. Within the Apothecarian, First Claw, Third Claw, and even the wounded drew their weapons upon the Flayer as he stared at Talos, his unblinking eyes holding Talos's own.
A good friend, though, yeah. Yeah, he was always there for Talos, straight up.
Sagwalsa? What in your visions has brought the warband here? Not knowing wasn't good enough. Ignore the visions, use your mind, think. Talos told the others to be at peace as he rose. Thank you, he told Variol. He needed that. The Flayer apologized. Ever the polite sociopath. Variol was right. The ongoing raid on Sagwalsa had to mean something. Was it not he who had been ranting about purpose to the others? Had he not proudly stated that it was not enough to just survive, that they had to fight the war? Talos followed Variol into a private chamber. The blue veins now visible beneath Talos's skin were concerning. Despite his body seemingly now failing, the look in Talos's eyes was filled with purpose. Sagwalsa would be the opening, for what Zal had known was coming. The very movement all could see for so long, but the Prophet himself. The true reason the Exalted feared Talos. The rebirth of the 8th Legion. Senator. He was the only one who could have kept the Legion together after the death of Kurz. But the old 8th was dead, so a new one would have to rise in its place, and one founded by the Prophet, the Soul Hunter, an inheritor to the will of Kurz, a beacon for the old generation and the new ones, bred and trained under the ideology of Talos Valcoran. The one who still held belief in the ways of the Night Haunter, bringing fear and punishment to this tyrant Imperium, justice for all they had suffered. Talos would become the very thing Abaddon had tried to foster.
Holy shit.
But he was dying. Variol told him that his gene seed had evolved, activated to its full potential. Perhaps in the right body, the visions would not be paralyzing, not a raving rant, but a controlled weapon. Talos knew he would not live to see it. But there was one last thing he would do. He would create the...
That's interesting. That's a very interesting concept that, like, it could be a very, very goated ability. It's just his body is, like, the limitation. Even his Astartes body is a limitation, right? His gene seed is activated even more so you would probably need a Primarch, and even then you saw Kurz fucking lose his shit, you know what I'm saying, over time. So even a Primarch body might not be enough even. It's hard to say, right? Like, damn.
Lived to see it. But there was one last thing he would do. He would create the foundations for the generations to come. He would create one final act, one rallying point, because death was nothing compared to vindication. Sagwalsa's population, the humans who had hidden within their hives, were dragged out from their safety. Space Marines in midnight clad began to pile the bodies high. Some were doing their job, but most were enjoying it, as they skinned thousands alive and threw the bodies in skins.
Holy shit, dude.
Piles. The old Arch Regent had been a brave man, refusing to comply with Talos, but it made no difference as he screamed like the others. The Imperium would see this world. They would see the devastation and weep. Talos saw each of the claws running rampant, clearly drunk on their own power. He saw what they were, even looking at Syrian, clearly drinking in the human's fear with the frenzy of an addict. Uzas couldn't even form a cohesive sentence as he hunted down prey. His moments of clarity clearly few and far between. Talos saw them just as Curse saw them. No wonder their father didn't care what happened
Kick the
to them
baby, just
after
became
his
Skin the
death,
baby.
but
Aw.
they could still be useful
Oh, man.
in building the future. The Psychers of the planet were gathered. All of the Psychers. From those in the Ashapathic choirs to the mutants and slum dwellers. Octavia entered the chamber that they were being kept in and immediately retched. The smell was a wave of putrefaction
Jesus.
and death, draped in a rot
Are they
so
being treated
potent it
badly?
stuck to the
I'm
very
guessing?
back of her throat.
Yeah.
She saw Talos, his arms stained in blood, arms deep within the living body of a psyker.
Oh my
He'd
god.
almost finished the painstaking work of elevating their suffering to the limit of human experience.
What the fuck,
She
dude?
tried to talk to him.
Yeah.
What was the plan? Why do all of this? I don't understand.
Oh my
She would-
god. Like, see, I actually feel really, really bad for her. She doesn't belong here, man. She straight up just does not belong here, this Octavia, man. She, like, fuck, why? You know? Like, why are you doing this? Like, because she's literally a psyker too. So for her, it's just like, holy fuck. Like, I'm lucky I'm who I am, because otherwise, that they would be doing this to me. Like, and I'm sitting here trying to give them counsel, trying to talk to them, trying to, like, get them to change, maybe. It's not gonna fucking happen, but, like, I don't know, I feel bad for her, man. I actually really, really do feel bad for her.
Was just human. Talos was an Astraman. He'd only known kindness from his mother. A memory lost in the elevation to Astartes. He was 8th Legion, a Night Lord. If she knew what he had even done in the Emperor's name, she would have screamed.
True.
He wasn't afraid of death. This wasn't some grand last stand. This was about vindication. The barely functional human husks, the tortured souls whose power connected them by the warp, faced the death knell. Talos grabbed Octavia to show them the Navigator's eye. Octavia took off the bandana, allowing each victim to gaze into the abyss.
Oh my
Some
god.
died instantly.
What the
Some
fuck?
screamed. Some even detonated in a shower of gore. One by one, over 4 hours, Octavia killed them. By over a dozen in, she lost consciousness due to the strain. By the end, Talos...
What a sick fuck. Okay, guys, like, I'm just gonna say now, like, when Talos, if Talos dies here, I'm probably going to cheer it on, okay? Like, listen, like, these ain't good people, you know what I'm saying? I kind of feel bad for them in a sense, because they're very, very misguided, and they could be a lot more, given their potential. But holy fuck, you know what I'm saying? Like, even amongst their own, like, they're just abusive. Like, it's just, it's rough, you know? It's hard for me to get behind.
held her upright and aimed the eye himself, killing the last of the mutilated psychers, with Octavia barely breathing. A psychic scream. A wave of such misery and pain ballooned like an explosion. The backlash killing Ashapathic choirs, navigators and psychers in over 100 worlds.
Fuck.
The Song of Madness. An evolution of the scream used at the Ganji Station raid. The consequences would be apocalyptic. Entire sectors cut off and in ruin. A master stroke of 8th Legion pain. This was how they would win the war. Talos sat alone in his chambers.
That's
thinking.
fucked.
Still, when he
So they
closed his
basically just like
eyes, he
warp
saw
bombed the
visions
fucking
of the
area,
Eldar.
the sector.
Why did they haunt his visions? Like some great doom. They had attacked at the time of the Primarch's death. Something the Legion had never understood. Some visions never came true, though those were rare. He hoped that for Syrian's death. Sometimes only small details changed. Seeing that monster, that Eldar witch, with a howling face mask, standing over the corpses of First Claw on Sogwalsa, still haunted him, but he had to put it aside. The song of man
Participating in the honor tradition of killing the messenger, true.
It was a siren. A call. A call. One not just the Imperium could hear. A sickening feeling washed over Talos. The Eldar. They would hear it too. Talos rushed to the throne room. A warning signal blared out as Talos ordered immediate jump to the war. The alarms
Did he just fuck himself?
And the Eldar were here.
Idiot. So in doing this, he's just like, oh yeah, fuck the Imperium. Yeah, we're gonna get one over on them. He does that, okay. Traumatizes his navigator, I'm sure. She probably feels fucking awful now. And that's gonna affect her ability, right? And that's gonna affect their overall ability to maneuver now, straight up. But in doing so, they just straight up attracted the Eldar to their ass. The Eldar straight up have a bone to pick. This was not fucking calculated well, was it? I'm just saying, fucking what a misplay.
Talos rushed to the throne room. A warning signal blared out as Talos ordered immediate jump to the war. The alarms were ringing, and the Eldar were here. A storm in flesh, with a rain of blades. She who stalks the void, the storm of silence. 2 weeks of running, jump after jump. Talos hadn't even slept.
Oh my
before
god.
They finally had 4 hours of peace. A moment Talos thought he could rest when he was called to the tech priest Deltrian's quarters.
That's actually a really cool like scenario, straight up, like the jump after jump after jump after jump. If you guys have ever seen Battlestar Galactica, that scenario is kind of explored in a sci-fi setting with like not modern day technology, obviously, but with probably like a advanced 100-200 year, you know, still like simplistic space travel weaponry, I guess, in a sense, right? Very, very cool concepts explored in that. If you guys want to go like check out like kind of like that concept, you know, I find that shit gets my rocks off like really well. Like the whole like logistical side of like space travel and having to like maintain that on a jump to jump basis while like an enemy is chasing you. Very, very cool concept, straight up. Go watch Battlestar Galactica if you guys haven't seen it.
Talos thought he could rest when he was called to the tech priest Deltrian's quarters. Syrian
Did you check out the pics of Jane? No, I didn't actually. That's a good point. I didn't actually check those out yet.
When the Covenant had evacuated to the Echo of Damnation.
Tell you what, I'll check those out after the stream here.
Aboard, bearing marines, serfs, relics.
If you don't mind, I'll just pull them up. I'll pull them up on stream.
Of Malcharian, the War Sage. The war on Krythe had been the glorious end of the half-dead captain of the 10th, one he had deserved, beating down the mirrored red dreadnought of the Blood Angel, the very one he had put in that sarcophagus 10,000 years before. But Deltrian had denied that wish. The tech priest, too lost in his reverence, had repaired and kept the War Sage alive. Talos found it strange, finding Uzas within the chamber. His red gauntleted brother told him it calmed his mind to be here. He didn't know what to make of that. Talos spoke viciously to Deltrian. The tech priest matched his height. His bionics and tubes grafted into his body reflected the mechanical and cold mind within. How could Deltrian understand the concept of brotherhood? Malcharian was more than just a man. He was a symbol, a sacred relic of the Legion in his own right. And in the tech priest's attempts to perform the reawakening rites, the War Sage has seen to be driven
I love degenerates. Hey, Dagenhart, good to see you, man.
Wanted no one to know. Let the War Sage have his legacy. He raised Orum's edge as Deltrian screamed. Talos aimed for the power unit and swung, only for the blade to hit the disruptive field.
Bad typo.
Talos, Deltrian, and Uzas flew back. It was done, until a voice, deep and metallic, coherent and loud, began to speak. Once again,
fitting, I suppose. True.
Into unlife. And a lot had happened since Krythe. The entire warband assembled. Talos, Variel, Syrian, Uzas, Mercutian, Lucofrius. All the claws gathered as their leaders spoke with Malcharian in his dreadnought sarcophagus. The tale took 7 hours to tell.
Jesus.
Malcharian told the Soul Hunter he had done well. He had already achieved more than Vandred ever had. The words of praise reverberated within Talos. But now the Eldar had come. More were arriving day by day, and they were hiding within an asteroid field near Sargwaza. hoping the Xenos did not spot them. Talos made a plan. To fight in the void, they would die instantly. He never possessed Vandred's talent for void warfare, but even he would not win against this amassing armada. Talos showed a hololithic display to all of the 8th. Death was nothing compared to vindication, but they would not die so easily. The display showed the old fortress.
7 hours? So Jesus, brother, we're getting close to the same length. I was gonna say, we're shit 2 hours short of that right now, almost. By the time this is over, shit, yeah, we'll be like an hour short of it at least, probably close to. Damn, holy fuck, guys! Thank you guys for tuning in. By the way, I do appreciate it a lot. Sticking it out this long, you guys are awesome.
Old fortress, the Legion's one second home. The place where their father had died. 10,000 years had rotted it down to nothing, but beneath its catacombs were still intact. They would fight the Legion's way. They were the sons of a gang world. Murder in tight quarters was second nature. They would bleed the Eldar for every step they took, and they would be the perfect distraction. Talos entered Varial's chambers, and Talos told him to prepare. Prepare the gene seed banks and surf aspirants. Octavia, Septimus, and the Legion's relics too. Deltrian's own small vessel would be leaving under the cover of the asteroids, and Talos wanted Varial to go too. Varial protested immediately. No. I wear the winged skull of Nostromo on my pauldrons. I will die in that worthless world too if I must. But Talos told him no. He was a better public
proud
than he
motherfuckers.
ever was, and he would ensure the future of the 8th.
Literally.
Varial resigned himself.
You're too important to
Talos
die.
knew his gene line didn't matter. Varial was a Night Lord by bond, and that's why he trusted him to live. Varial looked at Talos one last time,
Named character
telling
power.
him he had an annoying habit of interrupting people and talking over them. Talos almost smiled, a character flaw he was sure to work on in the limitless time he had left. The rampart was closing. Septimus turned from Octavia and his child that she carried within. He looked to the master he had served for years, a monster he had always been afraid of, but yet even now he felt loyalty. He caught himself waving as Talos stared back.
I forgot that she was still pregnant, so he made her do all that while she was pregnant too. That's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. That's really fucked up. I'm just saying. That's some shit right there. I don't feel bad for these motherfuckers, you know. If what happens to them, if it's bad, I'll be happy, you know what I'm saying? I'm not, you know. These are some bad folk, you know what I'm saying? You know, Talos, you know, he's got some points, but also he cooks. He does cook on occasion. But holy fuck, he's also just a crazy motherfucker. He's all for Kurz, you know what I'm saying? And Kurz was just a crazy fuck, pure and simple. So oof.
Out loyalty, he caught himself waving as Talos stared back. Humans, Talos thought. Emotions make them do strange things. Not only hours before he
crazy to think all
released
this has
Septimus
happened in like 8
Octavia
months.
from
This
his
last
service.
little bit here too, 8-9 months.
Why did he do that? Perhaps he was more human than he cared to admit. The echo of damnation one last time.
Don't understand how
roared
folks like
into
Ricky
battle,
find the Night Lords their
screaming
favorite
arcs of
legion.
Beautiful plasma streak.
I guess just because it's like it's fun to be like the evilest of the evil, and that's kind of what the Night Lords are. And I can understand that, but it's also from like a morality perspective for myself. It's just like I could never like support that mindset. You know what I mean? I couldn't like myself get into that mindset where it's like, fuck it, yeah, let's just skin people to do it. You know what I'm saying? Let's make couches out of people. The floor, fuck it, let's adorn our floor with human leather. Okay, let's get servitors to feed living people that live in our floor. Yeah, like I just, you know what I mean? I couldn't myself. I can't justify it. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. That's all it is. Not that I don't understand it. Listen, everyone's got their flavor, let's call it. But for myself, oof, I don't know. I don't think I could do it. You know, the armor is sick. I will say their armor looks fucking awesome. Straight up. Like, that's my favorite thing about them is their style. Like, straight up. But
styling everything, you know. That sounds controversial for me to say. I'm the guy out here saying, listen, drip or drown, you know. You gotta get that drip above everything else. You know, when I play DayZ, fuck being cold, you know what I'm saying? If those gloves look a little nicer than those ones that give you more warmth, I'm gonna wear those gloves that look nicer, you know what I'm saying? Drip or drown, you know what I'm saying? You gotta look scary. Intimidation is 90% of the battle. And I do appreciate that. And the Night Lords do fucking get that down 100%. It's just, you know what I'm saying? You know, you can't, just because you can intimidate doesn't mean you should always act on it. Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying? Intimidation should be enough to not have to act on it, ideally, right? If you're good enough at intimidating. That's what it is, right? I think. It's about diplomacy, you know? Words can do a lot more than actions, even though actions can get you results in the short term. Even Nostromo, you know, fell after Conrad Kurz left, you know, and it fell because pain and torture is only a short-term method to solve things, I think. That's for sure.
Last time roared into battle. Screaming arcs of beautiful plasma streaked towards the swift Eldar ships. Some fell, but the host was closing in, raining piercing strikes that began to rock the ship. The drop pods fell from the burning wreck as the Echo began to break in half. Varial, Deltrian, Septimus and Octavia watched the Echo break, listening to the Xenos comms. Varial narrated the battle as it played out, with his usual monotone and cold voice, translating the Eldar until he froze. The Flayer began to listen intently. His time under the Black Heart had gifted him even Xenos slaves to torture and interrogate, a language skill that now changed everything. The Eldar, their chatter spoke not of some
I'm certainly rooting for the Eldar here, me too.
Skirmish.
Controversial as that is to say.
A surgical strike. Craftworld Uthway. They spoke of prophecy, of a prophet of the 8th Legion who would reunite the scattered sons of Kurz and bring doom upon their home.
Oh my
They
god.
were here for the Soul Hunter. Talos' abilities, the visions. As Varial had told even the prophet himself, in the right body his gene seed would be incredible. His power could be reliable.
Oh yeah, they should
the
take
Eldar
him.
were going to kill
Suck
Talos
out his
and
seed.
his gene seed.
Yeah.
This changed everything.
Yeah.
The evacuation ship turned around and made a suicidal run to Sagwalsa. It was just like Nostromo all over again. The sons of that lightless hellscape
Love to see
were
Talos' seed
comfortable
get
in this
sucked,
dark.
you know what I'm saying?
The echo of damnation imploded as Talos and First Claw entered the catacombs.
Some
The last
Eldar on
gift
Night
was
Lord
present
action,
with
you know
them
what I'm
in the
saying?
drop pod, a prize stolen from the salamanders they had slain months before. With the Aquillas ritually broken, First Claw no longer stood in midnight clad, but Terminator patterned armor.
Okay.
Mercutian jested that he always wanted to headbutt someone to death, just as he had seen the
Crazy
Achamentar
fuck.
do during the Great Crusade. The heavy footfalls echoed in the winding tunnels, as Talos heard the Vox channels bloom with life. Talos heard the other claws laughing, bathing in Eldar slaughter as they imploded the Xenos filth. It was a better end than any 8th Legionary deserved. They began to fall one by one.
Okay.
But it irritated Talos for
Yeah.
how pointless this was. The battle with the Xenos had no meaning. Their vengeance was with the Imperium. Malcharian and his dreadnought chassis was resigned to the larger tunnels.
Isn't it so fucked that even as Astartes, even heretic Astartes like the Night Lords, they're sitting here saying, man, it's pointless to kill Xenos because our beef's with the Imperium. Fuck the humans, you know? These Eldar, they're filthy, but they're not our target, you know what I'm saying? We shouldn't be killing Eldar. Isn't that so, like, backwards for them to say? Like, holy shit. Holy shit. You guys are bad Astartes, I'm just saying. Fucking, you don't even revel in killing the Xenos, you know what I'm saying? Ah. Bah.
The Xenos weaved under his tread, as a battle resembling fly-swatting soaked the
They
walls
really
and
die
floor
fighting, no
with
more
blood.
running? Good.
Lucofrius
Good.
and his twisted
That's what I like to
raptors
hear.
launched from the crypts, unleashing in small ambushes, raking their claws and consuming the Eldar flesh. Some still alive as the raptor cult took their fill. First Claw had never worn Terminator plate before. It felt heavy, and the respect for their Achamentar brothers deepened. Talos bade them halt as enemies approached. He felt the enemy shuriken bounce off his plate as he fired his rotary cannon. The noise and power would have rocked him without the plate. As a stream of bolter rounds illuminated the corridor, the Zetas were mowed down within an instant.
Jesus.
Again, First Claw were impressed. And
I gotta ask here now: is this a moment of like plot armor for the Night Lords? You know what I'm saying? Are the Eldar usually this susceptible to getting cut down, as it were? You know, seems like the Eldar are getting fucking butchered here by the sounds of it. And from all accounts I've understood, the Eldar are a pretty competent fighting force. Maybe I'm incorrect. You know, maybe these Eldar just suck. I don't.
mowed down within an instant. Again, First Claw were impressed and relished.
This
its
is
new
definitely
power.
plot armor.
Lucofri's
Quite squishy in combat.
over the Vox. It rasped with pain. The bleeding eye raptors were all
Just gonna
dead,
say nobody in
and he
Games
had
Workshop's
seen
like the Eldar.
her.
It just seems like, you know, when they're describing like, because there's not supposed to be a shitload of Eldar left, and like they've been around forever. Their tech is fantastic. Their fighting styles are fantastic as well. Squishy, obviously, but still. And then you just hear like he opened up with his rotary cannon and mowed down fucking 50 in a straight line. Like what what the fuck? Like, you know what I mean? Holy shit. Like, seems like a little bit of an overkill, like a little bit of a fucking Eldar L here. Like, I don't know. I just expected a little more from them. I don't know. You know, maybe I don't know.
Raptors were all dead, and he had seen her, an Eldar witch, the monster that was leading this hunt. The chatter grew over the hours, the claws slowly dying, speaking of one they called the Void Stalker. First Claw reunited with Third Claw.
Maybe this
deep within
Eldar
the
witch is going to get
catacombs,
its licks in.
and almost immediately they were attacked. A more elite foe presented itself, and Talos saw how these Eldar were different, moving with a grace far beyond human potential.
Right.
They sent howling screams towards the sons of Kurz that distorted as their blades bit deep. Uzas and Mercutian ripped them apart as Syrian smashed one into the wall with a sickening crunch. First Claw fired until their guns ran dry. The extra protection had served them well, but the Eldar were sending more and more elite warriors, ones that could barely follow. They moved back, aiming to discard their heavy Terminator plate. They needed speed for their next engagements. Howling banshees launched at them once again.
And that's the thing too. They're counteracting Eldari elite warriors in fucking Terminator armor right now. And not just any Terminator armor, fucking Night Lord Terminator armor. Doesn't that sound a little bit sus? Like, is that just me? Or does that just seem like a little bit of a disservice to the Eldar here? Like, I'm not even trying to be like a Xenos lover or nothing like that. But the whole point is like speed, agility. These motherfuckers are in Terminator armor and they're meleeing, like outmaneuvering fucking Eldar. Right? Like, is that's what's happening. That's what's being described here, right? Like, that's not lost on me, right? Like, surely. I just want to make sure, like, because that just seems fucking crazy to me, man. Like, what? 100% the Eldar's worst thing is Games Workshop stories screw them over hard. Yeah, well, fuck, clearly. Seems like it. Maybe squishy, but they're faster than the Space Marines. Even the quote-unquote militia have centuries of experience in combat. Fuck, like, that already sets them ahead of than most Space Marines. These are aspect warriors. They spent 1,000 years training in warfare just to get gunned down by a 200-year-old Night Lord. Like, yeah, like, that's kind of what I'm saying here. Like, this seems like a very, like, if anything, it seems like the Night Lords should be getting absolutely fucking annihilated here. If anything, like, they just seem totally outmatched. This is complete BS? Yeah. I don't know. They're wearing Taurus pattern, which is the fastest Terminator armor. I guess even if it's the fastest Terminator armor, it's still Terminator armor, and they're still Eldari, right? Like, Terminator armor, even if it's the fastest Terminator armor, it's still in theory gonna be worse, like slower, not worse, but slower than like an Eldari, right? Especially an Eldari warrior that's been like training for this moment, like, for however fucking long, potentially thousands of years, hundreds if not thousands of years, right? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Let's keep watching. I'm gonna try to put this in the back of my head and just like say that like, okay, the Night Lords here have mega plot armor, because it definitely seems like they do.
Need for their next engagements. Howling banshees launched at them once again.
The Eldar aspect warriors should be able to quite literally dodge bolter fire at near point blank. Yeah.
Just as he had
like that's what I heard, right?
Talos inflated his 3 lungs and unleashed.
That's why it's a little weird
scream.
to me, but
Eldar eye lenses cracked. Organs burst and all of them staggered as the rest of the Night Lords joined their scream to Talos's.
Really?
Stunned and weakened, they quickly cut them all down.
And that scream takes them down.
In the pitch black was earned until they heard the footsteps. Talos felt his heart race and his senses rose to full alert.
Man.
He recited the words he had uttered in the visions for years. A storm in flesh, with a rain of blades, she who stalks the void.
You know, I'm gonna pause again here and talk about it. I don't usually let like plot armor get to me a lot. Like with the Guilliman one, it was like, okay, fuck it. It's Guilliman, it's a Primarch, right? But with this one, I don't know. Because it just seems like it's, I see what you guys mean now. When the Eldar come in, it just seems like they get fucked hard. For like no reason even. Like, I don't know. I definitely expected like, you know, some loss or like, you know, some type of pushback here. But it was just like utter dummying by the Night Lords here on the Eldar. Like, it just seems like they absolutely just dropped their nuts on their face. Like, I'm surprised, you know? It just seems like a disservice to them almost. Damn. Fuck. Like, I you know, again, like plot armor, I'm fine with it to a degree. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind it. With the Primarch story is okay, fine. Plot armor, sure. Whatever have you. That's fine. Okay? I'll let that slide. But with this, it just seems like, I don't know. These are just basic Astartes. You know what I'm saying? Like, these aren't Primarchs. These are just basic Astartes in Terminator armor right now. Fuck. Damn, dude. It's rough. That's rough.
With a rain of blades, she who stalks the void.
Again, I'm not even like an Eldar simp. It just seems like, damn,
like
you know? That's all.
Banshee, but greater. Jane Zar. The witch moved at such speed, Talos heard the ring of flat line in his ears, as Third Claw were butchered upon her spear. The vision, the doom he had foreseen, the butcher of his brothers was here. Bolter rounds flew around the cramped chamber, not even able to catch the blur that danced between them. But just as quickly she melted into the shadows.
This is Jane right here?
There was only one option for an 8th legionary when facing a superior foe.
It's a throwing star. Okay.
First Claw made its way back towards the
surface. It's like a big shuriken.
Acutely aware they were being hunted, not enjoying the experience for the first time on the other end. A call
she looks fucking scary,
came
dude.
to the box, to Talos' surprise, speaking of how the game had changed. They were here for him, the prophet who would unite the 8th, but he had no time to process it. Mercutian began to limp, a wound he had taken earlier in his leg, and the pain was spreading to his spine. He told them to leave him. We didn't come down here to win, Uzas said.
Get this, the Ynnari trilogy that was supposed to be a trilogy and revitalized the Eldar by bringing back their god of the dead was stopped by one space marine and ensured the trilogy remained a duet. So they actually... Wait a second. So they cut out a book, essentially, and basically changed it to a single space marine stopping that? Really? What is with the power? See, this confuses me, right? Because, like, again, like, I feel like the Eldar are almost on another level compared to Astartes, right? And I feel like not all, of course, but certain ones definitely overpower your average Astartes. And it just seems like, damn, you know, even like technology-wise, seems like they would do a number on them. It's just rough to see, you know? It seems like, you know, I get like, you know, obviously the Imperium's kind of like the poster boy and the Astartes are kind of like the poster boys of 40K, but it definitely seems like a disservice to nerf the other races in such a massive universe such as this, when it's like in lore pre-established that they're supposed to be a lot more powerful. I feel like the inconsistencies, I feel like that's what irks a lot of people, right? That's the problem, right? The inconsistencies in it.
To believe him. We didn't come down here to win, Uzas said, with such clarity that once again Talos looked at his brother in surprise. Spotting a wound on his head, his seeing that the blood-raving lunatic he had known for decades had had some sense knocked into him.
They stopped at 2 books?
I was bored of being alive anyway. Talos looked to First Claw.
Nearly all their technology still works really well. I thought so.
Die beside
and they got the
men.
webway and shit.
2
like,
hours
fuck.
of silence meant nothing to the danger they were still in, but the pace was slowing.
Like, you'd think they would be
Mercutian's
utterly
breath
goated,
was
but
ragged. He
what do
didn't
I know?
have much longer. He clung to his prized heavy bolter and told them to leave now. Here he would make his stand. Talos told him to leave his precious weapon. The game had changed. Varil had told them. Mercutian asked Talos if he believed it, that he would live on, that he would unite the Legion. Talos didn't know deep down what he believed, only that there was a chance. If that is true, Mercutian responded, then what visions had he seen after this fight? None, Talos replied. The Howling Witch was on them again. Mercutian shoved Talos off and told them to run. Praefectus, the noble-born Nostraman, screamed as he fired unheeded into the approaching shadow. But he would record no more deeds and names of his lost brothers, as the spear plunged through Mercutian and out of his back. He hung fetal upon the weapon as the alien monster whispered sleep in his failing consciousness. Mercutian moved faster than he ever had before, drawing his gladius and ramming it through her shin. The superior being cried out in pain as the Night Lord, recorder of his brother's deeds, Mercutian of First Claw, let out his last breath. First Claw became separated as they approached the surface. Talos looked to the dark skies, hearing flashes of thunder rumble. A feeling of nostalgia washed over him.
They out there get beaten by orcs, necrons, nids, guards, astartes, squats, Gretchen, cats, dogs, squirrels, and game workshop stories. Holy fuck. Yeah, that's rough. Again, especially against like orcs and shit. You feel like, I don't know, I guess orc numbers would be rough for the Eldar, but like, you'd feel like on a 1-to-1, I feel like the Eldar would fucking slap against orcs, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like they would easily outmaneuver an orc and cut that shit apart. Like, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'm just, you know, maybe I'm Eldar pilled right now. I don't know. maybe I just want the Night Lords to die too. Maybe that could be it too. It's hard to say, but I don't know. It's all the purple orcs. Maybe true. The purple orcs get in there. You never know. Orc snipers, yeah. True.
Flashes of thunder rumble. A feeling of nostalgia washed over him.
Elder aspect warriors get beaten by a child Angron. That's true.
Tunnel. He
that
saw
is
the
facts,
prone
which is so
form of
weird.
Syrian with Uzas leering above him, chain axe raised. Here, the vision he had seen for years, Uzas would kill Syrian. Here, Talos sprinted to them and rammed Orm through Uzas's chest. My brother, Uzas said through the blood. I trusted you, Talos said with clenched teeth. I argued again and again and again to spare your life. I swore to the others you were still inside there somewhere. Somehow. Still a shred of nobility waiting to be reborn. You are the foulest, basest, most treacherous creature to wear the winged skull of Nostramo. I should have killed you years
It's the nicest thing I've ever heard.
The body of Uzas fell to the ground.
Oh.
For a brief second, Syrian's face was contorted by guilt, only to vanish, telling Talos the mad dog had simply attacked him from behind. Talos voxed for any survivors, but none answered. Perhaps even the war sage Malcharian was dead too. Through the pouring rain, a new figure approached. Variel had come. Septimus and Octavia were waiting inside the ship. They could finally leave. Talos took one step on the ship rampart and stopped. It's not me, he said. Variel paused. It's not me. I don't think any prophet can unite the 8th Legion. I couldn't even unite one claw. Talos thought to his father's last words to him, about how the Primarch hated the Legion and his sons. He would be vindicated in death, and he didn't care what happened to them once he was gone. Talos the hero. That was how it started. born on a miserable world, and to escape it he left his only family, his mother. The escape was supposed to be freedom, but it was only war. He threw himself into a new purpose. Justice. The Night Haunter's justice.
Justice, quote
That
unquote.
failed too. He had lived a life of torture, death, scavenging, and genetic degeneration. Even now the pain was with him. And the only time he ever dared to find purpose again, it had led to this. It is not enough.
Damn,
That
dude.
rousing speech felt so hollow, because in truth it was a lie. An 8th Legion prophet will unite the Legion. How could that be him? In truth he felt the same as their father. He hated them. All of the Night Lords. It's not me. Take my gene seed upon death, he told Variel. The only thing I want is to kill that alien witch.
Fuck.
Blood burst from Variel, and Talos finally saw that face contort with emotion. As a black-bladed tip gored the flayer, it pulled out and cleaved his legs. Talos moved first. He raised Aurum and met her next strike. Jane Zar was quick, but didn't anticipate the cracking kick to her faceplate. He grinned at her, telling her that was satisfying. Soul Hunter, she hissed. He'd never told anyone how much he despised that name. Syrian moved in too, as the demigod Xenos weaved around them. They were fast, centuries of war-honed skill, yet it was not enough. As she cleaved through him, Lucofrius, the last raptor, tried to slice her with his claws, but the spear impaled him, like the successful kill of a mere animal. Talos struck again and again, managing to slice her right arm at the elbow. The rain was splashing around the two as they danced the rhythm of death on this crying world. Aurum was knocked from his grip, and a kick slammed him to his knees. He tried to activate...
So I'm just saying right now, currently, like, the Eldar to, like, Night Lord ratio right now, it's like, what, like 100 to, like, 2 currently? Something fucking nuts like that. Bit insane so far, I'm just saying. Little bit crazy. I think they also do that with the Emperor's Children lately. Literally let a Black Templar fan who hates chaos writing chaos, or let him write chaos. Damn, dude. That's kind of strange. Definitely strange, too, when they make, like, writers who, you know, are good at writing certain aspects of the Imperium or of just 40k in general, and they make them write things that they're just not necessarily versed in, you know? Because then you get a lot of, like, lore inconsistencies and just, like, weird shit happening too. I hear that happens a lot with some of the earlier books in 40k. Like, a lot of the novels are just kind of like, you know, out there in a sense, like in terms of like what they offer, you know. I don't know how true that is. I haven't read them myself, of course, but that's just what I've heard. Entirely psychic race that, while yes, they can't use their powers to the fullest abilities due to Slaanesh, it's still incredibly powerful. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they're supposed to be a psyker race, and it's just like, I feel like they just nerfed so hard. Like, I feel like they don't utilize that to the extent that they definitely could in universe, in lore, from what I've heard, right? I don't know. Again, I'm not an expert, but from what I have heard, right? I think it was 9th edition tabletop 40k. Elder got a model refresh. They were amazing again in game. Actually played how they were supposed to play. Lots of mind games and tricks. Within 6 months, Games Workshop had nursed them so hard they were one of the worst armies to play as. Really? So does the pendulum just swing? So they just, like, they try something, it doesn't sell the most, so they just instantly revert? Is that how it largely works? That's really unfortunate to hear. Sounds like the Tau books, I heard their author hates them. Really? That's shocking. I don't see why they would make authors who hate certain races or don't like certain aspects of 40k make them write that. I don't understand that. Seems like it's not a best idea. You get somebody in that's interested in that race or something to write it, you know?
Was knocked from his grip, and a kick slammed him to his knees. He tried to activate Prey Sight, and then Aurum's golden tip was rammed through his chestplate.
Oh.
She had killed him on his own sword. The witch drew it out and snapped the ancient weapon across her knee.
Damn,
Through
dude.
only one working eye, Talos stared up at the Void Stalker. He wheezed through barely functioning lungs as his vision blurred. Talos rose slowly.
Oh, is he gonna
as
die?
The alien spoke. So dies the hunter of souls.
Oh,
The vision and
okay, it's
reality
coming.
overlaid before him. In my dreams you still had your helm on, he said. Fate is fluid, hunter of souls, she replied. And so it was. So many details were different, but the outcomes were all the same. Do not be ashamed, human, said Janezar. Every human dies. Valas Morovi, he uttered through a broken jaw. First claw. The alien spoke in the human Gothic tongue. The disgust was evident on her face for using such a primitive language. They were your brothers. You call out to the dead in hopes they will save you. A thrumming sound began to build up. An 8th Legion gunship rose up and fired upon the alien. The
Oh my
creature
God.
darted into the shadows faster than
There's
even
no
Stark's
fucking way.
eyes could see. Master. A voice blared from the ship. Talos looked up, and through his own
Wait. Just, let's go back. I just want to hear that again.
darted into the shadows faster than even a
Darted into the shadows
Astartes' eyes could see.
faster than even an Astartes' eyes could see. Darted into the shadows faster than even an Astartes' eye can see. Where the fuck was that? Like, this entire thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, there it is, right? Like, so it's possible. It's in the book, I'm assuming. And this isn't like, obviously, this isn't like I'm not shit talking like the Amberking or anything like that. This is just like the writing, of course. Like, he's working with what's there. That just seems so weird to me. They're literally like, you know, like, I don't know. Like, they're literally saying like they're powered. That's how quick they are. And yet, Talos lives. He's still alive right now. I don't know, man. I don't know. It doesn't feel like he should be.
Master. A voice blared from the ship. Talos looked up.
So fast
and
that
through
even
own
his eyes
he
can't
saw
fucking register
Royal
how fast they're
Septimus and
moving.
Octavia.
Where was that?
Talos screamed
Where
that
was
they
that?
are dismissed from his service for the second time. Leave. Flee this accursed world. Run far. If Varial survives, he will come for the child. Talos wasn't leaving, for she had killed his brothers. With his shattered ribs, failing vision and bleeding wounds, Talos stood and chased after his fate.
Really?
Talos stumbled forward. He found Syrian prone and spluttering blood.
So he's
He
chasing her
removed his
down right
helm.
now.
Seeing black eyes roll to the back of his head, Syrian gripped his brother's wrist. Uzas, he said. I'm sorry, Uzas. Yet even now the shameful truth would die with him. It was he who was responsible for the killings within the Covenant. Their delicious fear and death blamed upon Uzas. It should have been Syrian to bear the red gauntlets. He knew it. Uzas. The bastard was becoming more coherent. That was why Syrian had tried to kill him. Why
Fuck.
Talos had intervened. Perhaps it would have been justice had he died. But Uzas would die by a brother's hand. Don't use my gene seed, Syrian rasped. I'm done with this war. Syrian began to shiver in Talos' arms. He was choking on his blood. I'm dying, he said. Everyone else has escaped. The
See,
slaves escaped.
I just don't
So-
feel bad.
How are you? The last
'Cause these are
breath
really bad
escaped
people,
Syrian's
huh?
lungs. Talos closed his eyes gently. He took the grenades from his brother's belt and set off. It didn't take long for the Eldar to return. Even in her injured and bloodied frame, Janezar rammed a black spear through the Night Lord's chest,
Okay.
and Talos offered no resistance.
Damn.
He took the embrace of death. He dropped the broken hilt of Aurum from his left hand, and then opened his right. He let the grenades emulate them both.
Grenades?
Talos Valcoran, son of Nostramo,
But he's dead,
son
right?
of Conrad Kurz, 8th Legion, Night Lord,
He's gone.
Prophet,
Exploded.
Soul Hunter,
Pink mist.
First Claw,
Dead.
died.
Yes! Woo! Fuck yeah. Sorry. But yeah. Oh, that's it? Damn. Shit. Oops. Oh my god. What an abrupt ending. Man, there's still a lot going on here. Okay, there's like... Damn, there's like half an hour of like... Thank you for watching at the end here. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, that seems like a bit of an... Oh, character thoughts / breakdown. Okay, let's keep going here. I don't know if this is more at the end here or... Talos isn't interesting as a character. He's also a monster who I cannot like. That's the thing. Interesting character. Very interesting character. Don't get me wrong. But he's also just a fucking asshole. So it's like, I personally can't get behind him. You know what I'm saying? But like a very interesting story. I will say, I really like the story from start to finish. The plot armor at the end towards him and against the Eldar, that shit I disliked. I won't lie. But that's obviously no fault of like, that's no fault of like the Amberking or anything. I think this was displayed in an amazing way. Just a fault of like the writing and stuff like that. And I guess Games Workshop's decisions. That shit's kind of weak, I won't lie. Like, I definitely think like, yeah, they shouldn't be nerfing races in that way. It seems a little weak, but... He seems so inconsistent with his endings. Yeah, he does. I'm just gonna like skip ahead here. I just want to see if there is like...
No interest in being.
Okay, there is a little bit.
He doesn't like to be the...
There is a little bit more here at the end. There's the character thoughts / breakdown. That's like 20 minutes there. Here, let's check that out.
This is a small segment at the end where I just want to sum up everything that I have learnt about this character and my kind of overall feelings as having read all the material. I have found Talos Valcoran to be a very fascinating and interesting character, and I mean a big thank you to Aaron Dembski-Bowden for writing such a great trilogy of books.
Right.
I first read the novels absolutely years ago, and it was something long before even the channel had started, and it blew my mind quite how much you could get immersed within a Warhammer story to this degree, and then to be so attached to so many characters who, in a way, I never liked, but I also love to read about.
Never liked them, but love to read about them. I think that sums it up pretty well.
Is essentially the story of the reluctant protagonist.
Okay.
He doesn't want to believe in his
definitely is
mythology.
Not a protagonist in my opinion.
He is the soul hunter. He is the prophet of the 8th Legion, and much of his life and his own abilities mirror what his Primarch went through. He's essentially a sort of, as weird as it sounds, a more sane Conrad Kurz. And perhaps the way he sees the abilities of Kurz affect him, he's reluctant, and the visions are not for him a sort of boon or what could have been. As much as Variel talks about it, they are things that make him convulse in pain. But the worst part of his abilities is the fact that everyone seeks to use it against him or to use it for their own benefits. He's
the protagonist. That doesn't mean he's good. He's just the main focus character. I guess that's true. But then I feel like I would just call him the main character then. I guess this protagonist just used as a plug-in for main character? Can you use that interchangeably? I guess protagonist usually implies good, but it doesn't have to. That's fair. That's fair.
Chased by a doom is inevitable.
Okay, we're good. Something happened. I don't know.
Inevitable death. And also with Abaddon, who seeks to sort of make him and remold him into this, messianic, unifying
Captions
figure,
turned off for some reason?
No interest in being. He doesn't like to be the slave of other peoples and other legions and other warriors. For a character who, in the timeline of Warhammer, he joins the Night Lord's Legion so late, and yet he clearly missed that massive wave where some of the early recruits sort of hold to the ideals of Conrad Kurz, such as Sevatar. He naively holds on to the Primarch's teachings, even though he is so far from what Conrad Kurz truly ever preach, and even in his most sane moments. I think when he speaks to the ghost of Reuven after he turned him into bones, he says, if only the Legion had stayed pure. And it's so ironic because he never was in that category. He's never pure himself. It's the only way to sort of get around the madness of their lifestyle and the madness of their unjust vengeance, because he has to hold on to something, otherwise he knows he's kind of a massive hypocrite.
Yeah. Oh, he is.
As a character, what makes him very interesting is that he holds these contrary beliefs. He doesn't want to rule. He's kind of happy to be just First Claw, Apothecarian, Talos, and yet he criticizes and clashes with other characters such as Vandred, the Exalted, and, Abaddon. He clashes with them because he knows exactly how one should rule, supposedly. Interestingly enough, when he...
That is a very fair point. He constantly shit talks those in authority positions and their decisions that they make while offering, or not offering no other alternative, but he doesn't from what we saw, he doesn't offer any other alternative. And he himself isn't willing to lead, even though he's willing to criticize those who do. That's the fucking thing I can't stand the most, right? Is when people criticize those who lead, but do not offer any viable solution to the contrary, right? Because it's like, what are you doing then, right? You're just shit talking the system, but you have nothing else to replace it with. You have nothing else to make do, right? So like, how are you going to sit there and like formulate the opinion that you don't like this, but then you can't formulate what you would do to make it better? You know what I'm saying? And he doesn't really do that seemingly. He just throws his shade around, and I did notice that quite a bit, at least from what I saw in this video. Perhaps I'm wrong.
One should rule, supposedly. Interestingly enough, when he's in those positions to rule, he doesn't have some great success. He only has one glorious moment, and then it's all the end of his story. His speech where he says...
Stop talking about half my government so much. I don't think it's just half your government. Hobbit, don't worry about that.
Like Kurtz, he wants to relive.
I think that's a lot of governments
days,
nowadays, unfortunately.
Fight for something more than just the scavenging they've done for centuries. He wants his life to have meaning, but he also wants that vindication that, I am right, that Kurz in his madness sort in the end, because Talos doesn't have anything else. And many other characters are kind of happy to exist in this nomadic lifestyle. They don't seek rulership or anything. For Talos, it's just simply not good enough. I particularly loved his every single interaction with First Claw in the entire trilogy is
drop the definition of protagonist above.
Every character almost his
character whose journey the audience follows. Yeah, that makes sense.
Every character around.
It's kind of what I figured. Yeah, it doesn't have to be good necessarily.
A piece of him. Zal is the character who he is known longer than anybody in this universe. He doesn't really realize how important Zal is. He just finds him as, I trust Zal, but Zal I've never liked him. Not at one point were they even friends. But he didn't realize how important Zal was until he didn't have Zal around.
True.
Like, he couldn't be Talos the Prophet without a Zal who basically kept him alive the entire time. And they definitely sort of have each other's backs, which I really enjoyed reading about. There's loyalty there. Despite them being Nostraman, they both grew up on that hellscape. They sort of will, even since childhood, they always had each other's backs. Syrian is an interesting one simply because he's kind of like the runt of the litter. He's always the one who they all judge him for his...
Gonna dip out, got a shower, any gaming tonight? Yeah, I'm thinking we will...
How he can...
Pause right here real quick. Thinking we will probably do some gaming tonight. I'm not too sure what we'll do yet. Might do something a little bit different. Might finish off Skyrim. Yeah, I figure we really probably only have another episode of Skyrim left, to be honest with you. So maybe we'll finish that off. If not that, might do something a little bit different. Might play something a little bit different on the channel. Who knows? You know, we'll see. We'll see.
Judge him for his corruption by
I do want to do some gaming tonight, though, for sure.
And how he can sense fear. They are creatures, they are warriors designed to inflict fear. You know, they're meant to be Hastatis, and Hastatis know no fear, as the Emperor says. But the fact that Syrian can feel fear, they all just sort of despise him. But yet, when he sees that reoccurring vision where Uzas is essentially trying to murder Syrian, he is intensely protective. It's not his dislike of Uzas. Many other Night Lords have probably murdered each other in the warband over many decades in their survival. But he sort of goes out of his way to protect Syrian in like some circumstances. Mercutian is like as the sort of later addition to First Claw. You can I like the idea of like the backstory of Nostromo being sort of hinted at here, where like all like Zal and Talos, they both see Mercutian, who was, you know, a noble born of Nostromo, and he's someone who, you know, probably grew up in a much, you know, the son of like a gang lord, you know, much wealthier existence, and it sort of sets him apart. Then brings a sort of depth to the story, and especially when Octavian mentions how he records the deeds of their fallen brothers, it sort of gives Talos a slight sort of more of a link to him, because he's sort of he's a character looking for purpose, and the idea of like other characters living, you know, lives being worthy of being recorded is something that probably sticks with him. Uzas, poor old Uzas. Uzas is like character. It's just so well done in the books, because it's a mad dog of a character. You know, he's the liability, he's the problem, but like over the trilogy he's sort of getting better, and Talos is learning to somewhat put faith in him again after, you know, right at the beginning of the books he just despises him, thinks he's a problem, and throughout the books he keeps getting his hopes up and then disappointed, and at the very end, even though he kind of, it's not the real truth of Uzas, you know, randomly attacking Syrian, it's actually the other way around. It adds to that layer of tragedy that Talos would just never know, and even at the end when Uzas does die, he dies just thinking, I should never have trusted him in the first place, which is, oh man, it's so hard to read, but it's really well done. Varial's interesting just because it's an apothecarian like Talos himself, but it just goes to show you that Varial is an element added in. It just goes to show that Talos, in a way, is not that talented, which I thought was, at least that's the way I always read it. He's not the best apothecarian, he's not the best fighter, he is simply just someone who's had a mythology built around him.
Interesting.
And when he finally kind of admits to Varial at the very end, he says, like, it's just not me. I'm not the great hero, I'm not this messiah, I'm not the prophet. Varial kind of sees it too. Talos has almost been enslaved and carried on by his own
like persona. I will say that does make a lot of sense, actually, yeah, because what we saw there, right? He can fight, but he's not the best fighter. He's not the best strategist. He doesn't want to lead, right? And he's the prophet, right? In the sense of like he has these premonitions, which is the same thing that Kurz had, right? And that's really the only thing that is elevating him above any other Astartes. Without that precognition ability, he's really just another Night Lord at the end of the day. There's really not much special about him. It's rough to say, man. Damn. I think Centurion's lesson on 40k today is Games Workshop screws the Elder hard in every story they're in. Yeah, true. Does very much seem that way, I have to say. It's that was the most disappointing thing, I think, about this whole thing, was just seeing how hard, like, you know, you guys have obviously said before in the past, like, just like how bad it is, but to see it myself, it's like, fuck, that's rough.
Enslaved and carried on by his own prowess as, you know, the prophet of the eighth, you know, a favored son of Kurz. That's what's carried him this far. not someone who's in each of the members of First Claw has been talented in some degree or a good fighter. It's only been Varial to show like that kind of level of contrast. And it's fascinating to have something where it shows like the ideology of the Night Lords is more important than them necessarily being Nostraman. Varial is an outsider, but Talos probably trusts him more than anyone else other than Zal in the group. When Talos finally becomes a leader, it's thrust upon him. It's because Vandrid obviously dies. He ultimately fails, and it's right that he does. And everything that when he spoke about, living a life of purpose, within a Night Lord's version of purpose,
right?
It's in him trying to make things better that his great doom comes about. Talos is, and Bowden does it so well here. Like, he's not the hero. He is in fact the villain, but this is the villain of so many other people's stories. He's very much just shown to be a monster. I think my favourite conversation is when he speaks to Octavia, when I was so happy I chose that one particularly to get that voice acted, because we see through Octavia that he is essentially stubborn.
Right.
And that his stubbornness is a beholding to the teachings of Kurz. It's almost like a retreat into that mindset. And ultimately she rightly in her mind like calls him out. He's an emotionally stunted child.
Literally.
The Astartes are basically like children who never grew up, and then they were turned into frightening warriors. And that's what makes them terrifying. It's especially well done in the third book as well, where I think in the first two he's almost built up to be an anti-hero, and then towards the very end we just get reminded, oh no, Talos is
seemed to be a tad late.
person.
Yeah, a little bit Anthrax.
We are really
a little bit late, I will say. I mean, shit, dog.
He is essentially eighth.
Not trying to be that guy, but
madness of what
holy
ideology is in practice. He is.
We have
it just shows you what it does to people.
We got a minute left.
Horrific.
Good job, Ben. You made it. Hell yeah.
And I mean, just a massive bravo to Aaron Dembski-Bowden for creating. I really enjoyed this character, and I just love the entire overall, the building up of Talos, and then the bringing him back down, showing us what the reader and the listener, the truth is that he is a monster, and in a way he wasn't meant to be the hero, and he just wanted to let that all go in the end. He never desired it, and he just chose to have the death at First Claw. He wanted to die.
Anthrax is on that warp time, so clearly. Yeah. Something like really that. Holy shit.
Thank you so much for listening. If you did make it this far, please make sure to like and subscribe.
Of course. Wow, guys. That was great. That was Talos Valcoran, the Night Lords Trilogy by the Amberking, ladies and gentlemen. We're obviously going to leave a like on that video. That was great by the Amberking to see. Talos, very interesting character. I can't support him because he's a Night Lord. He's a fucking awful person. He is a monster. He absolutely is. Very hard for me to support someone like that, I guess. You know what I mean? That's just, hard for me to get behind that. So I was cheering on their death at the end. I won't lie. That was fucking good shit. Thank God the Night Lords, less of them around, the better kind of thing, in my opinion. Was very sad to see the Eldar get shafted in the way that they were. The Eldar getting shafted, that was fucking very, very rough. You guys have obviously told me before, but to see it actually take place in story format kind of like this, that was difficult to see, difficult to stomach, just in the sense of like, we hear in lore that they're so much stronger, so much better than they are. So to see them just kind of get like cut down quite literally, that was a bit disheartening, I won't lie. We are going to check out real quick here. I do want to see, I know Andrew posted some pictures in the chat real quick here. I just want to see some illustrations of Jane, I believe it was.
Let's see here. Was it in art and illustrations, or was it in models and miniatures? Models and miniatures? Maybe? Where'd you post that, Andrew? Let me know. Art and illustrations? Am I just blind? I might just be blind. There's a good chance I'm just blind. Death Company. I don't see it. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't see it either. I don't see it either. Yeah, I see Cobrazy posted today, but that's all I see, unfortunately. You sure you press send there, Andrew? You sure? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I see the real Jon Snow in your recommendations, do you? Oh, I see, ooh. Apparently I'm getting recommended my own live video. You guys see that? Holy shit, good job, YouTube. That's crazy. Art and drawings? Let's see here. Artwork and drawings. Ah, okay, okay, okay. Under the hobbies. I see, Andrew. I see. Got to put that under the 40K next time. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. That's pretty sick looking. Cool looking illustration there. Looks like she's cutting down some orcs there, looks like. Damn. Got the classic throwing star there. Holy shit. Let's see here. That one's a little... Oh, to zoom in a little bit on that. Oh, yeah. Kind of make it out there. A little bit lower quality, but that's just because of the format it was sent in. That's no one's fault. That looks pretty fucking good, though, too, I have to say. Oh, yeah. Nice figure, I will say. Very, very appealing figure. Warhammer 40K Warpforged, the card game. Okay, I didn't know anything about the card game. Damn. Very, very interesting. God damn. Good little few illustrations there sent by our member Hobbit. Jesus, not a member Hobbit. Member Andrew there. Oh my god. Sorry about that. Saw Hobbit's name there and I was like, no. Andrew sent those. Appreciate that, Andrew. Big thank you to you, man. No, guys, but that was awesome. That was a great video, great stream. Long stream, 6 hours long, 6 hours, 15 minutes long here. We're ending that off on. I did have a little bit of a break in the middle there, and we started a little bit late as well. So I'm going to cut that out after the fact. So it's going to look all professional. So this video is probably going to be about 5 hour, 40-minute long, something like that. So I'll chop it down after the fact. If you guys enjoyed, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe if you aren't, and of course, leave your recommendations down in the comments below. Big shout out to all of our members, all of our Hastati, our Principe, Dagenhart, of course, our Prefects, Fear, and Hobbit. Appreciate you guys. You guys inspire me to make more content for you guys every single day. And I say we probably end the video here, or end the stream here, guys. Gonna go use the bathroom here, smoke a little bit, and maybe grab something to eat. And yeah, we might probably gonna come back with some gaming in a little bit here. Not sure what we're gonna do. Might do some State of Decay, honestly. Might start a new run on State of Decay. Get something going there. Might finish Skyrim, not too sure. Maybe do some Frostpunk. I'm not too sure. Things are up in the air right now. See what I'm feeling. I might just say fuck it, do something that I'm feeling. Might do something a little bit different. Hell, might even do some Game Dev Tycoon, honestly. Have you guys ever played Game Dev Tycoon? If you guys haven't, great game. Get some viewer recommendations there. See if we can make a game company going or something like that. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see down the line. But anyway, guys, thank you guys for tuning in. Appreciate it a lot. And yeah, without any further delay, guys, this has been Centurion. We'll see you guys in the next one. Peace, guys.